How's everybody doing today? Hey there, Angel Reyes, Lunar Guardian, Double A, Unigasai, Wet Floor, JG Winnell, Aqua Saber. How's everybody doing? As far as Jaxx Raxxor, I don't think he's coming back. I honestly don't. Like, Phil has done this before. Remember, Phil did this before with his, one day only Street Fighter thing. And I think that was to try to get Jaxx Raxxor to coax him back. But I just don't see that happening. I don't. Yes, I agree with you, Wet Floor. I think he's gone. He ain't coming back. He didn't show. I can't remember if he showed for the Street Fighter 6 betas. But, like, at that point, I think it's just he's done. Here's the thing, Johnny Reddington. I kind of agree with what some folks were saying before. He has probably been emailed by Dave. Dave has probably emailed him multiple times to get that. Him to come back. And if he didn't come back, what does that say? And he doesn't come back for... You don't recall him showing for second. He showed for the first beta, but not the second beta. Well, and that's a big problem. Because what that could mean is that, okay, he, think about that. I mean, we learned from Snorlax King that he still will just send emails to people. Like, where are you? Why aren't you here? He'll just send them to people, so... And yes, Gigi, well, you're correct. Losing the dolphins or the major whales adds up a lot with him. Johnny Ranger, that might be the case. Maybe he's simping for a cosplayer. I don't fucking know. But he ain't giving to Dave. That I do know. This is something I know that, JG Winnell, you've mentioned, Piece of Peace has mentioned. The death of the dolphins is really hurting Dave because it means that the whales have to step up even more. Wait, is he live? Yeah, that would be hilarious, JG. Like, he pulls out like that much money so that he's stuck with $400,000 left. Yeah, the remaining whales are pressured more and more and more. Hate Army, you make a really good point. Yeah, smaller that was the whole thing. You can have a few big whales, but you need a lot of the dolphins, because the dolphins they would mostly carry the streams. So your whale could come up every once in a while. But now, the fact that you're making it so that the whales have to carry more and more and more, it becomes unsustainable for them. Well, yeah, I mean... JG won't. Any place that's willing to give him a refinance is predatory as fuck. He should not be getting a refinance. Any smart investor would say, you are too much of a risk. Your income is completely unstable. Oh. Yeah. Look at that. He's still vibing. He is vibing to his intro musics. Like, look at that. He was vibing to it, and we've seen him vibe to that before. Are you... Hey, where'd you go? Banned by Drake. Well, what floor? That probably won't happen until Planet Jeff, aka 1 Minute Man, leaves. music back. Playing an intro for a second. It's so weird because it's like, whenever you see that, you kind of see it, you really do show how he, basically his remixes are like the only music he listens to, because he was he's vibed along to that intro music, to his own voice. It's like, the Frosty Beats, he has always talked about refinancing in the idea that originally that was his goal, to get out of debt, was to use the gained equity in his townhouse, condo, whatever you want to call it. Like, it feels more like a townhouse. He was going to use that to erase his credit card debt. Yeah, one man has cut back because he's gone to $20 instead of $25. But I also wonder if... Oh, yeah. It's a brilliant move to get out of debt, to get into more debt. And a debt that's... a debt that he can't really then get out of. Because here's the problem. Like, if he had gotten his refinance in 2019...
how it goes. It very well could go horribly, meaning we very well could get absolutely nobody to play consistently, because the Capcom Fighting Collection, you know, it died a long time ago, let's be honest.
So then why are you playing it, Phil? Oh, right.
Capcom did not really do a very good job with it when it came to marketing, when it came to making it price conscious for the consumer, not having it being cross-platform.
I miss the pre-stream. He had no goals for the future. Oh,
what was it, $40 when it first came out, or was it even $50? You know, it wasn't cheap. And as I said, one of the things I was worried about when the game first came out,
and really,
I said, you know, you're going to have
everybody's on Fight
of Street Fighter 2 in it, great. You're going to have Darkstalkers in it, great. But are you going to have any other consistent, you know, games being played online? And the answer has always been no, actually. You know,
his
really,
haircut looks so bad.
Especially
with the fact that
having
his
every version
Widow's
of
Peak
Darkstalkers online just creates confusion.
Is uneven.
Makes it hard to find opponents, because people are playing all different versions of the game rather than knowing which one to play. Let's see what happens, guys. So tonight, as you guys know, let's make it an interactive and fun stream. Let's talk a bit. If you guys want to chat while I try to wait and see if we can find matches, I would love that. I don't know if we're even going to find any matches tonight, to be honest. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Viking Gaming, how you doing?
You guys know the ways to support my streams. Liking the stream is great. You know, adding likes and having engagement so how we can catch some more people. Right now, we're trying to get 200. We don't even have 200 viewers right now. I'm not surprised, considering we're playing such an old collection.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Super chat, super stickers, memberships, give the memberships, tips, all appreciated.
Well, here's the thing, what floor?
To possibly hit some
you see, like 2010 or something, like when he has the short hair, and you look back, you can see the bald spot.
Slayer, good evening. It's good to see you. One Piece
He's been balding for a while.
I did not get to read your email because you sent it early in the morning.
He's either done nothing to stop it, or to kind of slow it, and he's got a haircut that just does not work for it.
But I appreciate the tip, the dollar tip.
It is such a lopsided Widow's Peak.
Hello, Darth Goldbach, how are you? Go Team Venture, how
like the
are you?
right side is
How's
literally balding
tonight?
More than the left side.
Welcome, welcome.
Oh, is he
Hope
leaning someone?
Well, you're ready to chill. Because it looks like we may likely be doing a lot of that and probably not a lot of playing, just being honest. But let's see what we can get going. Let's actually start searching, shall we? By the way, this will be the first time watching me play a fighting game like this with capture setup.
Want to play
so
this?
Please let me know about the quality. Also, let me know about the volume level.
The quality
sounds
shit,
good if I need
dude.
to adjust it. And let me know what you think about this face cam with fighting games as well.
Okay, here's what you can do with your face cam. Turn it off and never turn it back on again.
Let's see here.
Yeah, play a dead game collection to try to...
Good evening.
Literally trying to get a whale to come back.
Welcome. How's everyone doing?
Chad asking about Jaxx.
Dodge Crazy 7 says, hope you're doing well. I am doing well.
Of course they are, because they know. Even I think some of them know that the reason he's doing this is because of
Frozen Heart
Jaxx.
says, would I consider doing bounties in other games other than just Warzone? Here's the thing: bounties don't really apply to offline games. They can't. Really.
At least with Vegeta, we have the canon thing that's the pure-blooded Saiyan's hair don't change.
Because I'm trying to do a narrative-based playthrough or make progress, I'm not going to now hinder my playthrough. What the?
Like, as much as Vegeta's got a widow's peak, he doesn't bowl.
Oh, so now I can't play games online is what they're telling me. Are you serious? Wait a minute. Apparently, I can't play games online. I play games on progress.
What the hell?
There's 9 games. Here's the thing. They can't really. When you think about it, there's no real way that you'll be able to do it. Because I'm trying to do a narrative-based playthrough or make progress. I'm not going to now hinder my playthrough. What the...
He doesn't have PlayStation Plus, you can't
so
play.
Now I can't play games. Like, I'm trying to think. Hold on a second here. Let me think about this. Oh, look what I did.
Oh my God.
I turned off my webcam. I didn't actually turn off the video feed. So
Oh my God. No, it's not Capcom's a detractor. It's because he stopped PlayStation Plus. He doesn't have PlayStation Plus, so he can't play online. Bruh! What are you doing? It's fucking Sony.
Right? Like, this would be the only game I play.
Sony and Xbox have been doing this for years.
Think about the online connectivity and things.
Like, Phil, you should be having both Xbox Live, like, any professional streamer should have Xbox Live and PlayStation Plus on their thing.
If this is the only game I'm playing, you know, it's really a waste of money, a waste of time, I feel. So this is legitimately a business expense. This is a legit business expense. You should put your money, $60 towards PlayStation Plus and write that whole thing off. This is a legit business expense. You know? Switch to Xbox. No one plays this on Xbox. I'm not kidding you. We switch to Xbox right now. I will not find a single opponent. There will be no one playing this game.
Him wanting to be cheap on this is him being.
God damn it.
Him being penny wise and pound foolish.
I put myself between a rock and a hard place. I did. I put myself between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah.
Wily Coyote, enjoy your time out. Don't ever mention that ever again on my stream. Thanks, you stupid idiot. Okay.
Whoa, what? Oh no.
Yeah, I know they got me trapped because I wasn't expecting.
They got limbed.
I wasn't.
And AA, yeah, you know, he's contemplating the $10
really
a month.
Like dropping $10.
Thinking it's,
you know, I'm trying to think like what else do I play online? Nothing. I play literally nothing on my PlayStation right now. If you think of the games coming out, let's think about this together for a second. You think about the games that are coming out in the next couple of months. Hold on.
Wow, you got drain damage or something?
Hold on, because I have it here, right?
Oh, he's timed out, not leaned. Well, the same kind of thing.
No,
yeah, I hope this isn't a 2-hour Q&A, because then it's like...
Let's look at the game schedule together, shall we?
Schedule? Schedule?
So...
No!
Dead Space Remake. No multiplayer. SpongeBob, no multiplayer. Hogwarts, no multiplayer. Atomic Hearts, no. Like a Dragonetian, no. No. Wow.
Yeah, Paul Promise, he completely forgot that.
So if I drop $10 for PS Plus to play this tonight, I might actually not get anything out of it whatsoever besides tonight.
Think about that. Think about that for a moment. This guy is so fucking cheap with his addictions. He cannot.
Well, that sucks.
He can't schedule.
No, what must have happened was, you know, as you guys know, I have not been renewing my PlayStation Plus. I told you guys I had the PS Plus Premium over the summer. And basically after that, I just let it lapse. But for some really
he
weird
is this
reason,
cheap. That's the thing.
He's
this cheap about his business. It's
like
so
stupid. I actually played this a few times online, and they didn't make me renew it. So I was like, I'll just, you know, until they make me renew it, I'm not going to renew it. But now here we are. It's many months later.
Milk.
It's the new year. And I'm like,
we just got a fucking truckload of chocolate milk today, dude.
So, and by the way, there was no guarantee that we were actually going to get gameplay of this anyway. Right? Like, there was no guarantee.
Doesn't matter, Phil.
Like I said, I was just going to chill with you guys. So that sucks because I was totally down for this.
And you're stupid.
And I really don't see the point of dropping $10 for one night just to play a few people. This blows. For those saying go to Xbox, you have to understand something. No one plays this game on Xbox. I can show you. If you really don't believe me, I can show you that absolutely no one pays this on Xbox.
Okay, we'll take a look at that
like
afterwards.
0 people.
Yeah. Actually, he made over 100. Here's the thing.
All right. Well, I think we're done with this.
I've never heard of any other professional
really
streamer
don't see the logic in dropping
who
you know,
would not
$10
have
to play this one
either
night.
PlayStation or
And,
Xbox.
you
Let's
know
say they
what I
got.
mean?
Let's say they have
I
both.
just
Let's say
don't
they have
see
an
the point.
Xbox Series X and
What I was
a
hoping
PlayStation.
for is the rumor
They would
was
have
true,
both
'cause there's a
Xbox
strong
Live
rumor
and PlayStation
that
Plus.
Not
It would just
Capcom
be
Fighting
good.
Collection, but there's actually a strong rumor that the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection is actually going to hit Game Pass this month at some point. Okay, and if that's the case, that means there would be a large amount of new players kind of going into play that game.
Game Pass has
And if
destroyed
that's the
this
case, that would
man.
be excellent. That would
He
kind of
does
be the
not
best
want to
case
spend
scenario,
a dime
because
on his
then,
business.
you know, I can
Bill,
play that again.
this is your business.
Which, by the way, it's not great,
Pay
but
for
on
these
Xbox, it's better
services.
than the PlayStation
They
version.
are
Has less bugs, but
other except for
I don't
microtransactions.
know.
This would be where I
A
would
lot of
say
people
like,
were saying
oh,
that it's fake
should
and it's not
Xbox
it's not a
Live and all?
real,
Yes,
deal.
they are
If that's the
literally
case, then,
business deductions.
you know, it is what it is, I guess. All right, I guess let's swap over to Xbox for the sake of argument. But you guys,
Game
are gonna
Pass
see
if you
no
don't
one
use
plays this
stream.
game on Xbox. You know, I'll try it, but
Yeah, that'll
you
hurt
can't
his
find
income.
a single
I'm like,
person playing it.
but that's the thing, JG Winnell.
But we'll
He's
try it.
destroyed.
It's better than nothing.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Oh, system software update initialized, even though I didn't tell it to. I didn't tell it to do this.
Yeah.
It's doing a system software update. What the fuck?
It's Windows. Phil.
Don't turn off your PS5. Don't insert or eject discs. I didn't give the PS5 permission to do that. It just did it.
Wow, it's
I guess
almost
I'm
as if,
stuck. I
hey,
have
you
to wait
probably
now.
haven't been
Yeah, I
updating it
actually have
in
to
a
wait.
while, and it forces an update.
Am I able to increase
Oh yeah,
the
what for?
delay
Oh no,
on
I know.
video
Game
feed
Pass
and
has
sound from
spoiled him
captured
so
cartridge
rotten.
in sync with echo from the neck phones? No, because the neck phones is live for me,
Mm-hmm.
so I can hear the audio. There's no way that would work. You understand? The only way that it would be in sync is if the audio I heard was delayed from what I'm seeing, in which case I can't play the game. So that's not possible.
Yep, and they're talking
Yeah.
about echo in the fucking
Yeah.
net phone. Like he will not do a goddamn thing to improve the streams for his viewers. Yeah, no backup plan. Of course he's gonna break his PS5 because the fact he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to update anything. But the fact is, things need to be updated.
The only other
You
thing
know?
is I can delay the audio, but then it won't be in sync with the webcam either. Because here's the thing. Everything's different. The speed of the capture device is different than the speed of the webcam. You see? They're not in sync. I think the webcam is less delayed than the capture device. Because I think the webcam is 200 millisecond delay or 300, but the capture device we have 400 or more. So they're not in sync. Without being in sync, I can never perfectly align them. It will never work. If I were to delay the audio, now the
Watched
audio
this in 2008
that you
when I
hear
was in high school.
will not be in sync
Such
with the
a
webcam.
long road.
So I'll
Why
always
not
be
try
desynced with the
Tormented
webcam,
Souls or
you see?
Daycare?
So there's got to be something wrong. It's either going to be there's an echo, or there's going to be a desync of audio between webcam and
Oh, what
talking,
for? Yeah, this
or
is
there's gonna
really
be
where
desync
you're
of audio
seeing like,
between
oh
the
yeah,
game
because
and the audio you
it
hear, which
really
obviously probably
is
what
the
we don't
idea
want
that
the
he
most,
doesn't.
right? So
Like,
there's
I
really no
mean,
way around it.
There was the whole thing with
There, you know,
Untitled
it's not a
Biscuit.
perfect
He
setup.
doesn't want to
especially when
put
using
any
external
money
devices,
into
there's
his
always gonna be a
stream.
delay,
Okay.
and there's nothing you can really do to fix that. So,
That's
all right,
fine.
so guys, I'm
Not
sorry
put
that this
money into your
happened.
stream.
Give me a second.
And
Let
fuck
me
you.
swap to Xbox and boot her up, and we'll try to figure something out. If we just chill and talk, I'm okay with just chilling and talking with you guys for tonight. We actually haven't had a night like that in a long time. It's been several months, okay?
Hi,
And I apologize 'cause I had every intention of playing it, and then I forgot about the stupid
Yeah.
PlayStation Plus bullshit.
Big ups, DJ
And
Runa.
it's so dumb.
I mean, think about that.
Okay, let me swap over. I guarantee you we're not going to find any matches on Xbox. That game has never been played. It never had a player base.
Yeah, like this is the idea that he wanted to do this to kind of get Jaxx Raxxor to come out. Instead, we see that, oh yeah, he can't play it on, which means that even if like he wanted to play, let's say on PS6 or PS5 for Street Fighter 6, he can't because he needs to get PlayStation Plus. Like this is, and he talks about the $10 one. It's like, Phil, you make enough money, you should be having all of Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, because here's the thing, even if you don't use them or you use them once, guess what? That is literally, and I mean literally, a deductible expense for a business.
That was cool. I had no idea that would work.
Yeah, Nintendo's $20 a year. It's not that expensive. Just find something
It's just
to
so
play.
weird how different these consoles are. So the PlayStation 5 refuses to turn on with any peripheral but a PS5 controller. Like the joystick won't even affect it. Here on Xbox, this just turned on like no problem. Just I use my joystick, it's like it's on. I don't know, weird.
Probably because the joystick for the PlayStation 5 might not have actually the PS button.
Anyway, so
Or
someone had
because
asked me,
it's
they
not
were
a
saying about
DualShock.
these
I don't know.
these bounties. They were saying, would you do bounties in games other than Modern Warfare? Well, I would if there was another.
The bounties have fucked him up also.
Like if we were doing Street Fighter and it was actually freaking working, and you guys said, "Hey, I challenge you to get 5 straight wins, and if you get 5 straight wins, there'll be a bounty for you." Then I'd be like, "Okay, let's do that. That sounds good to me."
Yeah, no, this is getting some
pick this character you're not so good with, but still get a win. I would do that. Those would be interesting bounties to me. But the problem is we don't have a version of Street Fighter that works. Right? We don't. We actually don't have a version of Street Fighter that consistently works. That's a huge problem. If we did, then it wouldn't be an issue, but we just don't, you know?
You know, guys, I don't even understand why he's shilling for Microsoft.
You guys are going to see this doesn't even work. And by the way, I have a lot of shout-outs to do now because contributions have come in, and I want to shout these out. Exactly.
Yeah,
not until
the bounties
Street Fighter 6,
yeah, and since you're right, the bounties
then we'll have consistency.
Then
we'll have
Street
Fighter
doesn't even play.
Right now, we literally don't have a version of
Battle Royale in any fun.
That's obviously a huge problem. Right?
It's not like he goes and he's in the windows looking and people saying, "Can I get him? Can I get him?" All right.
So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I know for a fact it's not gonna work, but let's get it searching.
Yeah,
here.
because
how do I add these? No. Y. There you go. Yeah.
Tim Double, you have a good point.
So here we go. So all that does, let's do shout-outs. We start off with Cyber Showdown, who did a super chat. I've been watching you since 2008 when I was in high school. It's been a long road. Why not try Tormented Souls or Daycare? We played Tormented Souls when it was new. What was it, last year? Or a year before? Whenever it was, we played. I did a full playthrough of it. I loved it.
Why don't you have backup games, Phil, in case something happens like this?
That was a really good game. You can check that full playthrough out right here on DSP Gaming, okay? I don't know what Daycare is. That one I've never heard of. So that one I can't answer, okay? All right, now, as for tips. Our first tip of the night is a $2 tip. From Shim Blacks, it's good to see you back for a fighting game. Have fun. Get a Final Atomic Buster for me. God bless.
2008, a 42-year-old
It looks like we're probably not playing fighting games tonight, which sucks, but what can you do, right? I had every intention, but it's not looking too good because I'm not paying $10 just to play.
Since that would be a 32-year-old then, but yeah, no.
Fighting collection, probably a really bad idea. And this game has literally no players, like literally 0. So
he is so mad.
We're probably not playing anyone tonight, but thank you for the tip. Okay. And then we've got
so mad.
A $20 tip from Brett F. He says, I've enjoyed watching you. You're good people. Well, thank you, Brett F, for a $20 tip and positive words. I appreciate that, Brett.
But you're a person, not people.
Our second tip of the night, and of course, the biggest. So let's get you up on the leaderboard, Brett.
Also, look at this animation. It's so fucking stupid.
Awesome. Oops, boy, I can't type correctly tonight for some reason.
Because you're drunk.
Thank you, Brett. And you are welcome, Jade. So thanks for playing One Piece. You're welcome, Jade. I really liked it today. I can't wait for more on Sunday. And
he's playing,
then we got
he's playing more One
Piece. From Doug Scrub. I was watching your 2007 EVO Finals against Seth Killian. It's cool how the crowd went.
Hey, DJ Reno, how's it going? Okay, so DJ Reno, you missed it. You missed something really funny. I'm gonna pause this and tell you what happened. Okay. So he was gonna play this on PlayStation, and then he couldn't go online because he forgot. I just received news that we are sad now. No, I'm very happy. I'm happy because he was about to go and play online on the PlayStation version. But he didn't renew his PlayStation Plus. So it's like, you can't go online, you're on PlayStation Plus. And he's like acting like So now he's on Xbox and he's not gonna get shit.
They weren't even doing direct capture or anything. Like seriously, there was nothing like today at all back.
What, Floor, you are completely correct. He brought nothing meaningful to the table.
And oh, excuse me. There was no streams, no mainstream direct capture, nothing. All right, so kind of annoying that, you know, my legacy as a Street Fighter competitive player was never really archived anywhere. In fact, that very files you're talking about.
Okay, Sins, your math is a little wrong.
It even says, oh, we didn't even get to
18 plus like 14 would be 32 years old. Yeah, you're a decade over.
They missed half of it because they weren't recording right, you know.
Sorry, bud.
It is what it is. I was before the era of everything being documented online, right? What can you do?
Yeah.
But yeah, I
well,
think right now you
he
can
doesn't.
see
Here's the thing, DJ Runner. He
Justin
literally does not want to pay
and
the
a
$10
couple
a
other,
month.
2 or 3 other
He
people.
doesn't want to renew it.
The
He doesn't want to pay
2006
$10 just to renew it for a
Anniversary
month.
Edition finals. Hyper Street Fighter 2.
Don't worry about it,
Anniversary
Sims.
Edition,
It's
which is what
okay.
this game has.
It's okay.
So
Don't
those
worry about
finals
it.
are online for Evo East. And then
Sometimes
Evo
it's
East
like
2007.
it's like
yeah, me
you
versus
do
Seth
this and
Killian,
you're just
I
like
think is up.
you
I
got it
think
right,
me
you got it right,
versus-
and then
I don't know
because
if
your
Justin
brain is
Wong
just like
on there for that year. I know it's me versus Justin in 2006, but it's really not good quality. You know, it's like very.
He could do like fucking. He could do fucking Warzone. That's the thing, DJ.
All right,
you don't even want to do the $10K, the $10 versus the monthly one. Which I mean, it's still going to be a scam because it's $120 a year. Just instead do the $60 one. It's fine.
I didn't ban Wile E. Coyote, and if you ask again, I'm going to ban you because I didn't actually ban him. You're an idiot, and you should stop trying to nag me about dumb shit like that. I can moderate whoever I want.
Why am I toxic?
So there you go. What was for dinner? Hot dogs. Nothing special. Yeah,
a hot dog.
There's nothing here. That was ranked.
A hot dog?
Casual.
Okay. You're a married man. Your wife doesn't really work full time. Why you eat a hot dog? I mean,
we're on PlayStation, and I'm not dropping $10 to play against them tonight.
yeah. You see, he literally said it. He won't drop $10 to renew his PlayStation Plus. It's literally, and I think JG Winnell was. I think JG Winnell was the one who said that, or somebody else. Somebody said it that. Yeah, JG Winnell said. Yeah, when he said when your addictions hurt your finances and what you need to get by for your job, you know it's a problem. This is him. I believe this is where we're starting to see the change from functional addict to non-functioning addict. Because for a while he was functioning because he could always afford to do whatever.
What's up, Kevin? How are you tonight? Welcome.
He could still afford money. Now it's.
You love hot dogs? Hot dogs are pretty good. We usually eat turkey dogs. Because they're much healthier than hot dogs. But if we're gonna eat hot dogs, we eat Nathan's hot dogs, like real beef hot dogs. That shit's real good.
Real meat hot dogs, like
See?
if I was gonna do real meat hot dogs, I'd probably do Hebrew National because I know they're all
Street Fighter
beef.
5 was only on PlayStation and PC. There was no Xbox version. So for an entire Street Fighter generation, everyone who played Street Fighter played it on PlayStation, and no one had it on Xbox. That's 1,000,000% Capcom's fault. That was a real big misstep in my opinion. Street Fighter 4 was cross-platform. You had people playing it on every version of everything. Shit, they had Street Fighter 4 for fucking mobile game, like mobile device on your phone, right?
Really, yeah,
And now,
turkey
you know,
dogs in there.
this
Here's the thing, I don't care for hot dogs. Like if I
everything
was gonna
else,
do a hot dog thing, I would probably rather do bratwurst.
No one bought this on Xbox.
I
You
don't
can't find
care
anyone
for the
to play.
consistency of
What a
hot
waste
dogs.
time.
And when I was a kid, I didn't mind them, but I just don't
Custom
care for them
Watch
now.
is gonna be nobody. Ready? Ready? So cross beacon
Looks well
on.
on Switch.
Any. Watch. No one found.
Hot dogs are full of preservatives. Eat sparingly. No, I agree, Alex. I'm trying to be better
All right,
at.
fuck this. I guess we're done. I guess we're just gonna chill. I don't know what else to do because the only other suggestion people are saying is Warzone. I played Warzone last night. I don't want to play it again. We're playing it again on Monday. That's enough of Warzone.
Play
for me.
Fortnite.
You know, we might just have to chill and talk. There's nothing else to do.
Fortnite.
There's no version of Street Fighter to play now. That's the real problem. There's no version of fucking Street Fighter to play out there. What a waste of time, right? And also I'm gonna drop money.
Wow,
play it
he
once
is
and probably get 3
so
matches
mad.
with the same people.
But here's the thing, JG
Sucks.
Winnell. Cat might be using the Switch. Remember,
It sucks, but that's life. I really wish they would have put that game on
2
Game
hour
Pass. That would be
Q&A.
great to play the 30th
Let's
anniversary
fucking
collection on Xbox
go.
on Game Pass. The Xbox version of the 30th anniversary collection of Street Fighter doesn't have the bugs that the PlayStation version does, because you can ban people from your lobbies because of Xbox Live allows you to, and you don't have the bug that crashes the lobbies either.
see, he likes this
So-
because he can block people.
Well,
he
it is
can't
what it
block
is. You know, you can do.
he can't block Jose
I'm not,
and
what's the point? Now,
Goji
there's no point.
Tanks.
There's no Game Pass night. If I go into Game Pass, we don't have time to play Game Pass games. We already know what we're doing, right? Here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Coming up. One
He's
Piece
right,
Odyssey.
you're right. He
Oblivion
asks
starts
himself why
tomorrow.
people laugh
We're
at him and
finishing
like
Resident
this.
Evil 1 remake, and then after
You
that,
just
we're
wouldn't just
doing,
pay the
another
$10
survival horror
fucking
game,
dollars
either
today,
Resident
Phil.
Evil 0 or $6. Like,
You're
we know what we're
already
doing
at
for 2 weeks.
$23 in
Then we
your
know
total tips.
It's gonna be
Just
Dead
pay the
Space
$10,
remake. Then we know
buddy.
like we know all the new games coming out, and we know what we're doing.
There's nothing overly wrong with hot dogs.
Games that are good, I never play them. Like that
Yeah,
happens.
wet floor.
Did
I
you know
agree. There's nothing
Echo
overly
Generation
wrong
is
with
no
hot
longer on
dogs.
Game
I don't
Pass?
prefer the
Yeah.
consistency,
And that
but
was one that I
also
really
there's a
interested in
lot of
playing, and
issues
never got
with
around to it, and it's gone.
preservatives and with really
That's the
kind
problem.
of
If you don't
people
play
not
stuff on
knowing
Game
really
Pass
what
within,
is
like, a month or
in
two,
a hot dog,
it's
or at least not
completely
in
gone. For
normal
good.
hot dogs.
It's
So
literally gone forever because they don't ever usually renew it. I think the only thing they brought back was the Yakuza games. That was it. Yeah.
like,
So
fuck,
it
you
sucks
got the
'cause, you know, they're gonna be
Cowabunga
a waste of
collection.
time.
Just
Oh,
play
look, all
some
these games
fucking
are good. I'm
turtles.
not playing any of them. I don't have time to play them right now, and the next thing you know, they're all removed.
Nah,
right?
Sins, don't.
Yeah,
no,
it kind of
you
sucks,
don't
guys.
have
What
to
do you
do that.
do?
Don't worry
I guess we'll
about
have to do is
that.
announce it. I'll probably
happens.
post up. My nose is
Yo-
itching bad tonight, by the way. I don't know why.
Oh, derp. Oh, he's gonna post up.
Here we go. All right, well, It is what it is.
Black
I'm not
fucking
Call of Duty multiplayer,
screen.
because the whole point of tonight was supposed to be chill interaction with you guys. When I play Call of Duty multiplayer, I literally can't talk with you guys at all.
Got money for games that I'll eventually never play, and he won't do it for money.
That's something
I
I'm
know,
very not interested in
that's
doing.
the whole thing. He won't even like. He just doesn't want to do it.
All right, let's swap over, and then let me tell everyone.
Send the tweet.
Send the tweet. We got a lot of open Q&A tonight, I guess. We'll talk.
Like, look, he already has $23 now. He could just put $10 in it, but he doesn't want to fucking
hold on
go.
A second here.
Yeah. Look, he has so many. Like, he had the fucking Cowabunga collection. Just be like, okay, we're just gonna play some. I'm just gonna play maybe some turtles. I'll figure out. Okay, well, we'll just play some turtles in time.
Isn't it weird how the lighting completely changes when I change the aspect ratio of this camera? I have no idea why. That doesn't make any sense, but it totally changes how it looks. It doesn't make any sense at all.
15-year legacy. He doesn't know
it's like
goddamn dick about
something.
shit.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's what we'll do. It changes color
yeah,
space
what
when you
floor?
go
I try to stay away from
Why would you do that? Why not just use
bologna.
the same color space despite the
Like,
resolution?
The only time I ever eat it is
That'd be
if
like
it's
saying, okay,
in
I have
like
a capture
a
device and it's
pre-made
capturing from my
sandwich.
console. So when I do 1080p,
So
it looks great.
but I try to
and then
keep
if I
away
wanted to
from
do
it.
720p,
I don't
it just
like
completely
that
distorts all the
super
colors for no good reason. Like, why would you do
preserved
that?
meat.
It's so weird to me. I don't know. It just it confuses the shit out of me.
It's probably for the best that Piece of Piece isn't
thoughts
doing
on
this.
Andrew
He
Tate. I
would
have
have.
no thoughts on Andrew Tate, thankfully. I never even knew who he was, and then basically he hit the news for like a day, and after that I was like, oh good, I never need to hear about this idiot ever again.
You didn't even know about Andrew. Like, think about it. For a guy who's on Twitter all the time, he doesn't know a goddamn thing about anything. Like, why would you ask him a guy like you didn't hear about Andrew Tate? Yeah, this dude who basically, was trying to be the super Sigma male shit, and it's like fucking hell.
Good. Never again will I ever have to be bothered by hearing this man's name. So I'm very happy about that.
You said you never knew who he was. Why are you bothered by it? Like, that makes no fucking sense. That's the thing that really kind of gets me. Is like, Phil, if you don't know who they are, why are you bothered by it? Like, a Piece of Piece would have probably lost it. It would have been like, buddy, you need to go and like, get some boba tea, lie down, or something.
So hold on. Allow me to post up.
Viking, you're correct. He doesn't care about anybody. It really is. It's become the thing of in the last, last number of years, really, since he moved to Washington, we really are seeing the idea. He does not care about anybody he doesn't care about anybody. He didn't care about Leanna. He doesn't care about his parents because he lied about the whole thing with the 10-year plan.
Watch this. Friday night.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can do I have my enhanced? Oh, okay, not too bad. Let's take a look. Look at that hair. Look at how it's so obvious. He cuts it literally short because if you don't, it'll just really look bad. Like, this is not a good haircut. And I love how defensive he is about this haircut. He's so defensive about his haircut. Okay, now we're going to move to the other side and take a look at that. You can see this. Like, he's doing it literally so that the hair in the back is covering up a big bald spot. And like, the thing about it, well, that's the problem. Like, everybody literally has nothing to play, just Warzone and one, please. Yeah, he just play something. Like, fuck, man. Like, do you not, like, he has these games. He has on, as I said, he had Cowabunga Collection. Play a Turtles game. Just be like, oh, we're just going to play a Turtles game. I got nothing else. No. The hair strands are working overtime to hide it. And the problem is, it's getting to the point where it's not going to be able to hide it. This is not good. And and the fact is he pays a lot of money for this. Like, what was it, $66 at Curls and Twirls? And I bet you he does not tip. I guarantee you he does not tip. Yeah, what JG want? It is. They charge a whole lot and a dye job because you look at his beard is graying. So like his hair should be graying a little bit, but my guess is it's a bad and a dye job. And he goes, and remember, he goes all the way out there to see, because the person who used to cut his hair like changed stores, so he literally followed that person. Like, again, a little bit of autism.
Friday night chill, open Q&A fun.
And
there we go. We renamed the stream Friday night chill. I wonder if I can.
Also, he has to say things out loud when he types them. Think about that for a sec.
Find a funny thumbnail to put in here. Hold on a second here. Can I put on like a stupid thumbnail that makes absolutely no sense? Oh God. Oh God, this is a really bad thumbnail. I wonder if this would
think
work
about it. If he has to go like a town over,
I'm gonna see if this works.
That I think is why he has to have
oh my
these
God.
appointments.
I'm using this. Where do you see this thumbnail? Yo, this is the stupidest thumbnail ever. Because
nobody's gonna be able to see it when they're in thing, Phil.
Like in the middle of last year. Yo, this is the best. Are you ready? This is so bad. And I gotta change it from gaming to people and blogs. Okay, I'm gonna hit save, and you guys are gonna see this new thumbnail. You ready for this shit? Oh my God, look at that. I know when you guys see it, you're gonna laugh your asses off. I just gotta see when it appears. It's so bad. It's not a good picture in any way. It's not very flattering.
Then why use it?
Okay,
Why
so
not
now
have
what
a different picture?
I guess what I need to do is I need to. Did you see it? It looks like a YouTube short. Yeah, because it was with my phone. It was a stupid picture I just took with my phone like this to test my phone. That was before I was doing YouTube shorts and stuff.
Yeah, so here's what it looks like.
All right, anyway,
it's literally just this. But the problem is that.
All right, so what I'm gonna do. All right, I'm going to.
No one who's watching the stream is gonna be able to see the thumbnail.
Stream. What I need to do is get
him with a blank fucking face.
And then I gotta do this.
I may have to pay a bit more compared to my last barber, but my new barber knows how to take care of me.
It's the worst thumbnail. That is
then change
so
it.
Look at my neck in the thumbnail. The lighting's totally different, so my neck looks like it's like pasty white, but my face looks like I have makeup on.
Oh yeah, no.
It's just bad lighting.
If I can give it does kind of look like a mugshot.
That is ridiculous.
But again, this really is still not understanding. He always looks miserable.
I'm doing it on my laptop, and I can just do it like this.
If he's not clowning, he's miserable.
So, okay, here we go. I could easily do it like this. So I'm gonna say change of plan.
It's not even funny.
Just do a chill session of open Q&A live.
Why do you need to say this when you are typing?
And ask me anything. Join the convo. Oops, join the convo. And let's have a good time. Here we go.
He didn't say anything about support.
That is a hell of a
2-hour Q&A because he doesn't want to pay money.
It's not reflected on Twitter. It's showing the old thumbnail. I don't know why, but it's definitely showing on YouTube itself. It's showing this new thumbnail.
This is just it's so stalling.
God, that
it's
is a bad thumbnail.
Why is his keyboard on the right?
So I'm eyes burning now. Great.
Why are your eyes burning?
Get the chat up and then we can start just chilling. Okay.
Why are your eyes burning? So, Angel Reyes, the thing is that because of his just, because of his just fucked up, stupid stream setup, he has to his left, as what he's looking at here is a laptop with chat that all it has is chat. Then he has the keyboard on his right for his computer that he has to look in so he can see the data. It literally is the worst setup I've ever seen for a stream. And I'm like, playing Mary Skelter 2 Story Seasons Pioneers. I love Story Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town. I really love that game. That was such a good game. I like that one a lot. Yeah, he has Crisis Core. He's got Crisis Core on the stream in a physical thing. Put that in there. GoldenEye 007 rumored to release Game Pass this month. Any plans to play?
Hope so.
You could finish Resident Evil.
Oh, hold on. Let me do this. And then
why is your eyes burning?
All right, guys, ready?
Here that's right, because you're squinting real hard.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to a completely impromptu stream. Here's the deal. It's Friday. It's actually January 13th. It's oh my God! It's Friday the 13th. Of course, my late stream didn't go down like I wanted.
You just talked about Friday the 13th at the beginning of the stream and forgot that it's Friday the 13th. Jesus, how much did he fucking drink? Yeah. Yeah, he subjected Crisis Core like what floor? If I was Despo shit, I'd be think about this, Despo shit. You sent him overnight. You sent him a capture card and Crisis Core. And instead of being grateful and just playing Crisis Core and being like, dude, this guy sent me Crisis Core, I should play this just as a thank you. He puts it to viewer's choice. And then it's like, well, they don't want it, so I'm not going to do anything about it. And yet you still do that. And you want to say, oh, you know, we were too hard on them. I'm like, dude, you have been basically Das Bullshit is the one who does his title cards. Like, literally, he did that whole fucking FedEx segment for you because this man probably was too fucking lazy and asleep at noon when it came. So they probably knock on the door. Nobody answered because this man's fucking passed out of booze. And they were like, well, nobody's there. And then he had to make up this fucking story because the fact is that guess what? Because he doesn't care about you. He sent it over the night and never cared. He went out and did groceries. I don't even think he went out to groceries. I think first they knocked. They might have just knocked. He'd been passed out. He is known to say that he likes to sleep in on his days off. And I don't believe he gets up before 10 o'clock on his regular days. Maybe 10:30. So, yeah.
On it. It's Friday the 13th. That makes perfect sense. Now, I'm not superstitious, but if there was a day when things were going to go wrong and something wasn't going to go according to plan, it was going to be Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Here's the thing, JG Winnell, all right? He can't get Cat to answer because he doesn't care about Cat. Cat doesn't care about him.
I was going to do a late night stream of Friday Night Fights, and I haven't done this in a long time. For those who don't know
he's always passed out drunk.
I used to do a late night stream every Friday night.
Yawns and all that, needs coffee.
At first, for many years, it was me playing this game called the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection.
Jaxx is gone. He's never coming back.
A new game came out.
Phil needs to understand that.
Jaxx is gone. Collection. So we did that for a while. But what ended up happening was two things. Number one, I got very busy with
Jaxx will never come back.
So I didn't really have time to do it right now. And then in addition to that, sadly, the collection just died. People stopped playing it, and with no player base to speak of. There were some nights that I tried to play it, and I would sit here and play, for only an hour out of the 2 hours I was here, and the other half I would just sit around doing nothing. Yeah,
it's really bad.
Wasn't enough people to even support a stream. Okay.
Big 666 maybe.
And so I just
he wasn't there for the second
now there's a rumor,
beta.
and I really feel it's just a rumor that they're going to take that Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection from many years ago and they're going to put it on Game Pass.
Worse than 11.95.
That's kind of like cool for us because that would be a new way for me to play classic Street Fighter and have a new player base to play with. I don't necessarily believe it.
Dragon
I don't
Star
think it's true. I think it's
Varnier.
going to end up kind of being a lie or a rumor that's not going to come to fruition. All right. So tonight we were going to do a one-off stream of Friday Night Fights. I was going to bring back the Capcom Fighting Collection, but I forgot something. And it's, I'll take partial blame for this, but not whole blame. So here's the.
He forgot, and he's only taking partial blame that this dumb fuck forgot to have PS Plus. He's only taking partial blame. That's all you, Phil? Partial blame for this shit? No, that's on you. Everything online needs PlayStation Plus. It's the same thing as everything online needs Xbox Live. This is just how this shit is nowadays. Like, you won't take all the blame. It's like, dude, that's all you. Because you don't pay for this shit. Because you're cheap.
Here's the thing. I was always an ongoing subscriber to PlayStation Plus for the longest time. But this console generation, most games that have been cross-platform, I've now bought on my Xbox rather than on my PlayStation. So, for example, the game...
Then sell your fucking PlayStation, Phil. Just sell it. You don't use it anymore. Like, he's literally blaming... Like, this is he's blaming Sony. Because he buys everything on Xbox. This is then his... It really is his fault. You didn't think about that.
Games that I play multiplayer right now, like Call of Duty Modern Warfare
Last gen was the same
on my Xbox Series X, and therefore...
But what it really is he doesn't have the money because he's gotten way too addicted.
I have PlayStation Plus Premium during the summer. I tried it out. Remember, we did all those test games and stuff that's on the premium service, and what was it, Platinum?
Jax's last tip was November 4th.
After that expired, I basically turned off the auto-renew. And the weirdest thing happened. There was actually a couple nights during the fall, all right, when I still played Street Fighter, and it still worked online. I wasn't paying for it, but the service was still enabled. It was all like it said you didn't have PlayStation Plus, but I was still able to play the game online. So I think what it was some kind of a loophole where if you had PlayStation Plus Platinum,
PlayStation Plus Premium, not oh my god, he's mushmouthing it. Yeah, if you had PlayStation Plus Premium, you probably paid for a month and you stopped it. It still showed you had PlayStation Plus. It really is. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, I remember that wet floor. Yeah, I saw the Tevin stream about it because the thing is he changed his payment because the fact is he had it for I think PayPal or some shit like that. And it was we start really figuring out that basically he takes his money out of PayPal every day, and which is also just a sign that he is just addicted. He needs to not take it out, like, because he would not only take it out, he'd pay the fee to have it go right into his pocket.
Kept you online for like a month or two extra? I don't know, but that was many months ago. So I haven't renewed PlayStation Plus in a very long time. And so tonight, I had completely forgotten, all right, that I basically don't have PlayStation Plus anymore. So I turned it on to play it tonight, and it's like, oh, you got to pay. And I was like, dude, it's $10 a month. $10 to play it for one night. And the thing is, if I paid the $10...
So then, Phil, why is it only partially your fault? Who else is to blame? Is it Sony? Is Sony to blame because you didn't remember to do it? Like, dude, it's your fault completely. This is all your fault. You fucked this up. Your Friday night stream is now this Q&A stream. It's like, it's a disaster stream of an addict on display.
Yeah, consistent gameplay and good comp, that'd be one thing. But that game already fell apart last year. There were nights when we tried to play it, and like I said, we played 45 minutes out of over 2 hours trying to play it.
I will agree with you. Okay. I think he's gone, but yeah,
so sorry about that.
Street Fighter 6 launches and he doesn't come back, he's gone forever.
That it's Friday the 13th and things go wrong, but instead we're just going to...
Is he literally trying to blame Friday the 13th? Jesus. Blame everything but yourself, Phil. Friday the 13th is like, okay, it's like, yeah, no, White Floor, you were right. He is definitely a Junkie Jones for his next fix. Like that's the whole thing. This whole point was to try to get Jaxx Raxxor back. If Jaxx Raxxor had showed up, you know what he would have done? He'd have paid that $10 and gone right to it. But because Jaxx Raxxor doesn't show up, sociopath. Like, I think so. I'm beginning to think that he is more and more of a sociopath. He doesn't care about other people. Like, he wants to say it's not his fault. It's not his fault. But Phil, it's no one else's fault. You are so addicted to spending money on your gacha addiction, which hopefully once the WWE is sold, like that license dies and we can see how salty he'll be. Like the day Scopely shuts those servers down, you say one thing wrong, he'll lean you. You know he's gonna be so mad because it's gonna basically be like, oh, I need another hit, and I need another hit, and your dealer just got busted by the cops. It's like, where am I gonna get my hit? I don't fucking know. Turn his head and you see the scalp with the thin strips of hair. It really, yeah, it's a really bad haircut, and it's probably what it really is curls and twirls. The person who just won't tell him he needs to just embrace his balding. If he embraced his balding, it would be just, you know, hey, yeah, you going bald. That's just how life is. Yeah, he's definitely a narcissist. And I think pretty much like narcissists with sociopathic tendencies, now I'm beginning to think he might actually be a full-on sociopath. He must have lost hundreds of dollars on instant deposit from PayPal instead of waiting the free deposit time. Angel, yeah, think about that.
I'm just going to do one video.
Hundreds, maybe not thousands of dollars.
We'll have some fun, some back and forth. I'll shout out contributions. We'll have a chill time. I actually haven't had a stream like
this. Look at that. Look at his hairline. His hairline, like you could see that the widow's peak comes down a little bit, like he's balding more on his right side than his left side. This is something that, you know, a barber who actually cares about you would, you know, they would work on that, make sure that that looks good, and then, but he doesn't want, because he doesn't want to listen to anybody else. They're all stupid. He knows what's best. So he's got a dumb haircut that really just kind of confirms he's losing a lot of his hair.
A long time. We had a few of them in the early fall, like when the
like look at it, it's
so
so lopsided.
We had a few nights like this, but it's been a while.
And when it's greasy, you could just see the lots.
So
like,
we'll see what you guys want to chat about tonight.
Wu-Tang Clan hair.
It'll be good to get some topics maybe discussed. In the meantime, let's start with. And by the way, yeah, that's true. Overpower Boons.
The goal shows his sunken cheeks
like this with your new light. Look how different.
Honestly,
looks, right?
If he stopped drinking, he would probably start to look a little bit better.
Do any color you guys want, right? Look, any color you want, you can have.
I mean, here's the thing. He'll jump to another mobile game. Oh, no, you know, he'll jump to another mobile game. But until
That
he
looks real
gets
good,
that,
no?
he'll be
Do
grumpy
you still
as
want the red at the
fuck.
bottom? We could do it. This is the cool thing about my stream setup now. This shit is fully customizable.
Like,
Look how
oh,
cool
you
this
can
is,
put
right?
it on the
Purple?
bottom?
You want to try purple?
Oh,
Purple
I could
almost looks
change
like
the
blue. Like,
colors.
This is
It's
purple,
like,
this is violet. This is dark blue. They're almost identical. You see that? So the purple, it doesn't really stand out.
you
that well, I
remember
don't
your
feel.
bartender
I like
breaking
dark
the
blue.
truth. I had the same hair issue,
All right.
my
You
pop,
want-
and
here,
I
hold
just
on a
shaved
second.
it.
This is how
Yeah.
cool. I never had shit like this, and
Sometimes
all of a sudden,
it's
like overnight, I get full
I
adaptability
think you
on my
meant
stuff.
barber.
Look at this.
Yeah, sometimes it's like,
Right?
okay, we need to change
do
something
this.
up. I mean, think about it. All of his animations are
Boom.
just him.
Boom. Now we're
No
ready for
references
Q&A.
to
Look
stuff
at
he
that.
likes.
Gorgeous.
Just him. This is
I like my new
gorgeous.
setup, man. My new setup's sweet. I'm having a great time.
No,
Anyway,
it's
let's do shout-outs, 'cause we got a
awful.
lot of shout-outs to do.
You have
Let's start
no
off on the YouTube
stream
side as well. So
overlay.
we've got, excuse me. We've
Be a
got
major
Cyber
fault
Showdown,
with him
the
and
Super Chats.
WWE
Why not
Championship,
Minecraft or
full
try
blown.
Reavers?
Wet floor,
I'm
I
not
agree.
doing
It'll
any
be a
random
full
gameplay
on.
tonight.
It'll
There's
be a
no point.
temper
No one knows
tantrum
I'm
of
doing
just
it. It
him
would just end up
being
being a waste of time.
like.
And it's also something that I have no
anything
time to
dumb.
continue if we like it because I have a pack.
Whoa. Okay, this is getting leaned. What do you think of WWE will perform now that Vince McMahon has returned and is selling the franchise to the Saudi Arabian government?
Schedule
Oofda.
right now.
I
So
don't.
there's no point. We'll just do Q&A. I haven't
Like-
done this in many months. Rick Perez did a super chat. How come you never grow out the beard? I did grow out the beard a decade ago when I first grew this beard. I grew it out and I didn't like it. It was very itchy. I basically go about 6 days and then I really start to feel uncomfortable if I don't shave. Okay. I even at one point was trimming it and trying to keep it at a certain level, like only certain areas. It's just not good.
I'm trying
I
to
need
see.
shave it
Come on,
down
come
to
on.
a manageable length. I really don't like having a full beard. Purple Pickle Yum Yum did a super chat. When you go bald, will you make bald thumbnails too? Sure. I don't know what you mean by that. Anyway, Wonder McThunder, thank you for the super chat. And then Punk Pina did a super chat and says, GoldenEye 007 is now rumored to release on Game Pass
the
this month.
fuck?
Are there any plans for you to play it? I know you played the Wii remake some time ago.
He's way
You know, it kinda
behind
sucks. I wish we
on
knew
super
what was going on. I
chats.
don't know where all these rumors are coming
He's-
from. Like I said, there was a
oh.
rumor that the Street Fighter 30th
No,
anniversary
no,
collection
we're so
was
far
also gonna
behind.
be on
That's
Game Pass,
why.
and now it looks like that may
I'm
be a false
pausing. I
rumor.
gotta stop pausing.
So if we had concrete information
I like pausing.
about it being on Game Pass, maybe I would be interested. But the fact that it seems like all this stuff is just rumor makes me very skeptical.
Sorry.
Trying to say I want to do it or
Right,
not. Right now, like I said, here's the schedule for what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah, that
Tomorrow,
one is probably
the
either
premiere
getting
of
leaned or
Oblivion.
he's
That
getting
now becomes the main
ignored.
playthrough. That's the viewer's choice playthrough. Tomorrow night, the conclusion of
Because
Resident
here's
Evil
the
remake.
thing,
And then the second half
a
of the stream,
lot of
whatever you guys
people-
wanna see.
I was gonna say, a
Resident
lot of
Evil 0
people
or Signalis
do
Snap.
not
So we have
like,
another stream about Oblivion leading up
I
to
don't
the,
give a
to
shit
the
what
Dead
you
Space
bet your
remake,
damn
okay?
schedule.
Sunday, more One Piece Odyssey.
Fuck you. A lot of people are really, really going to be tired of Phil. Actually, you know what? No.
It's more Oblivion. And Monday night, we're gonna
We'll do that. You guys don't have to hear it, but I'll hear it. Like, when it comes to WWE, a lot of people are really mad that Vince McMahon came back because they were hoping that after these allegations, he would go the fuck away and Triple H and all them could kind of focus on it. Instead, now that he's come back and he's basically selling it, it's a fucking power move of saying, no, I'm going to be the one in charge and all he's going to do is, I mean, think about it. He sold that. Stephanie, his daughter, resigned, probably because she's just like, I'm tired of him just coming back. So she's resigned. Triple H is probably going to resign shortly. And think about it. Once he already sells it all, sells most of it to, because not only is it a selling, they're trying to make it private again, meaning they have to do a stock buyback. They have to buy all the open stock back, and regulatory agencies are going to. Oh, what going on? He forgot to do PlayStation Plus, so he can't play he can't play his Capcom game on the PS5, and there's nobody on Xbox. So instead of actually, just spending the money, he's now basically doing this. So I can see it in your eyes. You a juicy jumbo hot dog. Fire up the grill, Phillips. You filthy chef gamer dog. Poopy bum. What the Okay, this guy's obviously, he's like, come on now. Why WWE as one word ban? Oh, Purple Pickle Yum Yum Swine talk about WWE is literally banned. It's a banned word. Oh, wow. I didn't know that WWE was a full-on banned word. Autism. Phil, big streamers will have schedules, and sometimes what they'll do is they'll play other games if people want them, or when people pay let's say $20 for you to play Untitled Goose Game, they'd actually will buy Untitled Goose Game and play it instead of you bitching about it, getting the money when someone gives you the money. And then you're like, oh, well, I don't have any money to play it. And they're like, dude, I just gave you that money for it. It's like, oh, no, I'm not going to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. He's still muted. My bad.
And this game will put a lot more shoot. You see what I'm saying? Like, I commit to that. Oh, I want it there. We'll just do something.
All right. Sorry.
From Alex. Would you be down for playing Resident Evil since you're having no luck with the Capcom Fighting Collection? Not tonight. Because people aren't... Here's this problem with doing stuff like that. A lot of streamers, all right, aren't like me. And what I mean by that is a streamer will be like, oh, we don't even know what we're doing tonight. Come by the stream, we'll determine it together, and we'll just do something random. Okay, I don't...
You know, Phil, I don't know a lot of people who do that. A lot of them will have, you know, a game they'll play. Like, between games, they might not know, but they'll have something there. It's
like doing that. I like giving my viewers consistency so they know when I'm doing a game.
Slayer,
and,
no,
you know,
it wasn't Slayer. This is Jaxx. This is the whole thing was for Jaxx Raxxor.
So you see what I'm saying? Like, I commit to that.
You know, it's possible,
I
but...
treat this like a job, like a work schedule. It's consistent. I want...
A bull fucking shit, you treat it like a job. You can't get here fucking on time. You don't treat it like a fucking job. If you treated it like a job, you would have paid the money. Like... You think like, oh, your boss would be like, but I don't have any money to buy work clothes. I couldn't buy slacks and a polo shirt. You think your boss is gonna say it? And they're like, no, you figure that shit out yourself. Slayer didn't show for the day stream, but JG Winnell, I don't think Slayer does. Like, Slayer's in what, Singapore? Like, he's in Singapore. I don't think he can show up for the day stream. A nice super chat. Do you pray? I pray for you, Phil. Like, American Mac. Like, but that's the thing. Of course,
I want to give you what I promise you. I'm not the kind of guy that like, oh, well, because
you want to give what you promise. Phil, then Divinity's 2. Go play Divinity 2 again. No, you quit that.
This one thing went wrong tonight. Let's now completely shift the schedule around, and anyone who wanted to see the end of Resident Evil gets screwed because they weren't planning on being here tonight.
Like, this I think is so much more of his autistic schedule. This is why I do believe that he is autistic. Like, this is undiagnosed autism. It's like he just will not change his schedule. He promised gameplay tonight, not Q&A. Yeah. So here's the thing. Yeah, play something else. You have other games. Just go and find a collection of old retro games. Just play it for 2 hours. Like, okay, you want to play a retro game. Oh, well, we wanted to play Street Fighter, but that didn't. So we found like a retro game. Like, let's say, oh, another Capcom game. Play Mega Man. Go play some Mega Man games for 2 hours. You know, and be like, well, that's what we had to do.
That's just
no,
not
you don't
the
want
kind
to do
of guy
that.
I am. I think I do take this a lot more seriously than a lot of other people, because there's even...
Think about that. He thinks he takes this a lot more seriously. But think about it, Phil. You spent all that time in the ring light on stream doing it. You know, people who are serious about streaming, all their behind the scenes stuff, guess what when they do that? Behind the streams, off stream. They don't do that on stream and waste their viewers' time with that shit. That's the thing that's the difference between them and you, Phil. You literally will do nothing with this stream. Like, you don't need to take a Sunday night off to do these Patreon things. You could have done them one at a time, a little bit after a day stream, a little bit after a night stream, and you could have them done in a week and never. No, but no.
And they're like, just to fuck around. Every night we fuck around. Maybe tonight we'll play this game, we'll play that game. You tell me what to do with that. You know, I don't do that.
Like, I've never known any streamer that does that.
Yeah, I want consistency. I want schedules. I want playthroughs that end. You know, not that just go into oblivion because no one cares anymore because it takes too long to get back to them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is... Slayer probably appears to ask where his video is at. Here's the thing. Slayer is an unintentional detractor by basically forcing him to do these videos. And the way he's saying this, it's excuses, but it's also, I believe, I do think it's undiagnosed autism. He needs it to be a schedule. He can't just change it at will, which he's done before though. But he has done, because originally he was going to do One Piece. He was going to do like a whole thing of One Piece. And then it was like, oh, it's still just the demo. And he was going to do One Piece in the day stream on Tuesday. But then it was a demo. So then he did Need for Speed. Yeah. He was the reason for This Is How You Don't Play. Now it's This Is How You Don't Stream. I agree. And that's the thing. That's what got Fantastic Mr. Sam to become a detractor, was because his streaming was just so bad.
That's not me. So, and some people will disagree, and that's okay. You could disagree with that other kind of work ethic. If I like having a work ethic with the content that I put out. I mean, that's the...
Like, think about what he just said. He is basically accusing other streamers of not having work ethic. Phil, you literally will do nothing behind the scenes. You have no work ethic. Look at you, literally, like, you wasted people's time for the pre-stream putting your fucking LED lights stuck. Jasper, don't touch that. Jasper, if you touch that, I'm going to make you write a 13-page essay about why you shouldn't be touching LED lights. All that shit. And it's like, Phil, you don't do a goddamn thing behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, you would have upgraded all this stuff. You wouldn't have spent a whole stream putting a capture card together.
One of the major reasons why, I got noticed back in the day on YouTube was insane work ethic. I was insanely prolific putting out.
No work ethic was back then. All you did was you came home, you drank, you put like 5 hours of footage. You then just threw it out on YouTube. Like, it was literally just, I hate having to use this category. You literally just shat this shit out. Like, it has always been quantity over quality. You have no quality, Phil. Like, nothing here. And you want to say, oh, I have better work ethic than other streamers? Motherfucker, I've seen other streamers literally do this as a job. 8 hours a day, at least. 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, sometimes more. Putting in tons of time for amazing content that sometimes they just don't get rewarded for. Sometimes they do. That's not you, Phil. If you don't want to, Phil, if you had a work ethic, you would have paid that $10 for PlayStation Plus and just gone with it.
12 hours of gameplay a day for a new release when the date came out, while everyone else, put out video a day, right? So,
yeah, they put out a video a day and it would get millions of views. You put out 12, like, that's the thing. He literally thinks that because he put more videos out, he had a better work ethic. Phil, like, people like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, they put one video out, but it's edited, it's tight, and they can get millions of views. You basically expected and always thought you could just shat them out. But then the thing is that that first video would get a lot of views and pooh, right down the drain. I mean, it would be like it'd be like a roller coaster, up. Like, right at the top, that was your first views of a game, and then, ooh, like the fucking coyote over the goddamn cliff. I wish I had the money to properly fit my PC with up-to-date parts and capture card. If I were making Phil's yearly income, gladly upgrade your PC. Yeah, and that's the thing. He doesn't want to do anything.
Just how I am. You disagree with that philosophy, but I don't want to.
I disagree.
Play a game like Resident Evil tonight when I...
What Phil should be doing is the main channel is edited videos and have a side channel for real uploads of his stream. Well, Miles, that would have been if he actually then had his Twitch again. He needs to go back. The thing is, the best thing for him would be to go back to Twitch and hire an editor. But he doesn't want to pay for money for an editor. So that he ain't going to do it. 2-hour Q&A he still has the 30th anniversary. Well, still Ryan, he did, but nobody's on Xbox. Nobody's on Xbox.
Oh, I missed it. Why'd you do that, Phil? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to put anyone in that position. So, okay. I got a $3 tip here. This one is from an anonymous tipper. What were some of your favorite years being a video game content maker? I always say the year that resonates with me, one of the years that resonates with me the most. Okay, I'll give you two. All right. First of all, the year of the premiere.
Well, that's the thing, since he wants to say that he has 5K business expenses, but it really is just his addictions now have come to the point where he just can't even keep up.
And when Street Fighter 4 came out,
he really believes. That's the thing. He really believes this shit. This isn't him lying. He thinks he's telling the truth about work ethic. He has basically hypnotized himself into thinking that quantity over quality is a better thing for YouTube.
And everyone was down for it. So
he has no backup plan, no thing of no.
how can
if
I
something
say, fighting
happens,
game, buffet, like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Every fighting game, everyone cared, everyone was excited for it. It was definitely a different.
And
time
Ramen,
than
you
today.
actually
Happened in the
make
last
a
10
good
years.
point too.
Now,
He has
fighting
to
games
give
have gone
up
to their niche
creative
again.
control for
What
an
it is the
editor.
competitive niche, the
And
FGC.
he doesn't
right?
understand
Back then,
this.
it was
Like,
oh, fighting games are just becoming prominent, so anyone can enjoy them, anyone can play them, anyone will watch someone put out content of them. It was a very different time. So I'd say that number one, and then the other thing would be whatever year BioShock Infinite came out, because I particularly remember that year.
oh no, that's the thing. What for? In life, it's always quality over quantity. But Phil always believes it's quantity over quality. He's always believed that. He literally believes it because he puts more videos out. He is working harder. It's like, Phil, no, they actually work to make that 2-hour video something people want to watch for 2 hours instead of just stall, blah 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 blah.
Duds, which is crazy. Like, so a lot of these years, there's a bunch of duds. That year, there was like no duds. It was like every game was good, and it was just every playthrough was special and something unique and interesting.
Well, now you just don't care about games, Phil.
You know, I hate to say it, I love what I do for a living, but we
No,
don't have
you
years
don't.
like that anymore. You're right. A lot of the times now, we get so many game companies that used to be dependable, and now the games they put out are just
love
shit.
what you
And it's
do.
like, dude, what happened to these companies? So you don't even know games to play anymore.
Yeah,
Because
he
you
got
can't trust
he
the
got
companies,
spoiled
these
by
tried and true
view-based
game developers and
machinima
publishers
contract
can't
long
make good
ago,
games anymore.
and
So
you're
you don't
right,
even know if
JG
you're gonna
Wendell.
get money's worth, you don't know who's
And
gonna
he
play through the
can't
playthrough, you know what I'm
he
saying?
can't get over it. Times
It's a
have
lot different now.
changed.
That's why I have to pick and choose. Back then, it didn't even matter. I could just play any game. Today, I have to pick and choose the games I play because 9 times out of 10, the game's shit, right? It's like, geez.
He just didn't care. He could
Anyway,
just
yeah,
because that's what he would do. He would just
gaming year, I would say.
burn through a game, put it up there, and make money.
Got another
Now
dollar tip.
he's
We gotta go back. Looks like the
fucked.
super chats, but let's do another dollar tip here.
Look at this. He made enough money he could have
The
paid
scrub is
for
tip
it.
again. Another dollar. If social media was as big then in the 06, 08 Evo days, you would legit be a YouTube giant. Those matches are legendary. Do I have to put my name every time? You have to, or else I'm not gonna know it's you. You don't have to put your name, but I'm just gonna say anonymous then. You see,
really?
I don't get any information when you tip me unless you put it into the body of the tip. That's how it works. So
Yeah. Think
but anyway,
about
thank you for
that.
the tip. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. It's funny because it's absolutely hilarious that these idiots, especially the people in the modern fighting game community, who talk shit and say, "Oh, all you ever did was place in a broken version of Super Turbo at Evo, and you got 4th place." Like, dude, there's fucking matches on YouTube right now. People just mentioned it. Me versus Justin Wong. Me versus Seth Kelly.
Very
the finals
mega
of the
Detractor
tournament.
channels. I
And
mean,
win,
channel
you know,
does
but
only
just ignore
post
that,
the
right?
good
That
moments
never
from your
happened.
content
I
rather
really
than
don't
the
mean about-
bad.
I played a PS1
Well, Purple
version of Super
Pickle
Turbo.
Yum Yum. Like,
These
that
people
would
are so
need to be
small-minded,
good
they don't know
moments.
what
There
one
are
of
no
them
good
is, right?
moments.
You ever see those cartoons? The
It
Looney
pains
Tunes?
me knowing that
And they
smaller
X-ray
channels
inside
could put a
someone's
ton
head,
of
and
effort
it's
to
like,
edit their
this guy's a
videos
big
against
brain, this guy's a
listeners.
normal brain, this guy's the little walnut with a fuzzball next to it. You know,
This
those idiots
pig
say that
gets
shit.
hundreds of
It's like, how dumb
thousands of
can you be
dollars
with
for
this documented evidence
sub-mediocre
of me being
content.
good at Street Fighter, but you want to
And
ignore all
well,
your
that's the
memes
thing. And
and
what he's
bullshit.
shitting
It's
about
fucking
is like,
idiot.
oh,
Seriously,
that's what they
goofy,
think. It's like,
yelling at
Phil,
you on a schoolyard. It's like, you're so dumb. And the sad fact is,
how many
that's the
times
state of
did
the
he
fighting
beat
game
Justin
community.
Wong?
People
Like,
listen to those dumbasses because they think it's funny. They're
he
all
never
brain dead
believe
idiots,
anything.
You know, that's
It's
the new
just that
generation.
his
It's like, Jesus
machinima
Christ, man,
contract
what do we
said they
make?
would make more money spamming lots of videos with the
And of
small
course, that is
sub base.
overgeneralization. No,
That's
that's
the
not
only
every
thing
single
he
person,
needed. And
but there is a big group, a
didn't
big,
believe anything.
you know, mob of those kind of
Well,
people.
and
It's like, well, Phil,
he
you wanna
won't
go back to the
adapt.
fighting
He
community?
won't
You wanna
adapt
go
to
back
now.
the
It's
no. Do you think I want to
you
deal with that shit?
need a-
The moment I walk into an event, everyone's snickering because oh, that's the guy who put the PS1 version of fucking Super Turbo. What are you talking about? I played it once at one fucking tournament that happened to be Evo. After then, I dominated in every version of the game I played.
No, you
for 3 years.
didn't. You didn't dominate. Your 5th place at Evo is the highest you ever got. You never went to the top 8 anywhere else, Phil. This is what they're saying is that you were a fluke player. And the fact is you have no friends to defend you in the fighting game community because you're an asshole. This is, yeah, no, Ramen, it's literally just, he's coping so fucking hard. Like, this is just fucking cope.
So
Like,
what the fuck
this
are you
is
talking
just
about?
a fucking
But they're so
cope
stupid.
segment.
Yeah, why
Of
you
him
bother
not
them?
understand,
They're
like,
gonna create
this
it.
is
They're all
this is
fucking
midlife
idiots.
crisis.
No, I'll stay home. I'll stay home and I'll play my games online. Okay, there you go.
You'll stay
Okay,
home, even though you
Purple
you
Pickle Yum
you
Yum,
wanted,
another super
you
chat.
had
How do you
said,
think the WWE will perform when Vince McMahon is returning and selling the franchise? I don't care. I don't care. I don't watch wrestling. I legitimately have not seen a match of wrestling since WrestleMania 2020 during COVID. I keep telling you guys this. It was, the last match I ever watched was Drew McIntyre against Brock Lesnar.
But then why is
That was
is
it. I saw Drew
WWE
McIntyre
a
won.
banned term?
And that was the last match I watched. It's been almost 3 years. I don't know why you guys ask me wrestling questions. I have no knowledge.
You
of
should have
what's
done
going
the
on.
interview
I
with
don't care if this
Jim.
is
It
part
would
or
have been
not
good.
part of
Now he's
WWE.
dead.
You know, I
Let's
just
see.
don't know. I
What?
just don't understand.
They say
I don't know
Daddy
why you're
Jim
asking
ain't
me those
dead.
questions.
No.
Okay.
Please tell me he's
I don't
just
know why WWE would be banned as one word because I don't think I ever did that, but it's very possible that it was.
now. Oh my God, he's trying to walk it back. He knows why it is. He knows why it is because he knows why it's a banned term because of WWE champions. Now he's trying to walk it back. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm stupid. Look at that. Look at this fucking smug little face. He's like, he know. He is. It's a banned thing. They basically say, why is it a banned term? He's like, I don't know. But he knows why. He totally made it a banned term because he doesn't want to talk about WWE champions. doesn't want to match, but he does play. Like, that's the thing. If he doesn't care about wrestling, he wouldn't play WWE games. He would have WWE fantasy matches. Yeah, he's going to flip when Saudis kill champions. It's a crazy guy who started the birth of Ibsen, stayed at the caveman stages while everyone lapped him in the future. Some OGs are still around and thriving. Yeah, Diet Profera, yeah. Like,
banned years ago,
fucking hell.
Moderators and put into either Nightbot or YouTube or both. I'm not sure. I don't remember doing that.
Yes,
how much
you
money
did.
Did I ever make my Street Fighter career? Asked Mishael. $0. I lost insane amounts of money. Back then, there was no money to be made.
You lost money because they called you the fucking walking ATM. Because as much for a big talk as you were, you couldn't hang with the big boys. Like, you could hustle people at your local arcade for Street Fighter, but once it got to the actual, big boy tournaments, you couldn't. You're a masher. You don't understand combos or anything like that. Yeah, you did fucking... Yeah, oh yeah, no, there were money matches. The thing is, like, in like Evo and shit like that, they would have like money matches. It's basically, think of it like what you would have for or what you'd have like for billiards. He would be a hustler, or like your money matches and shit like that. And he gambled on money, because basically the money bets he always lost. The professional fighters just cleaned him out. They called him a walking ATM. Because he thought he was good. He wasn't that good.
It was a grassroots movement. There was no sponsorships by Capcom. There were no teams to join. There was no companies throwing money around. There were no jerseys with a bunch of logos that were paid plugs on them. It was just you pay to fly somewhere or drive somewhere.
If I change your name, you wouldn't know it was me. Someone with a new name can claim that it's me and you wouldn't be able to verify.
You play in it. If you win $300. Even Evo back then, it was like $1,000 for first place.
Then why'd you go, Phil?
There was zero benefit to going to these tournaments besides your own personal enjoyment and bragging rights online that you are the best player. And
yeah.
Absolutely nothing. It was for the love of the game.
You're right, Ramen. He's an example of gets a little skill lords it over anyone he can. Yeah. That's why he fucking gatekeeps fighting games so much.
Signed to a team. Right, and this team, well, I'll wear the jersey and I'll travel and they'll pay my way to do everything, and now I can do this for a living. All right, it's very different today. Back then, again, it's kind of similar to sports.
And he shits on people doing esports. He just shits on them like, oh, I was.
Now they literally create a life path for them to end up being good at sports in the hopes that they get rich. It's a little different now because of the way that everything's set up. It's just like anything that's competitive, right?
Oh my God! Chill, shut
American
the fuck
up.
up.
Super chat says, "Do I pray and have I? No. Says, do you pray? I've prayed for you before. Have I prayed? Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
You prayed to the hope that you're.
Am I a religious guy?
Bankruptcy with them?
No, I am not. But I have,
Hilarious that if he changed, he might have enough to have days off, hire people, and do other things. Oh, so that's the thing.
I felt like I wanted to be part of it.
He actually, if he could get off of his addictions, he could work 5 days a week, have Wednesday, Thursday off.
There you go.
Hire an editor.
Because I did it on purpose to look stupid. Because I didn't have a thumbnail for the stream. I didn't want it to say Capcom Fighting Collection, so I just tossed a random thumbnail on it. Here's a weird thing.
A random thumbnail and he doesn't, and it's like, oh, he's stupid.
And then you want to change the thumbnail. All you can do is
that's not professional.
You can't just say, I don't want a thumbnail, give me a default. You can't do that. So I already had it saying Capcom Fighting Collection. I had to do another thumbnail. I absolutely had to.
Why don't you have a Q&A thumbnail then?
Here, hold on. So you don't like my mugshot thumbnail. All right, hold on. You want something different?
What's he going to do now?
Ready? Oh, I got a good one.
Let's see what it is.
Here we go. We'll do this one. Oh, yeah. Okay, save. Look at that one. That's even better. That one's even better. I just changed the thumbnail again. Everyone take a look at this one. That one's even better. You asked for it. Okay.
You asked for it. You see, blame other people, Phil. This is why no one likes you. This is why the fighting game community hates you.
I've spoken with Arturo behind the scenes about his situation, and that's all I have to say about it. Like, we've had conversations.
Bullshit. You have had no conversations. You defended him from
shit with people saying fucked up things about me that are not true or half.
Phil, you defended Arturo when he has been accused of embezzling money, and you defended him because because someone said, oh, he kind of gave like the DSP response, and you're like, oh, that's not true. Oh, and you say like he's smoking crack. He never smoked crack. It's like he's autistic. Like the fuck. He wants to defend a man who basically at this point has kind of, to me, it's enough proof that yeah, he fucking did shit, like he embezzled money and stole money from people. But no. By the way, the whole grassroots thing is not true. It didn't make as much money as today, but there was still a lot of money to make in tournaments. And yeah, well, that's the thing, Mr. Like, he didn't make money in tournaments because the fact is he can't go that far.
half-truths, and the fact that, again, I can't show full evidence to prove my innocence because it would
Oh,
just
wet floor,
myself and my
yes.
family at further exposure.
Not only do I think he would have done it, I bet you he did it when he did those tournaments. That he overinflated how much the tournament would cost, and he got a lot of money in his pocket and barely gave anything. He probably did have to give some money out because Jaha probably would have found him and whooped his ass.
Of you know, harassment and stuff, you know. So
But think
I feel
about
like, you know,
that.
my expertise can, or that being going through this a long time.
Oh, he would have
hopefully
done.
help
He
him out,
would have
but
done
that's about
so
it.
much worse. He would have gone off the grid and then just never paid anybody, or be like, oh, something happened and I can't pay the money back.
But, like,
It's already.
plugs are cute.
Just think about it.
Sure.
Like that was the whole thing with Project 7. He never, ever thought about it. So any money he got from Project 7, he immediately just kept spending it into Project 7. So there was never profits that he would just do that. He would buy props he didn't need to buy instead of renting props.
They are making new Witcher games. I'm sure people will.
He's got the bed needs to be burped.
Okay. Which was my favorite Friday the 13th movie? Second or third one, probably? No, wait a minute. No. Hold on a second here. Not the one where Jason wasn't in it, right? Wasn't there one where, like, there was no Jason? Or am I thinking of Halloween? Or was it both? Now I can't actually remember.
Jason's not in the
first
Halloween
Friday the 13th,
movies.
Jason is not the killer. That's the one where it's his mother, right? It's a trick. The second one, it actually
It's not
is
a
him.
trick.
And then the third one, is that the one?
It's not a trick, Phil. In the first Friday the 13th, Jason was killed. The idea was that Jason was a child who was drowned because the counselors were fucking instead of keeping an eye on him because he was a denthead baby. Then he is killed. He kind of comes back and attacks the survivor. And then it kind of grows up and he becomes this kind of zombie killer. Yeah.
Where you've got...
Yeah, his mom is a killer in the first game. And when it comes to Halloween, you want to talk about Halloween... You're talking about Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. You say one bad fucking word against it, I'm going to have to go and put you fucking down, motherfucker. Halloween 3 Season of the Witch is an amazing movie. It's an anthology movie. It was, the whole thing about Halloween was it was designed to be an anthology, not just about Michael Myers.
Corey Feldman kills him at the end. That was actually a good one. Even though it was stupid, it was actually good. Isn't there one where a girl has psychic powers and throws him around? These horror movie franchises go so crazy off the deep end over time, right? They're all pretty good. They're all entertaining. They're not meant to be taken seriously. If you watch them just for entertainment purposes, they're quite entertaining. But you can't be watching.
Yeah, Jason
like,
comes in the second, but he doesn't get
no,
his iconic. That's right. Yes, second he has the bag over his head. That's so right. I forgot. The iconic mask is the third one because the second one he has like a canvas bag over his head, right?
The best one out of all of them is Jason Takes Manhattan, where Jason literally only arrives in Manhattan for less than 10 minutes of the whole movie's playtime. You want to talk about the ultimate bait and switch? Jason Takes Manhattan for like 7 minutes. Wow. And then he's right back
Freddy
out.
versus Jason,
like,
surprisingly good.
Well, I can't believe they pulled that off. How did they pull that off?
Well, obviously, Jason Takes Manhattan because the Muppets took it first. Duh.
Right? That'd be like Godzilla, and the whole fucking movie's Rodan, and then Godzilla shows up for 2 minutes at the end, he waves. And that's the end of the movie.
Bill? I hate to tell you this, but a lot of the Showa-era Godzilla movies, he doesn't come in until like the last half or the last third. Even that's the whole people really didn't like 2014 Godzilla because of that. And it's like, no, that's kind of how it sometimes is. Godzilla doesn't show up till the end, you know? I mean, you look at something like, Godzilla versus Megalon, and you're just like, yeah, it's mostly Jet Jaguar. It's Toho saying like, hey, we could make Ultraman 2, right, guys? Yes, his 2-foot drop kick. Yeah, humans aspect from the monsters. Like the whole thing is the kaiju. You can't do a whole thing about kaiju. It's like they're not always.
I think if I saw it, I probably saw it once.
Hello, Brunel.
I like that movie. I saw it in theaters. I actually really liked it, and I bought the Blu-ray and I bought the soundtrack. I like the movie so much. See, I like that campy shit. I do. I like the campy horror movies.
Dressed up as Ghostface one time. Oh, that's cool.
Right, the game does have shortage of ink ribbons because you can't save as you want to. No, not at all. Like what? To effectively play Resident Evil 3, you need to know where the ink ribbons are, and you need to know the points you're supposed to save. Because if you don't, you treat it like a previous Resident Evil game. You're screwed. You don't never have enough. And then the game has these insanely cheap.
What? Like Phil, the Resident Evil games that are much more that have the ink ribbons as your save points. The idea is so that you're not wasting your saves, so that you actually make progress before you save. That's the whole point. I love Godzilla Final Wars, Diet Pro Farah. I love Godzilla. This is one of my favorite Godzilla movies is Final Wars. Love it. I love it. One, you get Don Fry speaking English, even in the Japanese version. He's speaking English. We're not dubbing him over. And at the end, everybody's like, oh, he's got his fucking katana. Like, Godzilla, you want to come at me? I will fucking cut you. I was like, the balls on that man.
Instant death you didn't expect. Who would have thought? You're in a park. Zombies are coming out.
I have not seen the new Evil Dead trailer, but I heard it. I heard good things about it. I'm not.
The whole park. What?
I much prefer campy Evil Dead. I don't know if is it going to be like super horror like Evil Dead 1? I much prefer Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness.
How did that? And you're on the other side of the park shooting. Oh, you grazed the barrel. Everyone's dead. Explodes.
Yes. Yes, it was Don Fry, the MMA fighter. He was like the captain of the ship with a fucking like he looked like fucking Mike Hagar. Seriously, it's Don Frey's Mike Hagar. He's literally speaking, and he's speaking English, and everybody knows, and people speaking Japanese to him, and he knows it because they're like, fuck it. And then, really dark and gory. You see, I'll take a look at it, Angel Reyes, but like, I much more prefer the kind of campy, horror comedy aspects of Evil Dead, like Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness. But I probably will take a look at it. I just probably won't go into theaters. I won't play Resident Evil 0 on hard though.
Killed you. What are you talking
about? Yeah,
about?
like
it's
he
I hate Resident Evil 3, the original.
It's so Don Fry is so funny in that.
Purple Pickle.
And it's got one of my favorite it's got Ken Kasugi as the rival to the main character.
You know, I don't know because I don't see how it's going to work.
I'm making another Scream movie. Today. I guess it'll be Scream 5, right?
For those who don't know, they're monetizing YouTube Shorts starting February 1st. Now, previously they claimed they were.
I don't know much about Scream. I don't mind it. I know people who hate Scream. The thing is, as long as the YouTube short can be 60 seconds. Most people put out like 10, 15 Scream 6.
Seconds, right?
I'll say this. The first Scream's actually really fucking good. I like that idea.
Right? You're gonna watch an ad that likely is longer than the short you're about to watch. Then you're gonna watch the short. Then there's an ad.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think the fifth one, it's
you're watching lengthy videos.
Also, one of them, like, someone eats Jason Hart and then they become Jason, something like that. I can't remember.
You're gonna have, wow, we're getting this many views on
I think the fifth one also, Jason isn't the killer because he shows up at the end regenerated.
Who's gonna continue to watch them, right?
I think it's, like, you're supposed to think it's Corey Feldman's character.
It's very, very confusing.
From 4. Grown up and gone crazy. But
we'll have to see. I guess come February 1st.
Like,
we'll see what
Friday the 13th was never my favorite horror.
When I use them every once in a while. Sometimes
horror, I'm very particular about.
Of the funny moment from last night's Modern
DM me the trailer. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I like.
I put it out at like 12 in the morning.
I like Scream and thought Scream 5 was good. Looking forward to 6. Well, I'm good. I really hope so. Even though I know, like, like Wes Craven is.
The funny part, like I didn't realize that there was a time
no longer with us. I do hope Scream 6 is good. I really do. I want good movies.
Survival doesn't even matter.
I want only good movies to come out. Like if every movie was good,
no one cares about YouTube.
I'd be like, oh, well, that's good. Yeah, everybody gets to go see good movies. Yay.
As a result of knowing the person. You know what I'm saying? People aren't going to come to DSP Gaming and say, let me just watch his YouTube shorts. The YouTube shorts get thrown into the algorithm, and every once in a while, a short will hit the algorithm and then get noticed, and then you could get some traction from it. But that's about it. In this case, I guess my short just isn't good enough to hit the algorithm. So, what are you going to do?
Glug, 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 glug.
Yes, I'm playing the new Jedi game. Why wouldn't I play the new Jedi game? Of course I am. I don't know what the hell Backtrack Baby is, Play Tower Fantasy, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
There's hope for Red Sonja.
Yes, Resident Evil 3 was not meant to be Resident Evil 3. It was meant to be a spin-off game that was supposed to be
They doing another Red Sonja? All right, we'll see how that goes.
They were trying to
see the new Hellraiser series.
For this formula,
Hellraiser's going to be interesting. How are they going to do that? Because that'll be interesting.
Resident Evil 0, which was supposed to be the next game in the series.
Because here's the thing about Resident Evil, or here's the thing about the Hellraiser series.
You
know what I would probably do if I could? I would connect them to like 40, because literally they're like 40K. They're like demonettes. They're literally like Slaneshi demons.
Bugs Bunny naked tipped $1 and says, "Hey, I'm back, Doc." What? Like, what are you talking about?
Big Boss, I would love to see. At this point, we can see old King Conan. I would love to see that.
Asking legitimate questions.
That would be something nice. Especially the fact that, you know, but no, he's doing a TV show because Tulsa King did really well.
I do agree his name should be changed. His name is fucking stupid. His name, Purple Pickle Yum Yum, your name is really dumb. And you really should change it. you make a better fucking name than something so stupid? That way maybe people actually
Look at, he's literally yelling at somebody to change their handle. No, fuck you.
Is there anyone
Purple
out there
pickle
who,
yum
instead
yum,
of being
whatever. Who
negative and
gives a
posting negative
shit?
about me, is there someone out there who like posts a lot of
Yeah,
positive stuff?
I
The answer
have
I'd say
not
there is,
seen Tulsa
I have
King
absolutely
yet,
no
but
idea.
I am really interested in. I'm gonna.
I honestly have no clue.
I'm probably gonna
Is there
this
anyone out
weekend
there
just
who
watch
posts up
it.
positive
Like,
stuff about me?
because it's
I
like,
wouldn't know.
okay,
There
one,
used to be. Now we're
Stallone's
talking
doing it.
way in the early stages of YouTube.
Stallone's a
I'm
really
talking
good
about
actor.
2008,
People
2011.
don't
Right
sleep
before
on
this is how you look like
Stallone.
me.
He's a really good actor, and it's like,
There were people who would go out there
like
and do
yeah, like the
Phil's
fact that him
funniest
playing an
moments, you know,
old
or the
mobster. I'm
funniest
like,
parts of this
ooh.
playthrough. They would actually
And
post up videos that would
I
be
believe one
positive
of the
highlights like
executive
that,
producers is
okay?
Terrence
In addition,
Winters, who did
there were people who did the remixes.
he
All the
did
music videos that I play on my streams
Boardwalk
are
Empire and The
basically handmade
Sopranos.
remixes.
So I'm
I
like,
didn't do those.
oh,
And that's what I mean. Like there would be people who do that
damn,
content,
let's
and
get
then I
some
would
really
highlight it
good
on my
shit
channel,
again.
and they would actually get attention for their positive
Yeah,
content.
he's
about
singling out a
me.
person again
But
because
you
he
know what
doesn't
happened?
like
It
their.
all ended with this is how you
It's
don't
like,
play. 'Cause when this is
yeah,
how you don't play
he
Star,
does it. He singles out, but he'll say he won't single out.
Dark side Phil on the internet. Those people said, well, I like Phil, but I don't want to take a chance that I put out positive stuff about him, and now people are going to come harass me. Because people saw that over the years, people started harassing me worse and worse for that shit. You know, coming to my...
No. Detractors do not, like... See, here's the thing. The problem, Phil, and what you need to understand is, it isn't that. It's that there is no good things. Your streams are stalling. You couldn't take this is how you should play for God of War. It wouldn't work. Because you'll see all these little things of stuff you shouldn't do. Oh, I am very interested in Renfield. Nick Cage's Dracula. I am down to fucking clown for that shit.
My video comments and harassing me and my viewers.
Yes,
you know,
Soul,
Twitter,
I
other
love
places.
that. Yeah,
As
he
it got
put
worse and worse for me,
Zilla
they
in
didn't
his
want to be part
place
of that
and
ire,
fucking
and I
took him
completely agree
down with
them. They shouldn't
one
be a part of
fucking
it for the ire
atomic
of these
breath.
idiots on the internet. So basically, they stopped putting out that kind of content. All right, now we'll see what happens. But basically, there's a couple people who've expressed interest, possibly making YouTube.
See,
shorts.
he
I don't
thinks
know how
that
it's gonna work.
it would
Basically,
be
what they
oh
might
then,
do is take highlights
but the
from
problem
popular
is
places,
again.
like Warzone nights
Oh
and
yes,
stuff like that,
geriatrics.
and
The
actually
trailer
make it
was
into a short, and
great.
they'll send it to me. I can upload it and select it as a short.
Who's playing Renfield? I've seen him before in other things, and I like him.
I'm just watching my raw video and I'm just trying to isolate
But yeah,
section. What these people
Nick
have done is, like,
Cage's
take the, like, the
Dracula.
face cam and move it over and
Holy
edit it. So
shit.
that's the top of the video, and then the actual gameplay's the bottom.
Yeah,
of the video.
that's the thing,
So you see
Ramen
my
Ramen.
reaction,
There
what's going
isn't
on, like,
enough
I'm hitting the
positivity,
my camera's over here,
and
the camera's
that's
here,
going to be the
you're not in
problem.
line, you see? So something like that might happen. I don't know. We'll see what
And
happens.
Nicholas
There's
Holt.
people who
Okay,
think
I've
this
seen
is
him in
easy,
stuff
but we'll
before,
see.
and I like him.
Okay.
In the
I got
menu.
$2 tip.
What have I seen him in? Give me a
From
moment.
Vijay.
I need to see what
Did
he's
you ever
been
play Final
in.
Fantasy VIII? Yes, but it was for myself many years ago, not for you two. I never finished the game, and I hated it.
I've
So you
seen
guys
him in
always ask
other
me and said, would I
things.
ever go back and play Final Fantasy VIII because they had an HD re-release at some point? And I said, yeah, I would consider it because I never liked it. And maybe if I played it today, I would like it. Who knows?
Oh
You know,
my
if anything,
god.
take a look at Final Fantasy
Oh,
VII
now I know where I've
I
seen
think
him.
You found respect for the game, having been able to play.
Oh
this
my
interactive
god.
playthrough
Yeah.
with you. I was here with
No
you,
wonder
interacting,
I
talking, having the conversations about what was going on in the game.
I
Understanding some of
can't
the
believe I
things in the game
forgot
never understood
that.
before. I actually liked it better. I'm still not in love with Final Fantasy VII. I do still feel like it's overrated.
I can't believe
but
it.
I actually
One,
like
he
it
was
more
in
now.
the new
So
X,
maybe I would actually enjoy it more,
newer X Game series as
if I played interactively
Beast.
with you guys too. Final Fantasy VIII.
He was
But I just
Nux
will
in
say,
fucking Fury
Fiesta,
Road.
Jan, Yugo,
Oh
the
my
super chat.
god, I
You should
can't
have done an
believe I
interview with
forgot
Jim. It
that.
would've been a good
No,
time.
yeah,
He's
I
dead.
am
Now,
down
first of
for
all,
that.
He's actually passed away, and you just say it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Honestly, it's
yeah,
pretty
Blue guy,
fucked
yeah,
up,
Hank
to be
McCoy,
honest.
aka
You say more respectfully
Beast,
than that.
who's also
But if you're
cool.
speaking about
But no, yeah,
Mr.
he's also
Poker,
in
what he's
fucking
talking
Fury
about,
Road, is one of my
doing
favorite
absolutely no
fucking
way I was
movies of
doing
the
anything
last
about that.
decade.
Like
I
said,
fucking love
people
that
told me
game. Let's
get interested
fucking
in interviewing me.
go.
Did he contact me?
So
No,
I'm
he
sorry,
didn't. He never
Renfield, let's
contacted me. He never- no direct
fucking
contact ever happened between him.
go.
It was just word of mouth that I was getting from people saying he wants to interview you. Now, the only thing I know about Mr. Matoker, or however you say his name, is that basically over the years he had made very negative comments.
Like, see, I love that this is his way of always really, really not just defaming someone, but really kind of showing he doesn't respect somebody because he won't pronounce their name correctly. Like, it would be like if to his face you said Phil Bernal or you called him Dave. It's like, Phil, like, the least you could do is get his fucking name right.
Content about me. Back in the day, he used to do these negative videos, montages, streams about me, making fun of me, and essentially, making money being a bully on the internet. Okay?
Like, Phil, come on. Like, he's a fucking shit poster, okay? He was a fucking shit poster. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a disrespect flex. He's a fucking shit poster. But here's the thing. In the end, even if he passes, let's say he dies this year, and somebody just says, Daddy Jim died. We found out that Daddy Jim died of cancer. Here's the thing. He will be more respected, Phil, even though he will have his detractors as well. He'll have people who will hate him and probably cheer that he died. He will be much better. He'll have a better reputation than you do, Phil. People don't really have the only people that you have are the dents in your chat. Everybody else hates you because you are just nothing but a scammer.
Do I like that? Of course I don't. Why would I give that guy the time of day when it comes to an interview, right? But when people had said, "Oh, he's turned over a new leaf,"
yes, that's the drama, bro. He would have fucking said that. Oh my god, that DSP interview, it gave my cancer. Daddy Jim will be remembered by those that liked him and hate him. Yes, that's the thing, JG Winnell. Daddy Jim will be remembered. Phil, as soon as he dies, we will laugh for about 5 minutes. His chat will be sad for about 5 minutes, and then we all move on to our own thing.
He's really
think
ill,
about that.
and he really has expressed a
Like,
genuine interest
the thing
to
also
want
is
to
that
actually
like
interview you.
and
then someone actually said, "Did you hear that
like,
he responded?"
DSP wasn't even the biggest person he's cared about.
the interview or whatever
Now
you
it's
talked about on
been
your
like
podcast. I was like, "No, I'll check
fucking
it out." That night,
Ethan
I
Ralph
checked out his
and
response.
Big
I shit you not,
Alaska
his
and
response
Nicholas
contained
Fuentes
no
and all
less than
those
12
fuckers.
N-words. And I was like, this guy.
I honestly think, yeah, it would have given his cancer
in his content.
His
Like, he's
cancer
just
would have died
he
of
just dropped
cancer,
that
and then
N-word
he would be
constantly.
fine.
Now here's the thing. I think there is something to be said that words have too much power on this planet. Okay, in reality, we give power to words when we make them taboo. Right? It's true. If we let words be offensive, okay, that gives those words power. All right. Should the N-word be a big deal? Actually, no, because people should say it's a dumb word. It was meant to be an insult. We should write it off from the language and not mention it and not give it power. Just ignore it like it doesn't exist, right?
Bill?
But sadly, it does hurt people a lot. When it's said, the N-word really hurts a lot of people, and people should be sensitive to that. That
Okay,
word somehow
Phil,
still has the power.
understand,
today,
you're white.
and,
You're
someone who's
probably
grown up in
not the
certain
person who
situations,
needs to be
certain cultures,
saying this.
And you're harassed, and that word is thrown at you. I can totally understand why that's something that has this really insanely bad.
Yes. What about the
emotional
slave
association,
trade
you know,
joke?
everything
Phil,
in your head. Right?
Phil,
You know what I'm saying? So
listen, you
we
shouldn't
should
be the
sensitive
one
to
like,
that. You
oh
shouldn't
my
just fucking
god.
throw it around. I understand.
don't give a
Maybe
fuck.
Mr. Matoker's mentality was, if we just say the word a million times, it has no power. But that doesn't mean shit, especially if you're not the person who it affects, right?
Honestly, doing the interview
Like,
is
you shouldn't
the
be
best,
using the word if you're not the person
best
that it affects.
chance.
You're immune to it because you
Blah.
can't be called
Let me
that
try
word
that
having
again.
any effect on you.
The best
So why
chance
do you think that you're
DSP
the
has
person
to be
to now use that
remembered
word a million
as a
times?
footnote rather than
So
the
the
guy who
moment that I heard
fapped
him
once.
saying that
Yeah.
over and over,
But he doesn't
I
want.
was like, I have absolutely no desire
He
to
will
ever
doesn't
interact
want
with
an
him in
interview
any
that
kind
will
of a way.
actually.
That is the last thing
He
I
wants
want
an
on my
interview that
planet.
will give him
This guy
softball
obviously
questions.
doesn't care about the feelings or emotions of anyone around him. If he's going to use hurtful language like that constantly, I want
Like,
nothing to do with this man.
here's
And
the
that was
thing,
it. That was
like,
the end of it.
listen.
He blew his chance because if he had a very rational, level, intelligent response. You know what I'm saying? If he had come and said, "Oh, you know, I'm serious about interviewing Phil, and here's why," maybe I would have done it instead of, "Oh, by the way, N-word, 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 N-word." Like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you insane?
Phil?
No, you don't do that.
Phil? Do we need to pull that 30-minute
So anyway, that's why I didn't interview him. If he
30-minute
passed away, that's sad.
compilation
We
of
shouldn't talk
you
about it like that.
using
Super chat, my
hateful
fucking stream
slurs on
seriously, like,
Twitch?
you know better than that.
Like, he
so
blew his.
Purple another super
Yeah,
chat.
here's the
If I
thing.
changed my name, you wouldn't know it's me.
Phil?
You could
Understand. He blew his chance? Jim don't give a fuck. Jim was getting, like, you look at, take a look at like those month end, the end of the month of the year of the Chud streams they do on YouTube. He would get thousands upon thousands of dollars. He'd get like so much fucking super chat money. It was insane. You could do all that. He made more money than you ever would. You would be the one benefiting, not really him.
You can literally just change your name to like Purple P or something.
I don't
And,
think
you know,
he should be
did you understand
canceled,
that
and I
the
know
word
he's
purple
sick,
pickle
whatever,
means
still
piss?
don't like
Not
it.
understand that.
Parma, I
And
understand
obviously,
if you don't like.
we're trying to stupid
I
gross out
my
numbers.
thing
No.
is,
All right, just fucking
don't
change
use
it. Stop
gamer
being stupid.
words.
Okay, we got more
Because-
super chats, but in the meantime, there was a tip, and I want to check it out, see if it was a troll or not. From Nemesis, $1 tip. It should bring us closer to the hat goal.
But the
Stars.
world is a
All right,
pretty
thank you for the
shitty
$1 tip.
place.
Nemesis.
I
Still
want
got quite a
another
while. This is
Riddick
Q&A about
movie.
an hour, guys.
So
So
we
you guys
might
are
get
enjoying
that
the stream.
if Vin
You know,
Diesel
sorry,
does
Street
another
Fighter
Fast
tonight
and
was
Furious
big.
movie, he might have enough money to make
So,
another Riddick movie.
Zixtao did a super chat says no more Street Fighter Friday nights. Well, here's the thing, Zixtao. Were you here earlier? Do you know what happened?
Based on what
probably aren't aware
Rakita
what
said, he
happened,
was
right?
pushing for
That
money and no one was
basically,
taking
you know,
it.
my PS Plus ran out.
You see,
and
I
noticed
could
that
actually
before
see
he
that
just
because
decided to
he
play
probably,
Street Fighter
Rakita
absolutely
probably,
nothing out of.
like, I remember Rakita said he
If
was
they do
almost
end up having
tempted to
Street Fighter
just
30th anniversary collection
say that
pass,
he
then
would
we're gonna have
pay.
comp again. We're gonna have we'll probably have thousands of people who are gonna jump on that game and try to play it. In which case, that'd be sweet because that version of the game doesn't have the bugs and the abusability as the PlayStation version that I was playing. You see, but since my PS Plus ran out, I'm not gonna pay $10 to jump on that Capcom Fighting Collection where we were really struggling to get consistent matchups. Right? Why on earth would I pay $10 to start doing that? And that's the thing, if there was
Think
something
about
else
that.
going on,
He literally is trying to
there was other
justify
games to
him
play on
not having
PlayStation,
PS,
then I would say, okay,
not having
it's not
PS
like we literally
Plus.
just sat here and looked. It was like, there's
Because
no
the
games
fact
that
is,
we play on
because he
PlayStation.
plays everything on
Everything's on
Xbox, it's like,
it's
well
just
then
not worth
Phil, don't play anything on PlayStation.
American Manga Undertaker did a super chat.
Ever.
Should we hold accountable? Should we hold accountable rappers who use the N-word? Again, here's the thing. This is my take, and you can completely disagree. All right, I'm white. I shouldn't even be in the conversation. Why does my opinion matter? That word has no impact on me
Then
whatsoever.
what was
So I
the
might
whole
not
thing
use it because it has
beforehand?
impact on other people and it hurts them. But
What
I have
the
absolutely
fuck?
no power.
What
to
was the
determine
whole
use of the
thing
word because I'm
beforehand? You
affected
want to say,
by it.
oh,
The
I'm
people who are
white, my
affected by
opinion
shit are the
doesn't
ones who
fucking
determine it.
matter.
If they feel that it's offensive and no one
What?
should use it, say that.
Then why did you go the whole thing in the first hand?
All I know is I'm one of the ones that
don't
shouldn't
say
use it.
fucking gamer.
So that's why I stay away from it.
Don't say fucking gamer words if you. If you're gonna say gamer word, you got to be prepared.
There you go.
To take any consequence.
Let them figure out how they want to use it themselves.
My personal philosophy is this: you say whatever you want. I don't really care. You want to say gamer words, say gamer words. Okay, fine. But if you say gamer words and people get on you, or you say shit, and then people like, you do something like Dead Space 2, and people get on you on that, or people, businesses don't want to associate with you on that. You got to understand that's the risk you take whenever because here's the thing. I think you should be able to say whatever you want, but because the free speeches you shouldn't be jailed for it. However, private companies will be allowed, because I believe this. If I can vote with my wallet, they're going to vote with theirs. If they decide they don't want to be associated with someone who says gamer words, I can't tell them not to. That's just how it is. If you want to say the gamer words, you're probably not going to be able to get sponsorships and shit like that. Understand that before you go. And then you do whatever you want to. I'm not going to tell you not to. You do what you need to do. I don't care.
I don't care. How does it affect me? It doesn't.
I just encourage his chat to spam gamer words and also included death. Saying gamer words, etc. is one thing, but it made a community actively spam hate speech. I don't like that. And Parma, I completely get you. I don't have a problem with, if you don't like Daddy Jim for that, that's fine.
Wrong.
That's fine.
You can play a video game that has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
That is fine with me. I do not like anybody. I'll be honest. I don't like anybody who. Personally, I do not like the idea of anybody trying to threaten
no, it doesn't.
Other
have a happy life, and if you want to be trans, if you feel like that's where you get the better feeling of who you are, your identity.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just what?
So, to me, it's like, does it affect me if you are trans or not? No, it doesn't.
Unnecessary for him to do that. No, Parma, I get you. I mean, if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if that turns you off of his stuff, then it turns off your stuff. And that's okay. Everybody, you should like whatever you like. Yeah, Phil beat the trolls and detractors to canceling himself when he did it to himself during that Dead Space 2 demo. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, this is some fucking rabbit hole shit. Because remember, he is a proud ally, as he said on his slide. Let's see what he's going to do.
Have a happy life.
Yeah, and yet the fact is he used that word and says instead it was not a bad word. When there are a lot of trans friends that I have who will be like, not from Phil, and not from any straight person. Yeah, that's a bad word.
And if you want to be trans, if you feel like that's where you get,
you wanna be what? Oh dear, we're going down that road, that hole. Okay, let's see that.
The better feeling of who you are, your identity, go for it. Why do I care? Why am I going to tell you to do it or not do it? Why am I going to tell you it's wrong or it's right? That's not my place to judge. I have nothing to do with it, right? The N-word, if it's hurtful, don't use it. I won't, because you told me it's hurtful.
What the that's the thing. He has used it in the past. Like, and the thing is, it's not even in a fucking internet. Like, what was it? Somebody was like, one time he used the slur in like a Popeyes. Because it was for like an Arab brand. He used the fucking N-word with another one to make another slur in a fucking Popeyes. That just, whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, he said it 2 years ago. He knows his, like, that's the thing. He has said this shit. He doesn't.
Hurtful to certain people, I will not use it. I don't even think of that word ever. Literally, it's not in my.
Are you gonna say it's not in your vocabulary? Because that ain't fucking truth, buddy.
Vocabulary, you know.
I have a little. There's a video when I was doing it with where you playing Metroid Dread, which I would say otherwise. Also, Returnal.
So, Just leave everyone alone. If
Yeah,
something doesn't
he
affect
won't use it because you told him not to. Think about that. He couldn't figure out that maybe using a racial slur is probably not a good idea.
you, stay the fuck out of their business, and maybe so many problems wouldn't happen on this planet. Just leave everyone alone to be happy for themselves and stop fucking bothering people. Seriously. Everyone, listen, best mentality of life, stop fucking bothering everyone around you. Just pay attention to yourself.
Yeah, Phil, stop bothering them to give you money for tips. Yeah, he added the hard R. That's the thing. That was the thing about that one in Metroid Dread. That was a hard R. And yeah, he bothers other streamers. Yeah, leave North Korea alone. Like, that's the thing. He wants everyone to leave him alone, but he won't leave everyone else alone. He's a what did Charlie? A habitual line stepper. And habitual line steppers sometimes need 5 across the face to kind of tell them you need to back the fuck off. Yeah. Oh, Palmer, you talking about this one? I have that as a little soundboard. Listen.
Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I love that clip. I love it because Booker T is just, he's so in the moment. Because I mean, Booker T, he's in that moment, and as soon as it happens, he's like, God, I said it live, and Sherry's just like, it's okay. One, nobody. Yeah, he might have gotten a talking to, but like that was not a hard R there. That was an A, and even then, it's Booker T. That was because that's just how he's from the streets. That's how it talks. Okay.
Keep your own house in order and stop caring about what this guy's doing over here, what this person's.
The irony of this is that this is what he will not do. He always cares about what other people are doing, and he won't keep his own house in order. He demands everyone else
doing over here. Fuck that. Look at yourself in the mirror and deal with that shit. Because guess
yeah, deal with your addictions, Phil.
what? You're probably a fucking mess too, so clean your ass up.
Look at it. Look, he's saying this because he's trying to tell the detractors to not bother him. But the fact is, Phil, your advice goes to you completely. Yeah, stop shitting on other streamers and look at yourself, because think about this. No other streamer begs their audience as much money as you do. No other streamer is unbothered by just demanding that they not only pay for games, like they won't put any money into his business, and then talks about how his business needs to be able to generate money so he can go out and take his wife out to eat. Yeah. And he forgets that he has a racist compilation. He completely forgets that.
Enough of that shit. Sorry. Got a little rant there.
Okay. He thinks he is so like, oh, he just great. Oh, and it's like, Phil, all you basically did was that shit that is going to be turning right on you. Because guess what? You don't do that. Like, you shit on other people you don't know, and you won't actually keep your own house in order. Think about that, Phil. Your fucking business is falling apart. You can barely, and he laughs about it. Yeah, he laughs about it because the thing is that he's hoping to use this as a thing of, oh, now you stay away. Ha 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 ha. But Phil, your own fucking house is falling apart. Yeah. Yeah, most of us have our lives in order, or at least if we don't have our lives in order, we're working on it. Phil doesn't even do that because he's not working on anything. All he's doing is it's excuse after Frosty Beast. It's always an excuse for Phil. But if you do wrong, no matter how big or small, Brandon for Life is a bad person in Phil's eyes. Yeah, Phil literally it shows how hypocritical he really is.
Let's continue.
Parma, that's the
pickle.
Stop watching
Keemstar. I skipped the super chat.
Well, not only that, the fact is he wouldn't keep his own. Because remember, he was still during that whole thing trying to get Keemstar in to get like people to basically try to get Keemstar in like legal trouble because of the whole etiquette thing. He literally is trying to be told.
I think like doing a random Q&A stream like this every once in a while is actually very useful.
Told Etiquette's fans, do not blame Keemstar. And Phil said, basically, he implied
too often.
He basically stated that Etika's mom was wrong, that they should blame Keemstar. Think about that. Think about that. Yeah, why do a detractor interview? Like,
often? Hold on. Excuse me. When you do it too often, okay? What ends up happening is...
Why does baby need to burp?
Special
Why does he have to burp himself by hitting himself on the chest?
Right? If basically I'm constantly doing Q&A every Friday, no one really cares about it anymore because now it's just commonplace. Now the Q&A doesn't matter. If I do it every once in a while for variety, I interject on a night like tonight when something didn't go right.
Phil, you do Q&A every single day on your pre-stream. Where's this? Oh, you missed where's the Street Fighter? So Spaceman, he was going to play it on PlayStation, but his cheap ass forgot to pay for PS Plus, so he canceled PS Plus, so he can't play it.
Then it's more special. So I don't want to do it consistently, at least for now. Maybe if you guys really like this, you know, you want Friday Night Phil, you know, doesn't have to be Friday night.
Wetfloor, you are completely right. His house is like North Korea as a gated community. His bank account is like Malaysia's economy.
By the way, chat, I'm not offended by his reaction. It's expressive criticism. I'm open to it. What? Purple Pickle, no one has any idea what you're talking about, nor do we care. I got a $5 tip.
You know, yeah, was someone I think was saying that, you know, they don't mind Daddy Jim.
I swear I've answered the Fightcade question like ad nauseum. Yeah, I still get it. I guess I gotta answer it again, huh?
This is what happens in the QA. See, he doesn't want to answer this. He really just wants to say, I've answered it before, go look for it. As if, you know, someone's going to actually, where do they want to go? You want them to pig go? Like, Phil, you can't just have these Q&As and then be like, I've already answered this question like 1,000 times before. I'm not going to answer it again. And then expect that you know, how is anybody going to know all this shit? Okay, Phil? If he burped normally, I wouldn't have that much of a problem with it. It's the chest pounding. It reminds me of how you have to burp an infant. Like an infant or like a little baby has to be burped because they don't have the fucking... You think the bankruptcy arc was a necessary era in your life that taught you many life lessons? And okay, so Purple Pickle basically is a troll and you're giving him $5. Good job, troll. Hey, Purple Pickle Yum Yum.
Jeez! You flunked out of tard school or something?
Stop giving him money. Seriously.
What I need to do, here's what I really need to do. I need to do a series of videos. Phil answers the common questions, right? And the series of videos,
he'll never mute the mic either. Yeah.
I'm answering one of the most asked questions I ever get, and I just answer it, and it's concretely there. And then when people ask me the same question, I can say, go watch my playlist. Phil's answers the common questions, right? And now we can just watch it, and I'll name each one. Why does Phil not play Fightcade, right?
Why am I toxic?
Why does Phil not play these games? You know, why does Phil do things this way? Why doesn't Phil play PC games? You know, we can answer each question, and that way people can just reference that thread, correct? By the way, shout out to Corrupted Covenant, 13 months as a member. I appreciate that. So let's answer the Fightcade question, okay? Shall we? Fightcade, what is it? Fightcade is a...
What the fuck?
Suite that runs on PC, okay? It uses GGPO,
what the fuck?
GGPO online netcode,
Spray tan.
which people swear...
Super chat, what the fuck?
Swear that is the best netcode for fighting games. And if you tweak your PC and you play Fightcade with GGPO, that it's the optimal like fighting game experience. People swear this, okay?
He can mute the mic when he doesn't want you to hear something off screen in the house. Yeah.
Not clear.
No, you're right, Unicus. No, yeah, I'm sorry. My brain couldn't process that for a sec. Yeah, what? Yeah, if you didn't read that was talking about like a child molesting another child. What the fuck? You gave him money for that. What the fuck? But no, Unicus, yeah, he'll mute the mic when he doesn't want you to hear something off screen in the house, but he won't mute the mic. But that's the thing. Here's the problem. It's because he doesn't have a Stream Deck hooked up. Because he won't upgrade. If he upgraded to Windows 10, he could do that. Then it's like, well, I don't know how to do it. Dude, Stream Deck, Elgato, boom, you can do that shit.
You're playing games you technically don't own because you're playing ROMs on Fightcade, right? Am I right or am I wrong? You don't buy games for Fightcade, correct? You're playing shit for free. So if you're playing shit for free, the legality of it is very uncertain. Is it fine to do it? Is it not okay to do it? Will anyone ever come after you for doing it? Who knows?
All right, so let's take
that's one concern of many. Concern number two.
All right, Spray I know for can I have a conversation with you about an issue with my daughter molesting another child?
Now, when I say cheat, I don't mean what you think. No, they're not hacking and completely cheating to win. They have ways to basically do shit that you shouldn't be able to do in a competitive match. All right? No charge flash kicks.
See,
macro
here's the thing.
special moves that when they
He
see
is
the combo, they
again.
have a
This is
reversal move,
all
macro to a
him
button, they just match the button like this.
gatekeeping
So they're hoping
fighting
that the timing of
teams
the
as
next
if
is off slightly, so their
like,
reversal blows
he's just
through because they're
gatekeeping.
hitting that reversal input 14, 15 times within a quarter of a second, which shouldn't be possible in a competitive game. They use macros out the ass. It's cheating. You can't do that in a competitive match anywhere, but they do it with FightK. Okay, this used to be infamous back in the day. How are people doing shit on FightK that can't happen? In a
even a
match,
troll, like,
never be able to do that.
even a troll
And
won.
people found
Because
ways
once
to
see him
gain
talk about,
access
he
to the
gave
machine and abuse it
$20
online,
bucks
because
for
all these
that
guys are
shit.
PCs with their fucking modded
20 bucks
joysticks
in a
and
super
macros,
chat,
and they're just
guys.
dicking around.
Please
It's like the ultimate
stop
try-hard
giving money
central
to
place
this
to play.
man.
Everyone who absolutely wants to
All
win by any
it's-
means necessary plays on FightK. How is that fun?
If you
Right?
want
You're
to
not gonna
watch
get a
him
competitive
have
match on there. You're gonna
fun,
get
you
every
gotta
fucking person
watch him
abusing
hit
everything. It's not
hit
every match you play will probably, like, for
rock
example,
bottom, and he won't hit rock
if I were
bottom
to play Hyper Street Fighter
until
2 on
he
FightK,
has nothing.
85% of the matches would be
Why is he
CE
lying?
Bisons or CE Guile.
Because he's
That's
because
it. Champion Edition Bison, Champion Edition Guile.
can't
Absolutely
tell
no
the truth.
competition in anything
He
else.
doesn't
Anyone else who
care.
tries to play another
He doesn't
character
want to
gets
use
obliterated.
FightK.
It's just those two fucking characters.
He doesn't want to use. Here's the thing. He doesn't want to use FightK because one, he doesn't want to play on a PC. He hates PC gaming, and two, FightK would basically expose him as a terrible player. He would basically, it would be at a point where he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he is a terrible player who does nothing but mash buttons all day long. That's all he does. Yeah, when LARPing goes too far. Yeah, don't, like, fuck, man. Listen, if you want to troll him and bait him with little questions in the chat, don't put money to it. And do it in a way that's innocuous enough that can just get him on a rant. Don't give him money for this. Please don't. Any money is just, it makes you dirty and all that shit. Come on,
Play
now.
nonstop, macro the shit out of the game, cheat to win. Wow. Who the fuck thinks that's fun, right?
Phil, I don't think, like, see, again, and this is the biggest thing. This is why the fighting game community doesn't really like you, Phil. Not just because you're a shit player and you talk all the shit about other players, but because in the end, you're also a massive, massive fucking gatekeeper. Anything that's a little different that you don't like, you say shouldn't be allowed or isn't good, or, oh, they're not playing fighting games like they should. And then, you know what? That's why people don't fucking like you. Because guess what? You know what? I mean, fuck, man, you get so mad about fucking, like, waifus and shit, where it's like, dude, that was one of the weirdest things. There was one years ago, there was an argument in another person's stream where there was arguments over fucking Overwatch waifus. Because people trying to figure out, oh, your waifu sucks, mine's better. It's like, who gives a fuck? Just have your waifus that you want. Who gives a fuck?
Like, that's not fun. That's a waste of my time.
Also, one person was really kind of
here we go. I'm playing
really
oh
mad
God,
that Tracer was a lesbian.
I'm so the adrenaline's
Like,
pumping my body.
Tracer was like their main waifu, and as soon as it came out that, like, she's a lesbian, it just broke this person.
Why do you do that to yourself? Every match you play in a fighting
Tracer
game
isn't
should not be
real.
the world finals.
Who gives a
You know?
fuck?
That's FightK. But then on top of all of that negative shit I just said about FightK, of a reason I wouldn't want to play FightK, I can't play games on my PC.
Who's best
I said this
anyway?
a million times, okay? The way that I capture and stream is very different than what other people do. Everyone else out there, when they capture and stream, they do one video.
Oh, we missed his last
It's
super
one.
chat. Okay, so yeah,
Most full-time streamers, wherever they're streaming, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, okay, they're just doing that feed, and then after the fact, they'll take that raw stream and they'll break it up into parts, and they have those parts become their videos that you watch on demand later on. A lot of them don't even break it up at all. They just leave the raw stream archive, and you have to watch that yourself.
oh
if
yeah.
you wanna watch
Oh,
it.
is,
I was a YouTuber before I was a streamer.
is that Ezra Lane? I don't play boat waifus.
I need to put out the same style.
I don't play boat
consistent,
waifus.
edited,
But that
you know,
I
to be the
looked
right
that up.
length
It's like, okay,
style
so
video
it's
that can
boat
be played
waifus.
ongoing in the
Okay.
playlist, no
Like,
advertisements. no
I'm not
breaks or music
into
in
boat
between, no
waifus.
bullshit. It's
Just
a playthrough
I don't
start
want
to
to play
finish,
it, but
okay? So here's the thing. In
but
order to do
that
in order
does
to
look
put
like a
out
very
stream
nice
At the
waifu.
same time that I'm doing that video, I have to record twice. Literally this moment right now, okay, that I am doing this stream, I am live broadcasting it to YouTube with one feed of quality, and I'm also simultaneously recording this as an on-demand video onto my local hard drive. It's going 2 places at once. That requires double the processing capacity. So right now my CPU is telling me it is at 67%. If I was only doing it to one place, it would only be like 30-40%, in which case I'd probably play PC games. But I do the double. I've always done this my entire length of time that I've been direct capturing since 2013, 10 years. I do the 2 at once to ensure the optimum quality for everyone. The streamers get the best quality, and the YouTube on-demand watchers get the best quality. Because I do different
Best
from everyone
quality
else.
of
I
what?
care
Your quality
about all my audience,
sucks.
and I want you all to get the equivalent experience. I don't want the streamers to get
Yeah,
one
he could
experience better, or
he's
the YouTubers to get
chopping up the
experience better. I want
stream.
everyone to get the same good experience. So that's why I go the extra mile with the way that I do this, okay? Most people don't do this. They don't. They won't go the extra mile. They don't care. You know, I've been watching streamers recently, the last few months, Kat and I've been watching playthroughs of God of War Ragnarok and stuff. There's streamers who, like, they don't even have the videos to watch on demand on YouTube at all. They're not there. And why? They streamed the game 2 months ago. Oh, because the export function on Twitch was broken. And so because of that, they can't export the video file. They don't record locally. So the YouTubers are screwed. They can't watch it. They have to wait for Twitch to eventually work. And if it never works, that's a lost playthrough. But they don't care.
Well, Phil, you know, a lot of streamers, they'll have their VODs on Twitch. And then what'll happen is, what they could then do is, some of them you can download it, and some of them also record it live on there. But the fact is that, like, he doesn't, like, yeah, that what they want to export it to Twitch, probably because it's the highest quality. Not everybody is going to be, you know, recording in a lossless format. So maybe the idea is they want that Twitch thing, because also the Twitch stream probably also has, you know, Twitch chat and all that, and they want to make sure that gets over. Like, yeah, export it after. And like, he's complaining because the fact is, he argues like his shit's better. It's like, Phil, you chop your things up. The unrecorded segments go on, and then when people see these unrecorded segments, they're like, holy shit, this is what he's doing. It's like, Phil, you need to not do that shit. Yeah, and they'll edit their streams afterwards. And the fact that hey, here's the thing. When I see people normally streaming on YouTube, and they have that as their stream archive, normally it's just one stream, boom, and then it's archived. And if they're gonna move it to like normally people who have stream archives, like, so Anlete has a stream archive channel. So I think it's like the secretary's stream archive channel or something like that. Like, if you go to Anlete's channel, you'll see the secondary channel. And I believe that is where Anlete puts all of his Twitch streams. All of his Twitch streams, once they're finished, they get exported there for posterity. But yeah, you're basically getting fooled by him thinking you're going to watch gameplay, but instead you're just watching someone complain. And that's the thing. They cut shit out, but he just...
Because they're a full-time streamer, they make all their money with the live stream. They don't care about the on-demand views. You see, for me, I care about everyone.
Yes, but I don't want to be Mr. Views.
So if I were to play Fightcade right now on my PC, and I started broadcasting and recording, I would be at 99% CPU, and the whole thing would crash, chop, die.
See, again, he's using the PC as and oh my god, the ring light's amazing. Look at how his jowls are so puffed up. And not really from fat. I believe that's alcohol bloating. Like, he's bloated. But yeah, like, he really doesn't understand. It's like, yeah. Viking Gaming, that's the thing. Most professional streamers would not have kept a PC for 8 years. They would have been constantly upgrading. Constantly looking for a better... They would, you know, probably be either using a 300, maybe even if they have enough money, a 400 or 4,000 series. Like, there's one person I know who their computer, they literally have a 4,000, like, they have a 4090, and they got the water cooled one, so it would actually fit, and they could then have their capture card in there. I'm like, you know, 07 to you, sir. I cannot afford that shit.
I cannot play PC games. All right, maybe someday I will be able to if I.
Yeah, no, here's the thing, JG Will. He really regrets it because I think he does regret it, but his ego will not allow him to apologize to Rich. Because here's the thing. All Phil has to do is basically say, you know what, Rich, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have been saying these things. And if your offer still stands, I would gladly pay you just to ship that PC to me. It not just how much of a ghoul he is, but how much he doesn't take care of himself. All he like, Phil, go work out. Like, wait, here's the thing. If Phil woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning, worked out till 9, let's say he woke up at 8 o'clock, and at 8:30 he's at the gym, works out for an hour, and he doesn't need to be on the treadmill. He can go swimming, do some weightlifting, you know, kind of actually bulk up in size. That'll burn fat. That'll make you look a little bit better. And then, you know, he'll be back by 10 o'clock for the stream. So he doesn't need to be up until 3 o'clock in the morning. But
my PC, I get a better
he
one.
also needs to stop drinking
right now,
so much.
Everything pumps through that bottleneck CPU. I can't do it. Okay? I'm a
And
different
that's on you, Phil.
Creator than most of the people out there. I hope you understand that I strive to be different and do things differently and give you the optimum experience that I can. That's why it's always been different. Okay?
Phil, here's the thing. you keep saying the whole thing about, oh, well, you know, I give it optimum. You don't give anything. Like, Phil, the fact that you won't actually give your fans anything, you won't actually, you know, try to improve your streams yourself. It really is, yeah. Rich no longer has that PC. The fact, oh, I don't know. Well, he already gave it to a friend of his. See, I think he actually was. I honestly think he was serious, but you know.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's still sleepy. That's why he has to drink
Greg,
coffee.
Greg, to the super chat says good luck. Thank you to Greg for the super chat. I appreciate it.
And you know, also
so by the way, guys,
fact
I'm
is,
going to be
if
around
you,
for another 45 minutes or so. If you're enjoying yourself tonight, there's many ways you can support tonight's stream. One way would be giving it a like, considering we have almost 400 viewers tonight.
oh, he's begging.
It would be great we get 100 likes on the stream, and if we do,
begging hard
for you. So thanks in advance to anyone who likes the stream. The other ways you can support is a super chat, a super sticker, a membership, a gifted membership. We have tons of people here ready to accept gifted memberships and to hopefully hit this goal by the next couple of weeks. A tip would be great. Right now we're at $42 in tips. At $50, tier 1 reward is Gunner glasses. Tier 2 would be a silly hat for me to wear. How about this? I'll do you guys a solid. If we have $50 in tips, I'll just put on a hat, forget the glasses. You want to know why? Because these glasses, with the new setup with the face cam, excuse me, with the ring light, don't look good. It's one thing if I'm playing games, but if I put these on,
oh, he's gonna be scamming.
And now
he's
you can't
scamming.
see 2 rings instead of my eyes. So we'll skip the glasses tonight. And if we raise $50 in tips tonight, I'll just
big
jump straight to
bag.
the hat. And you can vote on a silly hat for me to wear for the rest of the stream. Okay? There you go. All right, more tips have come in. Yes, you can get a vest at 100 as well. If we get $100 in tips tonight, I'll put on a vest. We're completely skipping the glasses tonight. Yes, we're foregoing that. So I got a $1 tip from Nemesis. You seem kind of agitated tonight. Hope you're doing well, stars. Oh, I'm not agitated. Absolutely not. I'm
you
are
are agitated.
There's a difference between animated and agitated. When I'm animated, it means that I'm getting into my answers. I like, you know, emoting myself when I give answers to questions. And, you know, I feel like it accentuates certain parts of the answer. So there you go. Well, I'm not agitated at all, actually. I'm actually enjoying relaxing with you guys tonight and having some Q&A.
Oh, you are
Okay,
agitated.
let's see here.
You're mad.
So this is Alex again with a $3 tip. He says, I'm in the Maritimes in Canada. I don't know what that is. He says, the housing market here is really bad. It's hard to find a good apartment for under $1,000 for a 1-bedroom. He says, it's bad in Washington as it is in Nova Scotia. It's worse. It's absolutely worse. You just said $8,000 for an apartment. It's impossible to get an apartment here for $1,000. I'm not kidding you. It's completely, utterly impossible. To get a home like mine is about $2,500 a month. I'm not kidding. To just get a single like apartment.
I found a gift
$1,000
of
apartment. You would be living
Azure
in a
Lane
closet,
plot.
and like your toilet would be your sink. You'd have to like poop down the
I'm gonna need to
sink
send that
and flush with the faucet.
Ann Lee.
Seriously, your shower would be you put a mop in the sink and you flip the mop onto your head and you scrub your head like this. And and your kitchen is basically you live in the janitor's closet. Your kitchen is a metal rack that's right 1 inch from your face, right? And so what you do to eat food, you take your ramen noodles, dry off there, and you put them again into your sink where you just shat, and you put it into the hot water coming out of the faucet, and that's how you get your noodles nice and wet. Yeah, and then you $1,000 apartment. No, you dude, no way. And here's the thing.
No,
I'm exaggerating. Obviously, I'm exaggerating. It's just like anything. In the United
up.
States, you absolutely can get a good apartment for $1,000. Just not on the coast. Because the coast, East and West Coast, are considered the hot spots. They're considered where the business, the industry is, the tech is. Very expensive to live on the coast.
Yeah, I'm funny from beginning to
further
fucking
in
end.
you start going from the coast into the center of the United States is considered the Midwest or the heartland of America. And as you start doing that, it gets cheaper. Cheaper.
So, Phil, why didn't you move to the heartland? You know, Leanna wanted you to live in Texas or Florida. Phil, you still could. All you have to do is get your house cleaned up. You could sell it. You probably, if you got your house really cleaned up and all looking nice and in perfect working order, you might be able to get upwards of $600,000 for that bad boy. And with $600,000 with you, let's say, $210,000 left on your principal of your mortgage, that would equal to a little under $400,000. You could then use that money, rented a place and live anywhere that has like gigabit fiber internet. Buy a single family home where you don't have to worry about any neighbors, and you could then just sit there and stream, and you would still be able to pay for that in the clear, have no mortgage. But you can't do that because you're dumb.
Cheaper. I guarantee you, in the Midwest,
fiber internet's
you could
a
probably
must
get
now.
a good
Like,
apartment for like $500 a month. I'm not exaggerating.
I have
'Cause I know
mine
people
is a
that bought
gigabit.
houses.
Mine's
Houses,
a gigabit.
like a mansion-sized houses.
And
for
I
under like
pay a
$100,000 in the middle of the country. Mansions, giant with land and shit all around it. $1 a month. I'm not exactly cheaper. I guarantee you, in the Midwest, you could probably get a good apartment for like $500 a month. I'm not exaggerating. Because I know people went and bought houses. Houses. Like a mansion-sized houses. For under like $100,000.
Not now. Not now, buddy. Like maybe back in the day, Yeah, under $100,000. Now, not really. The housing prices have gone up a bit. You need to wait for them to come down, but they will come down once the economy starts really collapsing in a few years.
In the middle of the country, mansions, giant with land and shit all around it, because it's a different. It's a, you know, you're not in the
not even before Koof. It would have been a few years before. Yeah, Koof has kind of caused everything. Eventually, the economy will just collapse, and they might go down then.
Sought after places to live in this country because we are known for having.
So why'd you live here, Phil?
Having great transportation, we're actually some of the newest infrastructure in this country. When this country was being founded, Washington was one of the later states to actually be settled and developed. So
when this country was founded, Washington was one of the later states. Bill Burnell, do you know anything about history? Okay. When the United States was formed, let's go with 1783, the Treaty of Paris. The United States only went to the Mississippi River. That was the only, like, you had to wait till 1803 for the Louisiana Purchase to be able to go all the way to Washington. And even Washington was somewhat contested territory because they didn't know where the line between British and, because the whole thing with like 1812 and kind of setting the line between Canada and the US, all that blah, 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 blah. Washington was long. Like, that's the thing. It's like when, whenever I see something and they show like, oh, they're going to DC, and then you see a picture of Washington State, and I'm like, oh, I live near DC. It's just a square. What? No. No. Yeah, George Washington's long dead. Like, by the time, like, he was dead for a long, like, Washington, I mean, you're talking about the Oregon Trail is when the first few people came to Oregon and Washington. You're talking almost 50 years after Washington died.
So all of our infrastructure, when it comes to like our roads and things, are newer than most of the country. So people want to move to
Big
Washington
up Maryland.
because they think that there's all these awesome things going on, and because of that, it's a very desirable place to be.
So
our
yes,
prices are very
big
high
ups Maryland
compared to the rest of the country. Okay.
We have a nice flag.
Yeah. Now, in reality, is it better than the rest of the country? I don't know. I'll tell you.
We have Old Bay. We in Maryland have Old Bay, and I will argue, Old Bay is the best. You could put that on seafood. You could put it on wings. You can put it on anything. It's good shit. Does consider the horse and mummy. Oh yeah, DC used to be a full. It used to be a full rhombus. It was it was like I think a 10 mile by 10 mile square. It's just that Virginia split their part off. That became Arlington. Yeah, that basically became Arlington, and we just legalized. Yep. Nope. Yeah. No. July 2023. We legalized. It's legal in Virginia as well, and in DC. So yeah, big ups. Big ups. The DMV area. Yeah. Big ups to the DMV. Old Bay on fries. Old Bay on fries, very, very fucking good. I like Old Bay on wings, personally. Old Bay on wings is amazing. Alexandria. Yeah. DMV Born Raised. Yeah. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I'll tell you, this is better than when I lived in Connecticut.
Although, you know what? Let me see if I can. I'll find this. Hold on. I have to show you this because this was basically what. Okay, so before the Washington Commanders, you know, they were called the Redskins. Here's the license plate for the Washington Redskins. Look at that. That hurts my soul. Think about that, just for a second.
When I was in Connecticut, I hated it.
Honey Old Bay. Okay, so Old Bay with a honey
density,
glaze.
Like way too many people in a small area. Prices were way more expensive than they are here. Which is ridiculous. I know.
I actually have some Old Bay hot sauce.
There's no state income tax.
I need to try that.
Tax in Washington. That was stupid. Like just all.
Well, hold on. Is he coping? He coping.
But like way too many people in a small area. Prices were way more expensive than they are here, which is ridiculous, I know, but they were. Taxes were crazy because there was a state income tax. There's no state income tax here. There was a state income tax in Washington. That was stupid.
Wait, what? What? Hold on. What? Like, he mush-mouthed. What did he fucking... Okay.
Crazy because there was a state income tax. There's no state income tax here. There was a state income tax in Washington. That was...
There's not a state income tax here, but there's a state income tax in Washington. Wow, he just mush-mouthed the whole thing of, like, the state income tax is what fucked you over, Phil. It's what put you in some of this mess now. Like, the tax rules are different. Like, you see, he literally meant to say there's a state income tax in Connecticut. Yeah, he saved no money on Washington not having state income tax because he paid the Connecticut condo mortgage property taxes for years he didn't live in Connecticut. No say. Well, not only that, he... for years he didn't pay the business and enterprise tax that Leanna knew she had to pay. He didn't pay it for years, and then when the state comes calling back, it's like he owes a shit ton of money.
That was stupid. Like, all these things compounding. Was all these reasons why he paid a lot of Connecticut.
It's this weird libertarian thing that he wants government to do things for him, but taxation is theft. It's this weird, yeah. He sniffed him out and got him. It's like. And the thing, he never rented his house except for his aunt. And I guarantee you his parents
disgusting summer.
set that
up. In
up.
the winter, ice, snow, blizzards, power outages. Then you got hurricanes in between. It's like, what am I living here for? I'm an asshole. And I got out of there as soon as I could.
You left there because basically you left there because you didn't like it because you were probably living in a bad part of town. And you didn't like the fact that your parents were probably, nagging you about your spending. You were just spending like it was no tomorrow. And you bought a stupid 600 square foot apartment because you thought you got scammed by someone who you were trying to bang even though they had a boyfriend. That you tried to bang a female coworker even though she had a boyfriend. See, this is why he doesn't care about Subaru Man. He doesn't care about if his partners cheat as long as they don't cheat on him.
I absolutely got out of here as soon as I could. Okay, so I'm very, very, happy.
And the thing is, Phil, once you get that refinance and it really fucks you over, you're gonna have to move back in with mommy and daddy.
To not be in Connecticut anymore, for sure. But
the only time you went back there was to get money from your mom and to get married.
Not in anywhere you would want to live, that's for sure. It's very expensive to live in Washington State. So, okay, I got some tips. I got some shout outs to do.
Wow, did you hear that singing?
To live in Washington State. So,
look at that.
Okay. I got some tips. I got some shout-outs to do. Purple Pickle did a super chat. He said, do you think DSP Gaming will outlast Activision Blizzard? Maybe. You never know.
What was that singing? Wow.
That's for sure. As long as I don't die of some kind of a crazy debilitating disease or I don't get hit by a car. Let's say I live to a ripe old age of like 70, 80 something.
Phil, that ain't gonna fucking happen, dude. Like, Phil, that ain't gonna fucking happen. Yeah, no. That's the thing, Ramiro. He's banking on mom and dad dying and him being able to at least get the house and sell it. Like that, that was...
Right? And let's say that I stream in some capacity or make...
He really honestly thinks he could do this a long time. It's like, Phil, you're bleeding fans now. You're not going to have any by then.
Those years, I could see myself outliving Activision Blizzard. Sure. The rate that...
Phil, I don't think you're going to make it 10 years. Like, look at this. I think you're going to have cirrhosis of the liver.
They're going? Sure. Yes.
I mean,
but I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
He could outlive Activision Blizzard because they might just burn themselves into dust. But that would not be a good idea.
We have a $15 tip.
From
Guitar Player. Guitar Player, thank you for a nice, generous $15 tip here tonight. Let's go ahead and, whoops, what am I doing? I'm on the wrong screen. Let's play Guitar Player, nice animation. Thank you, Guitar Player. Let's get that added to our running tally. At this point, we're at $61 in tips, which means it is in cap time. So we are skipping the Gunner Glasses tonight. Camp. Let's do a poll for a hat. All right, let's see what hat you guys like. Which hat is Q&A best? The Fender hat, the beret, the Los Santos cap, or... Well, by the way, I got to put the Pikachu hat back to the closet. We finished Pokemon. Let's get that back in the closet. Hold on. But what haven't I worn in a while? Stupid Viking hat. We just did the fake hair hat.
Great content.
Oh, I know. Oh, this is so stupid. The helmet.
Come on.
The Dumas helmet. I totally forgot about the Dumas helmet. How could I forget about it?
What?
Of course
the
you guys
Dumas
want to see the Dumas helmet. No? Let's get that in there.
No. Come on.
I
Do
can't
the
vote for
fucking
them, but I
bison
forgot about
hat.
that. There we
Put
go.
the bison hat on.
So please vote on the hat you would like to see tonight.
But no,
Okay,
Ingress,
another
I
dollar
would
tip
bust a
here.
gut if they gave everything to Melissa as well.
All right, if you're going to ask me about waifus, you're asking the wrong person. I do not think of virtual characters as waifus. I'm not part of that culture. I'm not here to criticize you if you feel like that's something that you're into. I'm
Right.
not. But I'm not going to entertain the question.
Waifus are
Say, thank you for
good.
the tip. I have no answer to that.
Like,
Let's see here.
They're
Another
just
tip
2D people. They don't really exist.
from Mr. Sexy Nippleman.
So,
I was on Twitter.
you
I saw a
know,
review ticket
whatever.
saying
Like, here's the
HR
thing.
will destroy you in
He's
Street Fighter.
so...
You would be.
He's so weird. Like, he's so fucking prush about that. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck if someone... If a guy has a waifu or if a gal has a husbando. It doesn't fucking matter. Just whatever, okay? Be happy.
You would be
Yeah, waifus are good for the soul. And if ladies want their husbandos, yeah, no, it's the same thing.
All right,
You know,
cares.
and maybe
Everyone
if
really
they
realizes
get
that,
into
right?
a
Everyone really loves this
relationship
guy.
and
He's the last person I concern myself
the
with.
couple really
Obviously,
likes
he's
each
a
other,
so I don't care.
maybe they'll cosplay as each other's waifu or husbando and, you know, really
Heels
show
of
how much
Arise
they
playthrough?
love
No
them.
thanks.
Who knows?
I'll pass on that one. Haven't decided what survival horror to play yet. No, we're gonna do that tomorrow
The
night.
real
Tomorrow night
question
on the
is,
late
do you think it would
stream.
take
Same time as tonight.
Resdance
We're gonna finish up Resident Evil 1 remake, and
or
then for the
anyone
second
at
half
all?
of the stream,
Like-
we're gonna discuss the pros and cons of playing either Resident Evil 0 or Signalis. You guys know more
The
about
problem
Signalis than I
is
do,
that
and quite
I
frankly,
think
don't remember
a
Resident
lot of
Evil
them
0.
they'll
So we
they'll
can
do
talk
it till
about
the
this,
day they
and we'll
die.
determine between one or two which one we will play tomorrow night on the late stream. We'll figure that out. Okay. There
But
you go.
if they start,
What I think
you
about
know,
using
you
the
start
knife, when you do
having
Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, I find it challenging
a
those days
big
because it's weak.
economic downturn,
Actually, Rugal,
that could
in
be a big
Resident Evil 1 and 2,
problem.
the knife is actually really good. It actually is.
And won't make
It
fun
wasn't
of
that this
anyone's
remake, the
waifu.
knife
Your
sucks,
choice,
but I
your
remember the knife being
taste.
quite good in the original Resident Evil
I do
1.
agree,
I used to
Sins.
use it.
It's
You
like,
always run out of ammo, so what
yeah,
you shoot the
you
zombie
know,
when they go
you
down,
should
and
have,
stab the zombie
you
when
have
they're
a
on the ground.
choice
The dog sometimes you can kill
for what you
easily with the
want.
knife. If you just keep swinging, the dog will like walk into the knife and just die. But for some reason with the remake, they made it way harder. The knife kind of sucks ass.
You made it so that
When's
you
Oblivion
can't.
tomorrow? Oblivion is tomorrow. Tomorrow's mainstream. It begins. Ryan says Resident Evil 0 is awesome. My favorite is when you use a knife to kill a huge spider on the train. I
Oblivion's
remember the
gonna
train.
suck.
That's all I remember about the game. The train. Being on a train.
I really
I
hate
didn't
he
even remember
plays
there was
these
a
long
spider.
Bethesda games
remember
because
train.
it takes forever to day.
There's apparently they've added new content to Witcher 3 Next Gen update, including new missions, changes to the font size for subtitles, changes in the menu. From what I don't understand, yes, a lot of accessibility things. Plus, there's just a little bit of added content. Apparently, it's not too significant, but there is a little bit of added
I
stuff.
don't give a fuck.
Okay.
You blame Ket? I don't even think I don't really blame Ket. I think he has a low sex count, a low sex drive, and it isn't just. I think it really is just.
Blow tonight.
I don't even think it's really Ket.
Is there a
I
special
think it's
costume to use
just
the knife? There very well may be. There were special
thinks
criteria
that this
you
is
had to
what
use those
mature
things.
adults
Special
don't
things
talk
I think
about
costumes were
sex.
one of them. I don't know if it was just the knife.
If his demographics are right, people overseas giving him money are hurting.
Didn't go as well as I would have liked.
Yeah, well, I know like Slayers overseas. I don't know about
It came back to
Jay.
get me. Whoa, look how close it is to the camera. That was cool.
I don't
Came back
know.
to the camera.
Derek's in
Wow, the
Canada.
bubbles look way better now, don't they? Those bubbles look really
Like
good now.
he's
With the ring,
the
with the
thing
ring,
is
the ring
that
actually illuminates
a
them
lot
nicely.
of them
That
also,
was cool.
especially a lot of the dents,
Oh, let's
all
see
the
here.
wheelchairs, they probably got handlers.
There we go.
So the fact is, the handlers are gonna
Yes,
be like,
these are
no,
now
you
HD
can't
bubbles.
spend that much
Yes,
money
they're
anymore.
1080p HD bubbles, which you never did before. I got another chip from Spawn Killer. Would you consider playing Evil
Like,
West?
remember,
I told you guys I would consider it.
when
I was going to play it
these-
instead of Pokemon, but you guys
when
yelled
you
at me.
really
You screamed at
start-
me and said, "What are you, an idiot?
like-
Complete moron? Play Pokemon." So I did, and actually I don't regret it at all. I think the Pokemon was a really good playthrough. So I'm glad you guys talked sense into me. But it's funny because since then, no one really asked for Evil West. I guess maybe it just wasn't that good of a game. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know.
I think
Hold on,
he
let
takes
me get
this
this
hard
joystick out of here.
stance on
This joystick
waifu
was
and
way
old
out.
perverted humor because he used to do it because he thinks that was what drove Leanne away and he's afraid Cat's gonna leave. Frosty Beats, I think that's the case. Here's the problem though: the waifu talks like he really doesn't understand that what drove
the camera-
Leanne
the camera
away was
centered?
his toxic personality and the fact that he wouldn't have
Seems
sex
alright.
with
Maybe
her.
it's slightly off. I think I kicked it.
Like obviously she
did.
wanted
There you go. I kicked it a
more
little bit
sex
off.
from him than he
Not
was
bad.
willing to give her.
Looks
If
like
he
you guys
gave
want
her
the
any,
Dumas
I think
helmet,
he
huh?
did give
All
her
right, we'll
some.
get it.
I
The
don't.
Return of Dumas?
I do not believe that Phil is a virgin. I believe he
Very
did
nice.
fuck Leanna.
The Return of Dumas.
And I
It's been
don't
a
want
while.
to think about that anymore. But I do believe I believe they had some relations, but not a whole lot. But
Actually, this might be
the
the first
thing
time
was,
I've
he
heard
didn't
this
care
real
about
1080p.
Leanna. He really
My
doesn't
previous
understand.
camera was
He
1080p,
didn't
but it was so
care,
blurry that it
and
looked
that's
1080p.
why she left.
Oh, yes.
He changed
Oh,
to
yes.
a prude after
I
Leanna
am.
because he thinks that it's like
Yes. Dumas is here to take on the denizens of evil in Elden Ring a second time. Yes. Anyway, I look like an idiot with this thing on, but it's all good.
is he?
I
Is
got another chip.
oh, please tell me he's not
$1.30
going to do another
tip.
Elden Ring thing.
Phil,
Phil, put that
this
over
is an
your
insanely long
eyes like
question
you
I
did
got
that
this
one
morning.
time, you
I'm gonna read
dumbass.
okay, I'm going to read the entire question. Then I'm going to tell you I'm not going to answer all of it, but I'm going to read the entire question because I want the guy to understand that I appreciate him asking the question, but it's a lot of it is like behind the scenes shit that has absolutely nothing to do with you guys.
Diet Pro Fire,
nor do need to
you
have
think
the
it was
answers to
Cat?
All right,
I don't think
let
it
me
was.
read the entire question. Ready?
Like the whole
What kind
Leanna
of
left
precautions
him
and safety
because
measures have
of.
you implemented to make it that you get less chargebacks. That being said, do you think tip rewards need a refresher?
Oh, that being
Maybe for
said,
members goals as well
Big
as
Ups
Discord
Podcast.
calls with big contributors so you can get to know them better. You did that in the past with fans. Next month's members goal could be DSP gets to know Lisa Lou and 1 Minute Man on the podcast.
Don't think about it.
So here's the deal. All right?
Don't think
you
about
absolutely,
it. But he did have
positively
sex with her.
do not
I'm
need
sure.
to know the behind-the-scenes workings of how anything works here with how I make money. Okay, you just don't.
But Phil, we don't need to do that. But you continually ask people to give you money, and you talk about how your dishwasher breaks, your bathroom's broken, all this other stuff, and you tell us. So what are we supposed to think? What is anybody supposed to think? He literally wants to be able to use them as complaints, but for them never to ask where the money goes. Phil moving back to Connecticut is going to go bad for Phil if Mama Brunell passes first. He'll end up in the homeless shelter. If Mama Brunell passes first and he's, let's say, needing to go back, move back in, I think Dave will let him move back in, but there will be so many restrictions. Dave will force him to get a job or force to leave. But like, if he has to move back to Connecticut, Kat's gone. She is not going to stay there. We don't need to know. Maybe don't tell us all this nonsense about DoorDash and broken appliances. Parma, I completely agree with you. He tells us all this stuff and then he doesn't, but then the whole thing is don't ask about any of that stuff. Yeah, Papa's not having it, but Papa might let him be in there, but it will be under, you need to get a job. You need to, pay me rent. And he might actually, Papa Brunell might actually try to take control of Dave's finances. Basically making it so that you can find out that, oh yeah, Dave, you're spending this kind of money on WWE champions? No. And basically get him completely under order and basically he'd be his handler.
You don't need to know about what precautions I put in place. You don't need to know about how I take care of stuff. That literally would benefit absolutely no one besides people who want to hurt me. I'd be a moron to explain to you how exactly how I did that, all right? Now, the second half of that, you're saying, oh, why don't you do public calls with your biggest contributors? Because I don't want to dox them. Because
Phil, you already do dox them. You fucking doxed the Dutch brothers. You partially doxed the Dutch brothers and they found out who they were. Phil, you do that. You don't care about. You do not care about. You don't care about doxing people. Like, hell, you were fine with threatening to dox that one guy on your site, 2015. Maybe if you hadn't done that, Tevin would probably have only done a couple of, maybe he wouldn't be the detractor that he was. Because that's what fucking got him to say, you better take another sip, you fucking sleazy asshole. The fact that you were okay with knowing that shit and about to either dox him or blackmail him, you fucker.
Because sadly, there are idiots on the internet who are very negative people who want to hurt people. Okay? And it's just sad because they would try to take opportunity where, if, let's say, for example, I had a Discord call with a fan of mine. They would absolutely be trying to get any information they could.
But Phil, you don't have Discord. How would you have a Discord call if you don't have Discord? Dutch Brothers got doxxed. Yeah, I believe that he doxed one of their channels. And that channel actually had their face on it. So he kind of, like, here's the thing. Like, for most of the people, let's say most of the dents, they're not gonna dox. They doxed the whales, but they're not gonna dox most of them. They don't care.
Good whatsoever out of that situation. All right.
Yeah, Viking, we do not care. Liam,
for example,
basically,
really like, you mentioned 1 Minute Man. You know the controversy behind 1 Minute Man, right? 1 Minute Man is someone who, for several years, has been supporting my streams on a regular basis. People have really tried to figure out who's 1 Minute Man. Some people say that he's someone who already has supported the streams in the past, but just decided to use a different name. And people have actually thrown accusations around. Like, some people used to say it was Only Iced Coffee. Some people used to say it was Planet Jeff. Some people always just making shit up. Like, they don't have any evidence of anything. They just literally just make shit up because they're so obsessed with trying to figure out who supports my content, right? Can you imagine if I did a actual real life Discord call with a contributor like that? All that would happen is it would feed trolls. It would try to get people to figure stuff out about those people, and it would be a huge problem.
It would be just the
answer
voice.
Is no. Everything you asked me in that question is completely personal and or dumb. I'm not doing any of that. I know what I'm doing, and whether or not that was legit or not, because it does definitely.
I'm gonna put X to doubt that you know what you're doing, Phil. And the whole thing about 1 Minute Man is because he always. The reason people are intrigued about it is because this motherfucker always contributes, but never says anything in chat. That's why they're kind of thing. And you have, like, yeah, at least Wings will go into the lion's den. Yeah, Wings will go into the lion's den and talk with his detractors, even if it's not the best idea for him. Phil will just hide. But that's the thing, Parma. Phil moving to Washington was him basically hiding away. He thought in his little gout brain, he literally thought he could go to Washington, hide away, play video games 7 hours a day for like 5-10 hours a day, load all that up, get infinite money, and not have to care about anybody. He didn't like the reason he does 1 day off a week. I think I've heard I had heard that the reason he did 1 day off a week was because Leanna basically demanded at least that he have 1 day off a week so they could spend time together. And really, the fact is that he could basically do as much or as little time as he wanted. He's proven time and time again, you can never trust Phil with private info. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, you can't trust him, but also the fact is, the whole thing with 1 Minute Man, people are just curious because they never see him anywhere. He doesn't, and so that's why the theory that he is Planet Jeff, being that Planet Jeff no longer contributes, but you're pretty sure he is, and the fact that, you know, it's still nobody, like, we're just kind of curious, and humans are curious by nature. So I think that it's Planet Jeff under a different name, and he does this in lieu of, like, Phil cannot whale call him. Phil cannot ask for anything more. Planet Jeff says, this is as much as I will give you, divide it how you wish, and blah, blah, blah. I honestly am wondering, I honestly think he gives him $1,000 a month. But
seemed like a tip that was
that's just
for a lot
me.
of information, as if,
I
like,
have
oh,
no
that'd be
proof of
perfect,
that.
see? 'Cause if Phil tells us
He
how
gives him
to show you back,
$1,000, and
Phil
then
tells
Phil's
us,
been
or,
moving
you know,
it
have a
down
special
to
thing
try to
you
get
guys,
more
so we have the biggest
tips.
contributors be live on stream. That
His
was
1 day a week
information,
also
dox them. No,
always on
I'm not doing
Tuesday
that, I'm not
because he
stupid.
said that.
But thanks for the dollar tip. Spray Tan, thanks for the super chat. Your message is incredibly stupid, so enjoy your ban because it's very offensive what you say.
Yep, thanks for the money. Honestly, Phil, when it comes to troll tippers and all that, Phil should just refund their money. Say, no, you can't even, you don't even get your money back. And then he would actually, but he's too greedy. Still ran his 1 day a week also before was always on Tuesday because he said that before he always had 1 day a week that he'd spend with his mother, and it was Tuesday. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I wish Steve of the Dead was here because honestly, Still Ran, that's something I really would love to have Steve of the Dead take a look at. But so he literally wants his day off and his errand thing to basically replicate when he was a child and his mom would take him places. Like, think about that for one moment. He still wants to be, it really is, he wants to be a child. He doesn't want these responsibilities. He wants to literally be a child, and he wanted Leanna and Kat to basically be his surrogate mother. Like, the full definition of what a man-child is that he doesn't want a partner. He wants a mother. Like, dude, like, how many people have you ever said that they literally got married because they want to be able to have someone who will take care of them like a mother, but also be able to have someone they can have sex with? It's, oh my God, my brain is just like, what? Reasonable question where the money goes because DSPA tells conflicting stories. People just want clarification. And Rama Brahma, you were completely correct. Like, his conflicting stories, but also his entire narrative ever since he's moved to Washington is he doesn't have any money. It's ever since then. He wiped out his savings moving to Washington. Then you had the apocalypse. Like, he didn't even partially recover. Then there was the apocalypse and begging, where you find out, oh my God, he's like, has $140,000 in credit card debt over 12 credit cards or something like that. Or maybe it was 14 cards, 120,000. I don't fucking know. I can't remember. That's why he sees Kat as a mommy. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, no. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, paycheck to paycheck. Each time I joke about he has a Christian, being Christian has an Oedipus complex. Brahmin, please, like, no. Because here's the problem. For a long time, you probably, I'd be joking like, oh, ha, 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 ha. I can't even joke about Christian. Like the Christian shit really just, it's like, oh my God, Chris, what have you done? And Chris did something fucking evil. I'm just like, ugh. Because here's the thing. Even if Christian doesn't get major time, Barbara will always have a protective order against Chris. Chris will never be able to see Barbara ever again in his lifetime. No. Until Barb dies, there will be a protective order against Chris. Just understand that. Chris will be alone.
I hope you'll answer on the show. We shall see. Remember,
Chris will never be with any. Will never live with Barb,
Yes, it's the
nothing.
Thursday before the release.
It's amazing how he never has any
Quiz.
money at the
So if you would
meantime
like
in
to
his
post up
dance
your
asking he's
question
poor.
for Ask the King,
He can't
please
say
type
that he's
exclamation point
poor.
Ask the King in the
There's
chat.
too much
That'll
pride
go
to
to
say he's poor.
ESPNgaming.com where you can post up your question. Or
It was a
here on
buyer's
this public
market to
thread
buy
on
a house in
ESPNgaming.com,
Washington
you can post
State,
your question
dude.
as well at your leisure.
Snort.
That's what the link goes to.
That's
So
the
if you're
thing.
not live on
Like,
stream,
oh, it's a
watching on
buyer.
demand,
Like,
you can
here's
just
the
go to
thing.
ESPNgaming.com to the forums. There's an Ask the King section
Again,
where you can post it up. Now, in addition to that,
he's so hard up for money. It would be so much easier for him to repair his townhouse, sell, and move to a cheaper place, and then boom, he has a single family home. He doesn't have to deal with a mortgage. All he'll have to do is pay property taxes, but that's low. And then, hire a fucking landscaping company, because this motherfucker's not going to mow his own grass. He don't fucking want to do that.
okay? There will be a members-only thread that I will post
Christian
up next
DSP
week.
got something
when I
wrong
come
with
back
both
from my
will
day off
dial
next
him.
week,
Yes.
Thursday. If you guys can remind me,
Christian
this will help, but I'm
says
gonna probably remember.
some not
I
nice
posted
things
up.
about
The
Barb.
members
Not going
get
to see her
massive
again.
priority for Ask the King.
Well, here's the thing, Karma, and I don't want to get into. I'm sorry. I know I keep pausing because I do want to hear what Phil has to say, but the whole thing about Chris Chen is like the whole thing. Like, yeah, in the letters he says some not nice things about Barb, and never going to see her again. No, like Chris will never see Barbara again. There's going to be a protective order for the rest of his life. He will never be able to talk to his mother again, not without any kind of like supervision. And really, in the end, but I mean, part of the problem is that, and this is my opinion, Barb really fucked Chris's head up. Like, I don't believe that I believe that both Bob and Barbara Chandler fucked Chris up in that there's some abuse there. Although not physical abuse, but definitely when it comes to Barb, emotional abuse. She emotionally abused him and manipulated him to basically make it so that Chris would always have to be needing his mother's approval and love. Like she would go into like histrionics and stuff like that and be like, oh, well, like if she didn't get what she wants, she would like threaten to kill herself and all that kind of shit. And now the shoe's on the other foot. Now she's old. She doesn't have anybody to take care of her. She alienated her entire other family. Her other kid wants nothing to do with her. So guess what? Yeah, they were not equipped to deal with Phil. They were too old. Yeah. And like, well, Barbara also was just, I'm going to say this. I hate saying it. She was a bad mother. She was a bad mother to her other son. And yeah, no. After the dad passed, she forced Chris to sleep in the same room with her, etc. Yeah. Like it fucked up with Chris's mind. Like, good God, that is fucked up.
Members have a very, very strongly increased chance to get their questions answered on the show.
Bob tried, but Bob had his own issues.
You might really get a great chance to get your questions in detail on Ask the King, and there'll be a special thread for that.
Let's be honest. Bob was old enough
Okay.
that he had that old school racism. That he was born of that time, and it's like,
okay. Let's see what else.
and I think that kind of
what did I just do? Okay.
that kind of rubbed off on Chris, which is weird. Also,
let's
because
see here. Would I ever consider an autograph as a
any
picture?
of the
No,
positive
I would never charge anyone for an
aspects
autograph ever.
that those could have, like Bob's love of
Gus is actually happy. He's not moving around.
eclectic love of music,
Chill stream. Cool.
didn't really rub off on Chris. They're both
What-
functioning
overall, what do I think about
alcoholics
YouTube
at some
removing the
point. Yeah,
dislike button? Well,
that
first
was
of
the
all,
whole
it's been
thing.
like a
They
year
were
now.
functioning. That's why
All I can say
babysitter
is
abused
the reason
Chris,
they claim they did it,
and that's why they
literally is
didn't
people
know
like
that Chris was autistic
like the
until
reason they
like
claim they
6
removed
years
the dislike
old.
button on YouTube.
Chris would just
All
never
right? First of all,
talk.
let's be honest here.
Also
They didn't
because
remove
they
the dislike button.
abused
That's
the
just saying that
babysitter
is wrong.
abused.
The dislike button is still there. It's just that you can't publicly see it unless you use a workaround, right?
Well,
Right.
Linda, the thing
The
is,
dislike button is
Linda
still there.
had
People
some of
still
those
use dislike
issues, but
all the time.
also
And you can easily find
Linda
a workaround to see dislikes on a
always
video or a
spent
stream.
money.
It's just that it's not immediately there.
Linda never
The
worked.
thing is, for someone like me,
Barb
it works.
worked.
Here's why it
She
works.
just
Because
hoarded.
Previously, people would actually be
Linda
afraid
never worked.
to engage positively with my content if they saw a lot of negativity.
And I think that
If there was
his
a lot of negative comments, if there was a lot of
inability
dislikes,
to,
oh, great, now, if everyone says it's bad, it can't be good.
His
right?
inability,
Truth is,
Phil's
you have a mob
inability
mentality of people,
to save a dollar,
who
and
basically
his
are just so
inability
nasty to
to
you on a regular basis. And
do
there's
anything
hate
like
mob
that.
comes
I
after
think
you, no matter what you do.
that's
Like, literally, I could
Linda's
turn on the
contribution
stream
to
and be
Phil.
like, hi everyone, good evening. Just wanted to say hello, Merry Christmas, goodbye, and turn off the stream, and I get a hate mob of people voting down the video. Why? Because they're just scumbags. There's just no other explanation. They're just idiots. That's really the kind of reason why YouTube tried to implement the removal of the dislike button, or excuse me, the hiding of the dislike ratio, because they didn't want people having online hate mobs following them. They didn't want online viral mentality being negative towards individuals, creators, companies, celebrities, whatever it may be. They didn't want those hate mobs following around, and they figured, hey, if we get rid of that,
is that the
right? If we get rid of
the
ability for
dislike
hate
kind of
mob to
helped
immediately
people
see
figure out, like,
and get
oh,
recognized on YouTube,
no,
then
the whole thing
that
wasn't
should be better.
about you, Phil. It was because companies didn't want that. because companies were putting shit out people didn't like, and they wanted it hidden because they wanted people to buy their bullshit. Yeah, Purple Pickle needs to really stop giving Phil money. Like he's getting to the point where he might go on that list.
I would say that it's not as effective as they think, because if someone hates someone, they're just going to do it anyway. They don't even care if it's visible or not. They're just going to shit on them no matter what. And eventually, it's going to, you know, it's not going to be that big of a deal. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe initially, like if someone had a project they wanted to advertise, but for some reason someone has a bug up their ass about them, maybe you don't want the hate mob to be crapping all over the new project. Okay, here's a perfect case in point. We literally talked about it tonight. You ready for this? Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy, from everything we're seeing, looks like a pretty good game. Interesting. In the world of Harry Potter, but not Harry Potter. Be your own wizard. Enjoy the wizarding world. Interactive, fun game, correct? But every time the Hogwarts Legacy has content coming out, people downvote it. Why? Because they don't like J.K. Rowling. What does that have to do with Hogwarts Legacy? Nothing. Is it fair that Hogwarts Legacy gets a ton of downvotes? Because
Bill, anybody who buys Hogwarts Legacy is going to be giving money to J.K. Rowling. That's why. Like, reopen this can of worms after already talking about the trans thing. This is a good idea, Phil. So here's the whole thing is this. People don't like J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling has been very, very vocally TERF. Okay. Now, the thing about Hogwarts Legacy is that J.K. Rowling's getting money if you play it. So they're downvoting it because they don't want to support J.K. Rowling. And it's like fucking, hold on, Chris was kind of unfortunate because of his parents upgrading. Things like a child having mental health issues, social stigma in 20s. Yeah, wet floor. Like Chris's upbringing really fucked Chris. Chris is fucked by his own upbringing. Chris is never gonna be able to live on his own. Chris cannot live. Chris needs a handler. Chris is gonna need a handler for life at this point. And that's something, because what Bob and Barbara did was they basically, oh, he's autistic. It was basically using autism as an excuse for everything. Yeah, that's that. And for us to be, that's the thing. It's her IP. She's gonna be getting something. So the people who don't like that don't want to give money to it. They try and tell you, listen, if you don't like J.K. Rowling, don't support her IPs. You know, if you want to still read the books and all that, separate art from the artist. I get you, but maybe, if you separate art from the artist and you can read the books, fine. But if you don't like J.K. Rowling, okay, then don't buy anything new from Harry Potter.
Because of J.K. Rowling? No. Therefore, this is exactly the kind of reason why YouTube hides dislikes. This is the actual textbook case of why.
And Phil can't understand. He doesn't understand that J.K. Rowling still makes money off of Hogwarts Legacy. He doesn't get it.
They're doing it, you see? Overall, it's helped me because now people can come to DSP Gaming and look and only see the likes and be like, oh, a good amount of people like Phil's content. Look, there's positive comments on the videos again.
Again, it's to hide the negativity. Phil likes it because it hides his negativity. And so you have to almost watch his streams to see how toxic he is.
It has helped reinvigorate this channel in the last year. Absolutely, it has. 100%. It has helped. I can tell you that concretely.
Oh, yeah, no. You're right, Stone. DSP doesn't care about J.K. Rowling in the issue. He wants to play a highly advertised AAA new release that can make him a lot of money, but all this controversy can still hurt him. Yeah, like the idea, like the fact is that, like, listen, I'm not a big fan of what J.K. Rowling said personally. So yeah, I wouldn't buy Hogwarts Legacy because I'm not gonna support somebody who's just doubling. It was one thing if you're like, okay, and then but double down, triple down, quadruple down. Okay, yeah, I'm done. And yeah, the fact is that yeah, this is gonna hurt Phil because Phil isn't gonna be able to have this, and then that proud ally thing. It's gonna basically say like you don't care about that. It would basically be like if you had a let's say you had a creator who was just completely homophobic. Like you're talking like 80s homophobic, like saying that, oh, gay people are all, pedophiles or shit like that. Like gay men are all pedophiles and will molest kids and shit like that. And you just, and that was their anti-gay rhetoric was that. And then you're just like, well, yeah, I don't really like that, but he made this game and I want to play that. It's like, Phil, that's going to go money to that person. Like, here's the thing. The separating the art of the artist is one thing. But if you really don't like what that artist is saying, then don't buy the game. Like, pirate it. I don't give a fuck. I also pirate it because I really don't give a fuck about pirating games. You can't see, but J.K. Rowling was a lot like DSP during her nonsense. It's like, that's the thing. Do what you want to do. But if you want to, if you don't like some, let's say you like, or let's say the other way around. Somebody just decides to go super left-wing communist shit. And they make content, or they make, you know, movies or something like that. And you don't like that stuff, don't buy it. Don't put, like, this, that'll put money into their pocket. But no. Phil doesn't care about that. He just wants money for him. And he's going to get fucking hit by that shit. So I really don't care. You know, no, I don't mean that it's going to hurt his image of product. I mean, he's just caring about day one views because all the controversy, he thinks he's going to get those days one views. And that's the problem. Phil is not really, he's not in the algorithm.
I would not have the amount of viewership, the amount of new subs that I have, and the amount of following and support I have if that change didn't implement. That change was
here's
a
the
very
thing.
positive one for me.
The controversry could actually happen just because people could just
but of
report
course,
him of being...
The flip of that, all right, is that some people say, well, now it's too hard to actually tell what's true.
Yeah,
what's
I agree. JK tainted her
right?
creation because of this fiasco. I'm just going to say this.
Tutorial
Celebrities,
videos or
like all political
whatever,
opinions,
and you can't see any
let's just
dislikes.
keep them to
There's one
ourselves.
That is bad or factually wrong.
You know,
let's say, for example, there was a tutorial on how to do something.
To ourselves.
If you saw a tutorial that had a bunch of thumbs down, you say, wow, this tutorial must suck.
And basically let everybody live their lives.
So you want to ignore that, correct?
Yeah, no, I know.
There's no dislikes.
Phil doesn't have any beliefs. It's all
like
attention.
Double-edged sword. In my opinion, there never should have been dislikes to begin with. It should have just been likes, and everything can be based on how many people like.
See, he hates the fact that he wants it only to be likes. But Phil, like, it wasn't the like and dislike. First, it was the 5-star rating. Like, did he forget to update the goal? No, I don't know. He didn't. He decided he wasn't going to put the gunner glasses. So at $50, he put the hat on. No one's going to care. No one's going to care about DSP playing it. Some people might report him. I mean, you might actually report him, but also because people are going to say that it's, you know, bring up trans, and he's just going to be like, I don't care, guys. And that might be some interesting stuff, and people might report him for that, but yeah. Listen, nothing's going to happen. What are your thoughts on Phil rewardings for the dying channel? I mean, what, like the glasses, the hats, and the vest? I mean, they're dumb. They're really dumb, and it really shows that the vest streak fucked his head up so much more than anybody could ever think, because the whole thing about the vest streak was, oh, in the vest streak, we're going to get fucking, like, that was the whole thing about the vest streak. The vest streak it went, and now he believes he should be getting $100 per video, per stream.
If you have a tutorial video that has a ridiculous amount of likes, obviously a lot of people found that helpful. Watch that video. If it has 2 likes, no one saw it, it's probably not that good, correct?
See, the problem though, Phil, is that's what the dislikes are for. You see a lot of likes and a lot of dislikes on a tutorial video, you know the tutorial's full of shit. Like why
do we need dislikes?
The vest streak fucked him up, and you're right, Floyd. It made him so entitled to think that $100 is what he should get per stream.
About the bankruptcy era of my life. We're not talking about my private fucking shit on the stream. What are you doing? We're not talking.
Phil, bankruptcy is not private. It's a public thing, because you had debts. Like, he literally, see, he doesn't want anybody to talk about it, but you bring it up all the time.
We're not talking about my private financials. We're not talking about my private life behind the scenes. This is not, like, what, Purple Pickle. Dude, grow a brain, okay? Please. I know you have one. The thing is, you don't have to grow it, you just have to use it. Everyone has a nice brain in their head. And the problem is...
Well, you told him to go grow a brain. Like, yeah, he literally does not, like, no, like, I'm sorry, but, like, the bankruptcy is a public thing. Like, he would talk about the private stuff, but he doesn't want them to bring it up. But here's the thing, Phil, your bankruptcy, that was public, because bankruptcies are always public. You can't just hide that shit. See, he wants to hide it because he doesn't want people. But Phil, you tried to hide it, but people wanted to know. And yeah, this gentle insult. When you give, I know you have a brain. Yeah, it really is fucking toxic.
Some people like to utilize it, while others like ignore that it exists.
Yeah, Purple Pickle is becoming part of the snow crawl zone, and he will basically get the snow crawl treatment.
2023,
which is, if he gets banned, he's not allowed to come here.
Right? Out of that situation.
Yeah, it's so many problematic things. 5,000 more for business expenses.
His life, better place.
We failed the last night.
Why would I want to talk about my bankruptcy in 2023?
Like, Phil, why do you talk about it? Because you talked about how that happened, and now you still want to get a refinance. And look at him. Look, he looks like he's about to fucking fake cry again. Like, he really doesn't understand. Phil, it was you. You were the one who, like, you wanted your bankruptcy, you got it. Now you have to deal with the fallout for it. You're mad because you can't build up credit again for 7 years, which you actually could if you really wanted to. The vet streak had so much success not specifically because of the vest, but because you talked about it in a way to fight against bankruptcy and the detractors. It was the time-dense controlled Phil. Yeah, cry for the sympathy fucking bucks. Phil, the bankruptcy was all on you. You did not need to move to Washington the way you did. You could have saved for a few months, had 20%. Like, it was like, fucking, go watch Piece of Pieces. It made a great video about the condo. Phil put $5% down, not $5, 5% down for his condo, for the Wakando. And here's the thing, Phil. If you would put 20 down, it'd be a lot less. You probably could actually get the PMI out. But Phil, then it's like you're literally, all you're doing is you're just racking up more debt. You haven't learned. And the fact is, the next time, it's not going to go your way. I'm a tractor, but I'd never max out 14 fucking credit cards.
Right? How about I come to your house, right? And we talk about all those lowest moments of your life. Better yet, how about...
Okay. All right. Because here's the thing. You know, if you want to do that, hey, guess what, Phil? You, the one human being outside of your family that legitimately loved you, and I do believe Leanna legitimately loved Phil, you drove away from your own toxicity. How about that, Phil? You drove that person away. Your wife doesn't love you. Your cat doesn't love you. Yeah, the fact he will pay minimum with a high interest rate says a fucking lot. And here's the thing, Phil. You know, you're the one who basically did all this. The trolls never told you. The trolls didn't say, hey, you know what'd be funny? If Phil got 14 credit cards maxed out. We never said that. We never told you to get double digits in credit cards and max them out. That was on you. We didn't say to go and fuck up your entire thing because you didn't pay taxes. That's on you. Nobody said that. You were the one who did all this. You were the one who fucked it up, and you've not learned from it.
Well, all I do is I just beat your testicles like a punching bag like this. Because, I mean... Why am I toxic?
Phil? Here's the thing about life. Life does get you down sometimes. And yes, you will win, and then you will lose. You'll get hurt. You'll get knocked down. But here's the thing about life. When you lose, you actually learn. You can learn more about yourself and more about life from losses than from wins. You know, that's why they say failure is the greatest teacher. You know, you want to do something. You want to improve yourself. Losing is this is why, you know, they take the training wheels off of your bike and, you know, you're going to fall a lot. I fell a ton of times when I was a kid after you took the training wheels off. But you know what? When the training wheels came off, they never went back on. It was now I'd fall down, and I would, every little bit, I get a little bit better, a little bit better. That's how life works. That's how you live. That's how you think people, like, this is how people become great at things. They practice and practice and practice. And you learn from your mistakes. And you become a better person because of them. Here's the thing, Wet Floor. If he tries speedrunning a bankruptcy, he's going to lose his house. His enablers is making his inevitable problems worse. Like, he might have credit cards again. I think a lot of it is Amazon credit. He's able to put things on Amazon credit and do... I did Amazon credit once for one thing. And so that's probably what he's doing. He's unlearning. I think he's unlearning. He needs to learn. It's like, dude.
I mean... right? Phil, how about we just talk about every lowest point of your life right now? Okay? How about, and while I'm doing that, how about I just strike you repeatedly in the face, left and right like this, back and forth. This is entertainment. Here we go. And now I'm going to punch you in the nuts. Oh, yeah, I love it. Yes, this is a great night stream, isn't it?
Phil? No, maybe your fans shouldn't do that, but you know who should? Go to a therapist. That's what that would be what therapy would be. Go through your lowest moments and try to figure out a way to go forward in a positive way that would actually get you to learn things. But no. See, he thinks, yeah. Ever since the car thing, he's been spending a lot of money openly. Yeah, I think what it really is he's either not wailing as much as he is. I honestly think, the more stressed he is, the more he wails, the more he spends money. Like it's a crappy version of this is just a crappy version of the Truman Show. And the whole point about the Truman Show, Wet Floor, is the whole point about it was that Truman never knew it was a show. Everyone else knew it's a show, but Truman didn't. So therefore, his reactions, his emotions were real. You got real emotions. It wasn't acting from him. It was real. Phil doesn't get it. Like, this is all acting from him. Like, Phil, we know that when you turn the camera off, you're miserable.
What are you talking about? Seriously.
Like, you want to talk about depression? Like, yeah. Like, the fuck?
I received a $6.72 tip. It is from
$6.72.
Can you start?
Come on, dumbass.
Can you start saying thanks for the money, dummy, when you get troll super chats? No. Did I ever actually say thanks for the money, dummy, and it became?
Yes. How else do you think it got thanks for the money, dummies? How do you think that came about, Phil? You think people just like AI'd your voice? No, you said it and they clipped it. It's just more destructive. Yeah. Like,
became a meme because I know people said stuff like that as a negative towards me, but I don't know if I actually ever said that.
You did say it. That's why it became a meme, because then they could put it on the soundboard. Thanks for the money, dummies. Like, oh my God. You see, he's so in denial. Like, the thing I'll say about it, Phil is in denial of his own problems. He's in denial of his alcoholism. I don't know if he's drinking as much as he used to, but he is still drinking. He's drinking to cope with his life. And I believe that he is in complete denial about it. His spending habits are bad to the point where it's like, dude, you should be able. I was saying it's a joke making fun of people doing live streams. It doesn't mean he never did.
Did I? Oh, okay. People are saying I did. I'm definitely not saying I didn't. I likely did. I mean, where else would people have gotten it from, right? And let's be honest, some of these people who throw money at me to try to get an insanely stupid thing said on my stream, I mean, yeah. they deserve it, right? Some of the stuff that's said on here is just so...
Wasn't that the quote for the super shout out to Zabuddy?
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that was.
Super chat from Guitar Player. I pre-ordered deluxe version.
Yeah, no, he will never. Dreamlike, he'll never take accountability, which is why when he really gets to the point where he's fucked, there's nothing he can do.
Deluxe edition, season passes. I'm so done with that crap. I haven't done it in so long. I still have no plans.
I mean, there were times where I almost felt bad for Phil. Then it comes a reason why I shouldn't feel bad anymore. Yeah, I don't feel bad for him. This is the hell he built for himself, brick by fucking brick. Do I think Ubisoft will
survive? They're in financial trouble. Man, I talked about it on the podcast this morning. They need better leadership. They have a leader right now in Yves Guillemot, who's literally telling the employees it's their fault that the company's failing and they need to right the ship. It's like, dude, you're in charge. You're the leader. Literally telling the employees they need better leadership. Do I think Ubisoft will survive? They're in financial trouble.
Oh,
man,
wow.
I talked about it on the podcast this morning. They need better leadership. They have a leader right now in Yves Guillemot, who's literally telling the employees it's their fault that the company's failing and they need to right the ship. It's like, dude, you're in charge. You're the leader. You are the leader. You made all the choices. How can you blame your employees and tell them it's their responsibility?
Phil, how can you blame your viewers for not supporting you? How can you do that? Like, yeah, Raman, he has no self-awareness. He blames his viewers for low support. He did it for Scorn. That's why you got noticed by Moist Critical. And then Moist Critical, like, shutting down eventually will be the best thing to happen for Phil. Well, Wet Floor, you say that I'm kind of gonna agree with Unica Science that Phil's gonna find another he's gonna find another mobile game. He needs, the thing about him mobile gaming is he needs to have something where he can basically always be up. He always needs to be able to win. Like, that's the reason he wails on WWE Champions. So he can have this high win percentage. They have other games. He probably does. Then you'd have to go find which games. And I don't even trust that the games that he said are the real things.
To fix the
you have to find
How
them.
dumb can you be? But then again, this is the same guy right? Who claims he didn't know about any of the wrongdoing with that sexual harassment stuff that was going on. You know, this is the same guy. He's just an insanely bad leader, it seems. From all the track record we're seeing, he just seems like he's a terrible, terrible leader, and he's going to run that company into the ground. And like I said on the podcast this morning, it seems like the reason Ubisoft actually had their measure of success was luck. They were in the right place at the right time, making the right games by chance, and then with that level of popularity for Assassin's Creed and Just Dance and Tom Clancy, they blew it up and just oversaturated the market with the same shit so much. They
lacking
overexerted that formula where no one wants it anymore. So now, what do? Oh, I don't know, what do we do now? No one's buying our games. Oh shit, maybe if you had a leader, they'd actually do something with intelligence.
Oh yeah, since when it goes down, he is going to be so fucking grumpy.
You have a leader who's a jackass.
Yeah, TM Power, yes. This is but part of it is it's not only projection. It's really not understanding the like he cannot
Assassin's
really.
Creed 72. I can't wait for that one. Oh, what game can we copy next and slap Assassin's Creed on it, right? So I don't know. I want Ubisoft to survive. They got a lot of great IPs. They got a lot of great game developers that work for them. A lot of great talent.
This is
they're managing.
Yeah, it's not just as a fucking assault. This is completely.
The problem is, how do you gut the leadership of a company?
No one.
The one's in charge.
He claimed no one holds him accountable, but detractors every day are calling him out.
Right?
He never wanted to be held accountable.
Purple Pickle apologized for his last super chat with another super chat. He says, "What do you think cancel culture will fade away in a few years, or will it stay and get worse?" It's like everything in life. Things go away and come back and go away and come back. Currently now, especially in the media and especially in pop culture, we have a huge wave of emphasis on cancel culture, liberal/leftist thought, and basically even the media is very skewed towards that way for the most part. Now here's the thing. I'm not necessarily saying that's always wrong. I'm a person that's in the middle. I'm a moderate person. I don't believe that left or right is the
bullshit. Phil, no. Oh my God. I really want to hear him do... I actually kind of really do want to hear him do politics. Just get out of gaming and do politics. Because it will be the most milquetoast fence-sitting bullshit ever. And everyone's going to get on like, pick a fucking... like. I don't believe he's moderate. Like, he's like, think about it, the whole thing. He's against fucking government holidays. He hated President's Day. I like, it would have been hilarious if Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday had been the one that came on that Monday. When is that? Gonna be Monday. Damn. Because if it had been that, he would have just screamed about that. He's screaming about fucking you know, federal holidays because the fact is the banks are closed. And it's like, Phil, banks fucking work. You know, they're open. Like, the branches are sometimes open 6 days a week. But no, we can't do that. It's like, that President's Day rant was so fucking entitled and wild. And now the fact is, like, when he does his politics thing is he doesn't like liberals now because liberals are in power. You know, in 2024, if the other side gets in power, he's gonna like them. Juneteenth was great. Did he do another June? Did he do Juneteenth as well? Like, he has, yeah. And here's the thing: he doesn't vote. Remember, he does not vote. He probably hasn't voted in like almost 20 years. But yeah, Tarbo, he has no coherent political views. He supports what gives him the most in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of work. Yeah, like. Yeah, like, and Palmer, you're completely right. That's why I find it hilarious that the whole refinance thing is like, dude, you worked at Wells Fargo. Don't you know that you would be basically for those, you would be the one that you would be selling those bad subprime mortgages to that would just put you underwater and they just take your house. Like, haha, fuck you.
correct mentality, I think that we have to come to a compromise somewhere in the middle for the good of mankind. So when I see the entire media skewing one way or the other, either way is bad in my opinion, okay? Cancel culture very, very much is focused on this leftist mentality, and what's going to happen is after a while, things will swing back. The door swings both ways, man. It's not a door that just stops. It's going to go back this way, then it's going to flop back this way, then it's going to flop back. So you're going to keep seeing it go back and forth over the years. I've seen it in my lifetime. I've seen it go back and forth a couple times. So we'll see what happens, you know, in society.
That will expect just a big bit of nothing.
Left-leaning focus in the media, online for a while, and then after a while it's going to flop back again, you know? And it really depends on where you live as well, because as I said, you know, they call it the coastal elites, where in the United States, it's the coasts that are very hyperactive towards that. While, again, the further inland you get, it's different. The whole mentality of people, the culture changes. And it's interesting to see the cultural divide in this country. Why do you think we had such crazy dissension for the last, like, 5 to 8 years when it comes to government, when it comes to all this stuff, you know? Things you never would expect. You ever thought you would have seen people, you know, storm the Capitol? I know I wouldn't have ever expected that. That's just nuts, and it happened, you know? And it's going to keep getting crazier and crazier with the way this country's working. But
yeah, that's the thing with Phil. Jokes on Phil, he'll fall for the same scam he scammed other clothes people
and they'll go back this way
when he worked at Wells Fargo. Yeah, and Rami, you're right. It's Twitter opinions.
More tips. We got a dollar tip here.
Twitter fucking opinions.
From Voldemort. Phil Burnell, you're the boy who did not pay $10 for PS Plus, but lived. Okay, there you go. I still survived, even though I didn't pay for PS Plus. What a remarkable outcome. because everyone, most people
Like,
don't
they're
get PS
fucking
they
making
perish
fun of
immediately.
you, Phil.
Okay. I got another $1.30 tip.
I don't know. Yeah, there's some good old boys here in Western Maryland. Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Well, Maryland's interesting because there are places that are very liberal. There are places that are very conservative.
So again,
in the end, we agree at least that the state flag's awesome, and so is Old Bay.
Why would I even address that?
So,
you know,
those are the important things in life.
I'm not gonna waste my.
Oh no! We waited too long. No! We should have. Oh, he privated the video already. I was hoping that we could finish. I know I was way too slow. I was mostly around Bethesda Spring. Never saw much of wet. Oh well, but that's okay. 45 minutes. You know what I'm gonna do? We'll find raw DSP and we'll finish this. Yeah. Fine, let's just pull up raw then. Fine, we'll just do this on raw. Yellow Wrap should be up shortly, yeah. I do kind of want to finish hearing his insane ramblings. I know it. It's on raw, baby. Of course it's always on raw.
Would anyone care, right? And so make a new channel. See, that's another thing too. You know, with old videos of an old playthrough. You see, Side Kings, the series where I went out with my friends online and we did all the stunts, not the edited version, but the raw footage. And it really depends on where you live as well, because as I said, you know, it's different. The whole crazy dissension for the last like 5 to 8 years when it comes to expected that. That's just nuts, and it happened, you know. And it's gonna keep getting crazy,
Rising Sun, all that.
The country's working, but
like,
no,
the idea though is
just like
that
everything, things will flip flop back and forth, and eventually things will go back the other way.
In the end,
go back this way again. That's just how life works.
You know,
okay,
as long as you're not hurting other people, whatever. You do what you got. You do what you want. Do what you got to do.
Phil Burnell, you're the boy who did not pay $10 for PS Plus but lived. Okay, there you go. I still survived.
That is my thing. It's just, you know,
outcome. Because everyone, most
don't hurt other people.
They perish immediately. Okay.
You know, if you're not hurting other people, I don't really give a shit what you do. Okay, that's me.
Let's see here. Let's see.
It also goes to my whole thing with sexuality. It's like, listen,
this is just one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Whatever.
It's completely wrong.
Whatever.
So again,
consenting adults do behind closed doors.
May not realize it.
I have no problem with it.
About things that's just going to cause problems for everyone. Why
now, if the fact is,
you know,
it's
no.
If it's, you know, you bring in other things, which is something that cannot either consent because they're either too young or not human, then I have a problem with it. If it's or a person who just can't consent because they might be.
I'm doing a lot better and not taking bait with that shit.
That's it.
Seriously.
So. You know, if you're talking about consenting adults who can consent and do consent,
we have some time left and we can. I don't know if it comes to information tonight. Give me a second here. Slayer says, would an open world game GTA style set in Korea or he scrolled off the screen? In Korea or somewhere else work? We already have open world games set in the US, Europe, Hong Kong, and Japan. I would be open to
Diet Pro Farah. That's just how it always is.
I think that would be key to it being successful. We have too much of the same shit these days.
This state just it
is. I'm just platinuming Uncharted 2.
A Baltimore raised
platinum. I can't speak.
You know what, Diet?
Okay.
Pro Farah.
Bag of
Utz chips to you.
Psychiatrist. I can't help you with depression. You should talk to a professional.
Bag of
Utz
chips.
Or a family member or a friend. You shouldn't be talking to a random streamer on the internet if you really need help with that, which I don't know if you're being serious or not. If you are, please go talk to a professional. I can't help you. Not qualified. Now, in regards to these videos, all right? So
okay, so he saw that $20 fucking thing where it was talking about fucking
so we went
all that. He was like,
all my old hard drives. And we opened them up and we plugged them in and they all worked, which shocked me.
He basically was just like, yeah, I'm not touching that one.
And we found
you need some,
playthroughs.
I do love the fact that now they just have the crab chip because Old Bay gave the license to Hair. So it's like, no, there's still Old Bay style chips.
I can't remember.
They're pretty good.
Xbox 360.
Can't believe
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead in Baltimore.
Playthrough. Suicide Kings, the series where I went out with my friends.
Baltimore's nice.
Not the edited version, but the raw footage.
Now, some places
and the original LA
some places a white boy like me don't go.
Okay, so we're talking 3 full playthroughs and then 1 side.
Not only is it good,
this is footage that's been lost to the internet.
It is the setting of one of the greatest TV shows ever, The Wire.
Okay, but the question is, how on earth
The Wire is great.
Get that on the internet and get it to a point where it can be shared with an audience, but it's not too much to handle. And the reason I say that is that was my old style of recording. First of all, it's the old camera style. It looks like shit. It's not going to be visually appealing to anyone. You're going to watch it.
Your style still looks like shit. Like, you need a better camera. Like, all this stuff is like, what you really need to do is just completely, not spend on WWE champions and save up some money and just really go and upgrade your system. Make it look a whole lot better. That's the first thing. Then you need to be not toxic. Then maybe, just maybe, people will come back to you.
She'd be like, oh God, Phil, you really used to look like shit. Things are so different now. You're so used to it, right? It's been like over about 10 years. I've been doing direct capture. That's been better. So you got to understand that to begin with. That I don't think that it's going to bring in that much of an audience because people are going to see the old style and be like, oh, it's just not good, and they're not going to really watch it that much. But in addition, okay, now you're talking about my old style of recording, which was 10 to 15 minute long videos. The Final Fantasy 13 playthrough, no exaggeration, all right, is.
Have you heard that some of the bigger Detractor channels are fighting with each other? If not, what are your thoughts on your own haters hating each other? Who are the bigger channels that are fighting each other? What the fuck is... the fuck? Wait, hold... like, this isn't the SK. Who is hating each other? What? I don't get that one. Are there Oh, yeah. Some people don't like Super Crazy and James Lesser Express Lane, but they're not fucking hating on them. It's just like, yeah, I don't like that. Saving up money to upgrade a priest. Yeah, it would be something a sensible person, but Phil won't do that. Bigger channels. Like, yeah, like he says, bigger Detractor channels. Like, I'm sorry, like what? Like Piece of Peace? And late? Like, okay, listen, the only people who dislike Peace sometimes is when he does his game streams and he can go a little too much in his Phil LARPing, but it's still kind of fun. Oh no! The pastor? No! No, don't tell me the pastor went full DSP. Oh no. No, I like the pastor. What happened to him? I only don't care for James Lesser because, like, duty, he'll go off on wild ass theories. Yeah, I don't. Oh, pastor went sock. Oh no. Oh my god. No. What? So basically, is he saying that anybody who makes money off of Phil is bad? What happened to him? Like, oh my god. He fucking, because he even said he was a narcissist. I wonder if he started eating his, feeling his own hype.
About
sad, because I really liked the pastor.
Parts. All right, that's a lot of parts.
Oh, he tried to gatekeep detracting. No. He goes a little off the deep end, but it builds his character. But also here's the thing: while Peace can sometimes go off and can be sometimes a little toxic, he also is very smart and will talk about things. Said no one can talk about Ket. I was already kind of, I'll be honest, like, the pastor already kind of didn't get me when he was, and that was the whole thing with Wings and Kelly, and that one Wings Detractor almost was able to convince Kelly to come up to him and come up to his place and so he could bang her, which, yeah, I don't like adultery and cheating in a relationship. However, Wings doesn't fuck his wife and has never fucked his wife. So I think, and especially because she wants it, I always be like, you know what? Okay, whatever. That pastor dunks on Derek and Ket before, and now it's a problem to do so. One is definitely intended. The pastor could be very holier than thou. Ket's not the target. Yeah, Ket's not the target. The reason people dunk on Ket is because they might dunk on Ket by saying, hey, Ket is also a, she cheated on Subaru Man to see Phil. Like, she was still with Subaru Man when she was coming up to see Phil. So people say, that's a fucking problem. They don't like that. Yeah, I don't hate James. I don't hate Duty. I don't like the wild, like, I admit that, like, my whole theory about 1 Minute Man being Planet Jeff is pure speculation. That's my speculation, and my speculation that he gets paid lump in the beginning of the month. Pure speculation. I have no proof on that. But yeah, we only talk about Kat in relation to DSP. And, like, we talk about it because the fact is, well, Kat lied to a dude for weeks, if not longer. Now she's dealing with the consequences. Yeah, I mean, and I think that, the whole thing that Phil just, like, he broke the exercise bike, and he didn't do it on purpose. I don't believe he did. I don't think he purposely did it. He's just stupid. But it might have been interpreted that he purposely broke it so that, you know, and maybe the fact is that she's, you know, she is not liking her situation. She's emotionally eating. I don't know.
That's a lot of uploading. That's a lot of notifications going out.
I like duty and prefer the theory that 1 Minute Man is just DSP.
And when I upload to my channel, check a box.
Here's the thing, still, Ryan. I would prefer that theory if it was less than $20. If it was a $5 tip every day, I would probably go with that. But if $20, even $25, that was just, it's too much money for him to prime the tip jar. If it was $5, yeah, but too much money.
That says do not
in my
publish
personal opinion.
the subscriber feed. Meaning if you're a
we'll never
subscriber,
know.
I have 201,000 subs right now. I think we're almost very close to 202,000 if you didn't know. If you know, we're actually very close to actually a little bit more growth.
Pastor was calling out people without using names and even using nuggets of truth and detractors when talking about them. Oh, Jesus. She's married to Phil. I would eat my emotions of knowing that our cat. Yeah, emotional distress. And yeah, emotional eating is a thing. Yeah, Jeff only showed up once a month and always a giant amount. And that's why Aqua Saber, I believe, that's why my theory is that it's Planet Jeff. He gives it a lump sum. And therefore, I also think that why Phil is the one who decides to make it $20 is he's trying to hide that I think he gets about $1,000. That would be my personal Theo theory. This is a Theo theory that has no proof on it. So, you know, if you don't agree with it, that's fine. You can say, like, you have no proof, you're an idiot. And I was like, okay, yeah, I got no proof on that. Like, the priming the tip jar doesn't work when it's $25. As I said, $5, more reasonable.
On the channel, but it fluctuates. That's why I don't really talk about it that much. But
you're considering like he is tipping and paying
202,000
taxes on those.
How many people want to know?
He's just saying that he puts the 20 and gives the idea they're close to the first goal. I think so, still. I think what it is that
right? They don't want to go onto DSP Gaming or go
Jeff gives that money in the first of the month.
And get a million fucking videos in there of an old game that looks like shit. Okay, they don't.
But I also believe, and this is the other big thing, I believe that at that point he also has told Phil, do not ask for a cent more. This is all I can give. He gives him $1,000 and says, that's all I can give. If it's a lump sum, he's probably adding money on his day off too. So he's probably hiding. I believe he's hiding so much money. That's why I think it's 1,000. He's probably set it up like, here's 1,000, nice round number. You get $1,000 a month, but do not ever ask me for another cent. Because we've never seen Planet Jeff show up. Why doesn't he whale call Planet Jeff? Oh, that's why. Because Planet Jeff's probably got an arrangement. This is like some of the whales, they have arrangements and set up that, okay, here, we can give you this much. But that's just me. I don't know.
They'd probably be more interested if I played it again with direct capture and live streaming. They probably would like that better, right?
More people are inclined to tip him. I get that,
still in regards to,
but not for $20.
Or these playthroughs, we have to find the happy medium where how could I effectively upload the videos, but not overload the channel, do it in a method where there's enough coming out at a rate where those who want to watch it are getting enough, but at the same time that I'm not overloading the channel with old videos of an old playthrough, you see? And we were talking about like 2 videos a day maybe, and you do it every day, but then in a month you get, what, 60 videos, but then it would still take over 3 months to upload Final Fantasy 13.
See,
so then
the thing is that, like,
what if you do like
with what he's talking about now, Das Bullshit already said that he would
15, right? Like we have to, it's just there's so much to figure out on how to do it correctly, you know, really. And it sucks because I really and do I do it on DSP Gaming, right? Do I even do it on DSP Gaming?
But here's the thing,
would anyone care
already,
right? And so
already had Das Bullshit already said, send me the files, I'll edit them. He should just let Das Bullshit do that, because he could edit them down. It'd probably be about a gig, and then he could
have a channel. It has to have a certain amount of
let Das
subscribers
Bullshit
and
have the stream,
viewers.
have the key to upload that.
Ways
Das Bullshit could upload them.
Like a partner program and
but
stuff.
Phil doesn't want to give up control.
It would basically be a ton of work without guarantee that it would even go through. And then on top of that, I need to have buy-in from my audience that I have thousands of people that are willing to
buy-in from the audience
so that it'll hit that goal, so that we can, you know, do that. You see, it's just, I almost feel like I would have to upload it to DSP Gaming, okay? But how to do it? And we really haven't had a chance
rep
to
is
sit
not
down
yet
and
up.
discuss options. And now we're out. It's already almost 9:15. I'm ready. I'm getting ready to go here tonight. So sadly, again, we just didn't have time to talk about it. We really need to have like a half an hour or an hour to just sit here
at
and
normal
talk about
speed.
ideas.
He's so slow.
What's the happy medium? Is it 5
know,
videos a day, is 2
Parma,
a day, but then
part of it,
like
I think,
20
is
on my day off,
part of it. I
right?
think
We
is
need to
Jin
really
brain.
weigh and
He's
balance all
also
these
just
factors and
he
discuss it and
talks
figure it
slow.
out.
Some
So
people
we're doing
talk
the right thing
faster
for
normally than
everyone. I don't
others.
want to.
You
The
get
thing
like
is, I know
now
there's
some
people who are
people
interested in the
like
videos. I also know
Movie
people who
Bob
aren't.
will actually artificially
And I need
speed
to make
up
sure that I'm not
his
offending or pissing off those who
he,
aren't. At the
Movie
same
Bob
time, I
actually
do wanna
artificially
give you guys
speeds up
what you
his
want, 'cause you've been
videos
asking for it for a
so
long
that he
time, and I
sounds
feel
faster
bad
and a little
that we
smarter,
don't have
but
a
it also
solution
means
right away. You know what I mean?
his voice is pitch shifted up.
So
Like,
let's
look at
we're not
someone
gonna
like
get an answer tonight.
someone.
All right?
Sometimes
We're just
people
not.
when
All
people
right?
speak faster, they are
I think
thought
what
to
we
be
need to
more
do is talk about it further,
intelligent.
perhaps on the level
I
one
honestly think
podcast
that's why
tomorrow
some
morning,
people like
right? We'll see.
Ben
I guess.
Shapiro talks really
Let's see what
fast,
happens. Let's talk about
more
it further
faster
this
than
week.
much faster
Okay,
than
now
I
we're
think
out
he
of time.
needs to.
Okay.
But it makes him
More
seem a lot
contributions,
smarter
shout out.
because it's harder to
$3
break
tip
everything down when you're talking too fast because your brain
from
is trying
my
to.
ass has
do that.
dimples.
But you know,
Chris says, I've been watching you for 15 years. I heard some really stupid
loves to
rumors
talk
about
fast when
you.
he's trying to make
I
excuses
heard
to hide
about,
something.
you know,
Yeah,
all this dumb stuff.
the faster you talk
And
is when
basically,
you
here's the thing.
want people to
I'm not
not
going
be
to talk
able
about
to
those
catch
specifics
you.
because it's not worth it.
What you're
all right?
saying,
But I
or be able
understand.
to
You're right.
rebut what
It
you're
sucks
saying.
that people talk about that shit, and I just ignore it, right?
You can dissect
Okay.
how stupid.
Um,
Oh, Zerglu, it's so bad. Like he said he had that one
And then another
Tokusatsu's
super chat
weird
from Purple
video
Pickle.
that
This
just
guy
it
doesn't give
angers
up.
me.
Have you heard that Detractor channels are now fighting each other? No, I don't care about Detractor channels. Okay? All right, ready, ladies and gentlemen? I don't care about Detractor channels. I don't care about Detractor channels.
That's fine.
I don't care about Detractor channels.
Said that before.
Do I care about Detractor channels? No, I don't care about Detractor channels.
Bill, that effect would work a lot better if we didn't have that little bit of movement. Like, you should probably have locked everything down. If you're gonna do. I know. See? It's like this. Look at this. So when I do that, yeah, it's not that great. Okay. So there we go. But, you know, Bill, I get it. You don't care about Detractor channels. Okay. Why the movement lines? Because I don't really know. He's trying to make this emphasis or something, but you know, the problem is that his whole thing is that you had that little bit of movement. Like part of this is because he doesn't have scenes, so he could have made this like have the question be one scene, then have the exclamation be the same scene. You just switch that one source and have this motion line be another thing and just change it so everything then kind of looks the same. But he can't do that. I don't know.
I, Phil Burnell, Darkside Phil, DSP, owner and operator of DSP Gaming, do not care about Detractor channels.
Good for you, Phil. When initially when the cars are drifting, something has to be moving for those lines to make sense. Yeah.
I don't want to know about them. I don't want to hear about them. I don't care about them. I don't want to. If I fart too loud and it sounds like the name of a detractor, I get upset. Okay.
If you fart too loud and we hear it on the microphone, I'm going to laugh. Then why do you know about detractor memes? Yeah, the only thing he knows about these detractor memes is why WWE is fucking banning his channel. Like, the whole thing about the detractor memes is either the mods tell him in his secret detractor Discord, his secret mod Discord. Like, it's like he's fucking shining. I just love reading labels on every powder container. Energy powder containers just expose me to lead. I ain't touching G-Full no more. I would like not to have lead poisoning.
I want nothing to do. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. Let them do their own nonsense. If I ignore it, the more I ignore and the less that I take the bait of bullshit, right, on this channel, and I get to just chill with you guys and have a good time and enjoy games and having our own meaningful content.
Taking the
just
bait,
keep that shit on their own channels, the better.
That's the problem.
Right?
You keep
really.
taking
Stop
the
taking
bait.
the bait. Stop acting like
you already take the bait. Technically, there's already we've farted really loud on stream, which you know. That's the thing. Also, I don't think he has a limiter. Like he probably should have like a limiter on his microphone in OBS, so that if he ripped a big one, it wouldn't notice. But you know, yeah, that's the thing. The rant today about J.K. Rowling is literally bait. Like this stuff's all bait, and he eats it up like it's a fucking microwave dinner. Real gamers have heavy metal in their blood. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that sort of thing raised a huge...
Like a fool, because that's the thing. The more I act like a fool, that gives them more fodder. Let me...
Phil? We have fodder for days. Phil, this whole stream is fodder because you were too cheap to pay $10 for PS Plus or just to pay $60 a year for PS Plus. You basically couldn't play. You can't play you can't play your Capcom fighting 30th edition anymore. He can't do Friday Night Fights anymore because he won't pay up.
Let me tell you, they're upset because in the last couple of months I actually have stopped doing things such as sitting here and doing the dumb e-begging shit that I was doing so
Bill, on Anleet's channel, they have the unrecorded segment where you literally basically said you couldn't play One Piece unless people gave you more support. Phil, you think you aren't e-begging, but we can tell you, we know you're e-begging. Doesn't matter whether you beg or not. Like, the fact is, all it does, it's going to take just a few bad streams, a few bad days of streams. The black begging shirt will come out. The tweets will come out. It will happen. He is, yeah, like, are we punching the air right now? Like, I don't know. Is there like some invisible person I need to kill? I don't know. Yeah, this is all cope. Like, Phil.
excessively. I stopped doing it, and they're mad at
you. We're mad about it? Phil, I don't give a fuck. Phil, you want to get your house refinanced. It's hilarious for me. You want to know why? Because you're going to probably pull out as much money as you can and fuck yourself so hard, you will never recover financially. Okay? I don't think you're going to stop because with a refinance, he probably could pull up everything but 20%. So whatever the house is appraised at, he could pull up to 80% of that, not counting whatever is from his old mortgage. So let's say it's, I think it was like 600, I being so generous, it was like 600,000. He could pull up like over $200,000 out. And then what would you do then, Phil? You'd waste all that money. You wouldn't repair the house because here's the thing. You have always lied to everybody about what you do. You lied to Leanna. You told her you would not only, you would go, when you went to Washington, you would get the back surgery. The fact is you didn't. You said the air in Seattle healed your back, which is you were saying it was a fucking herniated disc. $467,000, the current assessed value. Properties could go up to $650,000. So $467,000. So he could take up. So what that would be is, what is it? Let's see. So his, okay, so let's just be general and say that he has, okay, so let's see, 467, and we take, and so, no, actually, now, $373,600 would be 80% of that. So that's the amount that he could have for his mortgage or his refinance. You know, he has to keep at least that 20% in there. So now let's now remove what I believe would be a estimate of how much of the principal of his mortgage he still has left. So I'm just going to go with $210,000. It might not be that. So he would be able to pull out of the equity of his house $163,600 at this point. And he would probably pull it all out. Now, he doesn't need to pull all that out. He could probably pull out $25,000 to have general repairs and major home improvements. It would bump up his, it would pull up his, the property value of his house. And then he would probably only have a little bit. But here's the big problem. He isn't going to be able to get any money. He's not going to be able to get a loan that's anything other than at least, 10% interest, which is probably going to just destroy him because it's probably going to at least double his mortgage payment. Understand, right? He's upset that we are upset he stopped begging his chat to give him money and doing nothing from it. I don't see why it affects detractors because he's thinking that if he does better, we are getting mad. It's like, Phil, we don't really fucking care. Monthly payment for the new mortgage at higher interest, higher property payment, tax payment again, and HOA. Yeah, we're talking at least double, if not more. Who knows? Either double his mortgage or bring it up to $3K a month. Like, and the fact is, remember, he doesn't even round up. Like, if he had just rounded up that monthly mortgage payment just to $2,000 even, and the rest of it went to principal, he'd be in a lot better position. And he'd have what, about, let's say, 200, let's see, so it was 1830, 2000, 170, then multiply that by 8 years, which would be, let's see, well, 70, hold on, 8.5 years times 12, because I'm dumb. He would have actually put $17,340 into the equity of his home through paying completely right to the principal. This would actually not only have taken his mortgage down considerably, but the fact is that then, like, it would mean, one, it would mean his mortgage would go down. It would be faster for him to finish his mortgage. But you want the refinance to happen because he'll shoot himself again. That would be interesting. Although, I don't know. Would we know if he got the refinance? Is that because, like, the mortgage on a house would be public knowledge, but a refinance, is that public knowledge? I don't know. It's forbidden math. Big ups, forbidden math. Possess me for a little bit.
Damn, that's what we used to have. That was our best ammo. Now we can't.
Like, Bill, here's the best ammo. The fact is that you lock your cat in your place. The fact is, we kind of don't think that you and Cat even sleep in the same bed. We know you. It seems like you don't sleep in the same bed. I don't believe you even sleep in the same room. Now, the fact is that this isn't like 120 years ago where I had an ancestor who didn't. Yeah, there had ancestors that didn't sleep in the same room. Part of that was, wanna why? Because that dude had such bad sleep apnea and snored so much, he had to sleep in a different room. Because his wife never get a fucking good bit of sleep. So you know what he does? Fucked her and then went off to his own room. And this is the days before shit like CPAPs and shit like that, where you could, like, okay, now you're not snoring so loud you're gonna wake up the whole goddamn neighborhood. It happens. I'll say it again, he doesn't like to own his house. He loves being in debt. But still, man, that makes no sense if he's always in debt. Like that's the fucking, like, him being in debt, especially with his housing, it's like the fucking sword of Damocles. One wrong move and it's done. If he owned his house outright, he would basically only have to pay property taxes. And that would probably be what, like maybe a few hundred a month? Like, that would be a much better position, other than the HOA fees. He'd have to pay HOA fees, insurance, and property tax, but that would be a whole lot less. And that photo with the headband, because he snores. And the thing is, he snores. I believe that post-nasal drip and all that, sleep apnea. I think he has airway issues. So he probably has sleep apnea, probably needs a CPAP machine. Or religious reasons other than producing offspring twin beds in the same room. I mean, yeah, there's also that. Like, I know with my ancestors, it was because motherfucker snored so loud. He had to be in another room. That's just how that was. But what you then do is you fuck someone and then you fuck off to your own room. That's what you do. I don't know. I am fucking. He obviously never learned anything in school or business school. Yeah, he went to a finance school. Like, so this refinance should not be done. The guy that's still paying back taxes on a payment plan. Not only that, if I remember, I thought I heard that he keeps adding his taxes to the payment plan. So he'll never get free of it. He can't stand being in the same room as her. Well, that's because Aqua Saber, he cannot. It is at this point, I believe, that he cannot stand being in the same room as anyone but himself. Like, he doesn't like when Jasper's there.
Really, grasp at the fucking straws, right?
We don't have to, like, grasp at straws? Bill, like, you're literally about to refinance your home for no reason and fuck yourself over. Like, I don't like have to grasp at straws. That's what you want to do. You put yourself in bankruptcy.
To really fucking say negative shit about him. They don't like that.
Info on the
They want me to act
taxes.
like an idiot every day. They really would have loved for me tonight to take the bait from these people. Oh, talk about your bankruptcy and talk about that.
You don't have to talk about your bankruptcy. You've talked about it so much. Phil, we saw the bank leaks. That's the whole point. You don't have to talk about it. We already have proof. It doesn't fucking matter.
No, stupid. I'm not wasting my time on that anymore. I'm just not. I mean, I have many positive things to talk about moving forward. I don't have time for your nonsense, you know?
What
they
for?
They don't like that.
That would make me very angry if he did that. No. But yes, I could see.
So let them be at each other's
I could see
throats
Phil
and,
doing that. No,
I don't care.
You know what he would do if Kat left, or if Kat threatened to leave? Yeah, he would basically he'd put her in a kill shelter and then be like, "Oh well, Jasper died. Oh well," because he doesn't care about Jasper. Like this is why I think he might be a sociopath. He doesn't care about anything else. Like we know enough. Bankruptcies are public. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get that the bankruptcy was all public. Like, it's why we got Timbo Slice's bankruptcy. Because people knew who he was, and it's a public document. Because, like you would have fucked yourself over if it wasn't for Kata and the Detractors. Yeah, like, he probably would have failed that, and then it'd be like, Because remember, here's the thing. He wanted that refinance to do that.
Care about anything they say and do. I don't want to know their names, you know? The less I know, the better.
Myth Bear thinks the government would put a lien on his property, and that hasn't happened. Then again, can you see DSP getting money aside, setting money aside for taxes? No, Ramen. He couldn't do that.
And Purple Pickle.
Phil has the ultimate trophy. He was
granted. I think maybe you don't care about.
He was granted a bankruptcy.
Yeah,
but it was a charade.
Sometimes I have to say something about 90, 100, 127 times before it sinks in with some people. I guess, right?
You see, and he doesn't. This is the thing.
Anyway,
he cannot really understand. People
all right,
hate
guys,
him
so
because
we're
he's
winding
that
down
toxic.
for the night. If anyone else has any questions, any other concerns, would you, last chance, because we have the last few minutes of the stream tonight, if you'd like to talk about anything important or just want to dick around, ask me something silly, last chance to do so before I adjourn for the night. I would say this has been a fun stream for me. Look at him rocking back and forth. Even though we didn't get to play Street Fighter, it is what it is. By the way, my head itches.
His head itches.
I'm wearing this hat, like my head is starting to itch.
Scam them out of the hat.
Tomorrow. Yeah, I honestly don't know what to expect with Oblivion. I just don't. I guess we're going to see
Scammed him out of the
here
hat.
For Oblivion to help me with it, because I'll get the feeling it's going to be just like Morrowind. There's going to be a million things I don't get, and I'm going to need your help to understand it. So I'm going to be here for it.
Phil,
well, I do another
almost
Call of Duty
like you should probably get the hats in a size.
You guys were not a fan though. Like when I was doing the Call of Duty multiplayer, people were strongly saying it wasn't entertaining, it wasn't fun because I wasn't engaging with the audience, and everything. You know, the engagement, the support actually supported that feedback.
Phil, when you talk about
support
and you talk about
hey, we can interact, we can talk while I'm trying to survive.
That whole thing, guess what, Phil?
Bounties and things. All of a sudden,
that is what makes it funny.
And you guys seem to like that way
you
more.
Keep doing that,
right?
No one else talks about support.
I get it that some
people
people like the standard multiplayer. I do too, but if the feedback overall is we like Warzone, keep doing Warzone, why am I going to go back to standard multiplayer, right? And I do believe that doing Warzone and regular multiplayer is too much. Doing it at the same time, that's too much Call of Duty. That's like Call of Duty overload, right?
Maybe sit in bathrooms more often to interact, Phil.
Do I know how to swim? I know the basics of swimming, but I haven't done it in so long. I don't even know if I'd be able to do it. I probably could figure it out in a few minutes again. It's not hard. Swimming is...
I'm sorry, what? What? I haven't swum in a long time, so it might take a few minutes to figure it out. Phil, if someone dumped your ass in water, you ain't got a few minutes to figure that shit out. You best be able to swim or you'll drown. Die. In a few minutes, you could drown. Like, that really, yeah. This makes it seem like he cannot swim or he doesn't know how to swim. Which, I'll be honest, that to me is very odd because it's like, ever since I was like very young, like 3 or 4, my parents we would get swimming lessons. We would go to the community pool and we'd have swimming lessons. You know, where you have those, remember those little foam little boogie boards where they basically teach you so you could kind of learn how to kick your feet for swimming. And you'd use that to kind of keep you up before you could really understand how to, you know, before you really understood things like like a freestyle or the breaststroke or anything like that, to kind of get you kicking, you know, so you could kind of learn how to swim. Like, because, you know, hey, if you fall into, let's say, a river or a thing of water, you want to really know how to tread water and how to swim so that you don't drown. Like, at least float. Yeah. You can't do the breaststroke. He's married, dude. I don't know. Have you seen those bazongas on him? He probably could do the breaststroke pretty good. Honestly, I think the breaststroke's probably the easiest swimming stroke to do, other than the backstroke. But the breaststroke is, I like that one much more than freestyle. I don't care for. I breaststroke much better if I need to swim
easy.
distances.
Most people float.
Most people float. Phil, do you even know how to float? Do you know how to tread water? Phil, like, if he fell into water, he wouldn't know, because he would probably, here's the thing, he would just be doing all on the x-axis and all that shit, and that's not going to help you float. You're just going to tire yourself out, and then you're going to sink to the fucking bottom. You prefer the long stroke? I know. Yeah, I know. But I know that Rydrick loves the long stroke, and he loves the long stroke. I'm a land mammal, lol. I've had 2.5 drownings glowing, so I'll get the past 6'4". I'm good. Oh, bro, no.
You can float if you just know what you're doing. It's about surface area, right? It's literally about surface area. You have to create a large surface area and enough motion, and you stay afloat.
Bill? That's... No. The best way of doing it is getting on your back and just letting the natural buoyancy of the human body keep your nose and mouth above water. Like, what the fuck? Like, you have to move around a lot. Like, Phil, you're basically telling somebody to move around a lot in the water. They're gonna tire themselves out. They're gonna drown. The whole point about floating and all that is to not expend energy, to keep yourself above water. Treading water is doing it in a very, very non-intensive way so that you can keep your head above water. Is he thinking about quicksand? I don't fucking know. Surface area is okay, but float motion, yeah, motion negates floating. Like you want to kind of, if you want to tread water, you keep upright and you move your arms and legs in a way so that you're not really moving, but it keeps your head above water. You could also float if you kind of lay your on your back. Most people, their natural buoyancy, because they'll have, you know, the fat is less dense than water, will allow you to float. So you could probably float a little bit like that, but I don't know what he's talking about. This is not good advice.
It's not a big deal. I think some people just don't understand the basics of buoyancy. So they get confused and they suck right to the bottom of the water. It's like, how?
What the they don't understand the basics of buoyancy, so they just sink. Bill, how the fuck does that work? Okay, because whether I know the basics of buoyancy or not, doesn't really matter, because my body itself, if my body is denser than water, I will sink. If it's less dense than water, I will float. That literally is the basics of buoyancy. And knowing it isn't going to make me more buoyant. Like, I'm literally, what the fuck? I don't understand how Phil has a constant need to be right about a topic or understand what he said. Minotaurix, what it really, it's narcissism. His narcissism is why he does this. He has a narcissistic need to be right about these things. Even when he's wrong, he has to be right in his own head, because he doesn't really, it's why he argues with everybody, why he argued with his doctors, his optometrists, about his eyeglasses when he was a kid. He cannot let anybody be right. Yeah, like, see him terrible. No, literally, he thinks it's like, does he think it's like the fucking, Does he think it's like a fucking cartoon? You know, where the coyote runs off the edge of the cliff, and because the coyote isn't thinking about gravity and thinks he has on solid ground, he can? Like, that's not how it fucking works. It's not like a cartoon where it's like, oh, I know buoyancy. Bloop. No. Like, yeah, no, and JG won't. Not only does that, but he's talking about he's old and cataracts, all this shit. Bill, put your fucking glasses on. Nobody, it's 2022. Nobody gives a fuck about, oh, glasses equal nerd. Nobody cares anymore. You need glasses, you need glasses. Ain't nobody gonna give a fuck about that. Get some good glasses that fit your fit the shape of your face, and you'll be fine. But no, it's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
How did that happen? How did you manage to sink?
He would laugh at a man drowning. Just understand, he's literally talking about, why don't you float? Like, if a man literally was struggling to float and was drowning, he would just be there laughing. Understand that. Oh no, he has legit eye strain. JD Winnell. Remember, he was talking about his eyes burning. He gets legit eye strain because he's trying to force himself to be able to see things that he really needs to wear his actual glasses. And his gunner glasses do not have a prescription on them. Just think about that for a second. He would literally, for somebody drowning, he would be laughing at them not being able to float. Like, what the fuck? Dude, somebody is drowning. Don't laugh at them. Help them. And if you don't know how to help them, you know, just stay on the back. Don't say a goddamn word. Look, man.
It wasn't that hard. You know, it's like, you just move a little bit in the water, you stay afloat. Some people just, like, I think they're afraid.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, not everybody, and I admit, it's hard for me. Not everybody had, you know, families that could, you know, maybe even afford to give them swimming lessons so that you know how to swim. Fuck, man, but here's the thing. Like, yes, there are also people with phobias. Like, believe me, if somebody's got like a fear of like bees and shit, I don't make fun of somebody who have a fear of bees. I don't like bees. They're not a phobia, but I don't like them. I stay away from them. They sting. I don't like that. Stinging hurts. Like, I made sure to get glasses good for computer screens, UV light. Really helped a lot and worth the investment each pair over the years. No more strain. Yeah, JG Wendell, I agree. Yeah, fuck drowning, a bad way to go. Yo, yeah. Like, any, like, diet for, oh, you know, you didn't show up on the stream. Okay, yeah, just live chat. Oh, yeah. That's the thing I don't like that about YouTube, is that if you say a swear word, you only show up on live chat, and I can't put you up on there. But yeah, fuck drowning. Drowning and suffocation are a terrible way of going. Awful.
Of water and stuff, right? It never really was a big deal to me. You know?
Rational fear of deep water. Aquasaber, you're completely correct. Like, I get people, and like, yeah, it might be that people have a fear of water over their head. I get that. That is a rational fear. Do I have that? Maybe if it's super, super deep and I'm like, oh, that's really fucking deep water, and it might be out in the middle of the ocean. So it's like, there might be fishies and sharks in it, but like in a pool, 12 feet? Yeah, I'm fine with that. You know, but that's because I know how to swim. So the fear of the deep water is moved to situational areas. But like 12 feet deep in a pool, I'm fine with that. Other people might not be. And that's okay. That's okay. That's why the pools should have like that are maybe 3-4 feet for the little kids to play in, and for people who aren't as comfortable in the water. That's what, you know, and that's what makes the whole world go round. And besides, swimsuits. Ladies in swimsuits look nice. See? Swimsuits are good for waifus. All right. Need to break up that tension a little bit. That got a little... I'm trying not to get too real on these. Like, I don't doubt he would be laughing, but he laughed at people in a video getting set on fire for no reason. were they like, why were they getting set on fire? Like, I might laugh if someone, I might make a tasteless joke about somebody wanting to protest Vietnam, but normally it's something not where somebody actually is on fire. It's more like in a movie where I know, okay, this guy's got like gel on. He's got gel, so it's like, oh, I'll make, you know, that kind of shit. A bikini rainbow cat. Can't stand feeling someone's pulse. Sorry, it's too much for me. I get you, wet floor. I mean, that might be, that's a lot for somebody. I mean, that probably would keep you from being able to do things like being a doctor, but I understand that. That's okay. That's okay if somebody's trying to let other people check the pulse, you know? And are you okay checking your own pulse, wet floor?
You know, I always thought that it was kind of easy and cool to figure out. You know, you keep your arms, you kick your legs a little bit, and now you're moving. You're like, oh, this is cool. The motion of the ocean, right, is nice. And you go and you do your backstroke. It's easy to kick your legs while you do your backstroke, and now you're moving. You get some exercise.
Like, Phil, that's not the arm movement for the backstroke. The arm movement should be just your shoulder moving, your entire thing. Now, of course, that backstroke is okay. I much prefer the elementary backstroke, where you're basically you move your arms out and down, and then you kind of push your legs. So it's not kicking, but more kind of like the breaststroke where you're literally displacing the water. I think it moves you a little faster and less energy. I think that's why I like the breaststroke. Less energy, faster movement. But that's just me. Yeah, how did he go from someone drowning to exercise with backstroke? Well, because he's talking about like how, oh, floating's not that hard. It really is the fact that he doesn't understand that not everybody knows how to swim. We're not in a society where everybody knows how to swim. It's not like schools all have a swimming pool. Like, I would love it if elementary schools had a swimming pool and could teach kids how to swim. It's a good life lesson. It's a good life skill. You'd be eve to swim so you don't drown. So that, you know, if, let's say you fall into the river, you're not going to drown. Guessing you didn't watch his playthrough on Parasite Eve. I did not. I haven't watched all of his playthroughs. So yeah, just, if I miss something, just give me the short version. Because I'll be honest, I'm newer into the full-time Detractor, so for a while I would waft in and out, but I wouldn't keep a lot of stuff. So yeah, if I miss something, please let me know. Please tell me I'm an idiot if I miss something. He's jumping around basic pop culture talking
He's
points.
Feeling good? It's cool to swim. Swimming is fun. I haven't done it in a million years, but I liked it when I used to do it.
I'm new guard, but I first heard about DSP in 2013. I didn't have the patience to, I would just waft in and out when I heard about things. I never really kept up with him until the departnering from Twitch. And then I started to, because that was Tevin. And then I started to keep up on him. And then the bank leaks happened. I was like, oh. The bank leaks were the main thing that kept me here. Middle guard. Like, Tevin is old guard. Like, yeah, I knew about the SOK, but I didn't really know a whole lot about what they did until I kind of read up on my own. Fuck them.
Do it. So I probably would really enjoy doing it again.
You want to go back to 2010?
Purple
I think I would too.
That would be, this was
fun.
a
lot younger.
Constant good vibes. Recipes to your Gunna glasses. It was only for tonight because again, when you're
the
doing
2K cat brought me in. I get that.
For gameplay, they work fine. Why am I going to wear Gunna glasses when I'm not even playing a game? It's pretty stupid now.
Don't call your audience stupid. See? Call yourself stupid. I'll call myself stupid. I don't know things like, so what for? What was the whole thing about no, I'm sorry, Dreamlink. What was the whole thing about Parasite Eve? I don't know. This man literally laughing at people getting set on fire at just starting the game. I was sitting there like, how is that funny?
All right. Thank you for the super chats tonight, Purple Pickle. Change your name, by the way. Okay.
No, don't change your name, Purple Pickle.
Here.
You keep your name.
What else?
Don't have him change your name.
Overpower Boone says a shorts tip. The punchline should be early in the short, like the first 10 to 20 seconds. Your last short had the gulag time limit at the very end of 1 minute. Shorts are for instant gratification. Fair enough. And you know, funny enough,
See,
someone sent me an
someone
example
has to basically
of that
tell
very
him
gulag
he
thing.
needs to
I'm not
stop.
kidding you. Someone overnight said, here's how it would be a little better, you know, with some editing. So here's what they did. They took my face
Opera
cam.
House and people bursting
that was
into
the top
flames.
half of the YouTube short. They took the bottom half, which was the gulag, and all it was,
It goes full seal.
it was me
laughs.
killing the guy, and I
So
you
he,
see
so
me on
he
face
finds
cam
it
saying,
funny. He can't
yeah,
even make a
gulag
joke
kid,
to it.
What? There was a time limit, and then it ended, and it was perfect. And I was like, wow, that's cool. So if we can do that kind of shorts moving
he's
forward,
literally
that
saying
could
why
actually
the short
get me
he should not have to change the
attention
short,
on
pulling over
YouTube.
his
The
instant
problem
gratification.
is I can't do those. I don't have
Look
an
at that.
editor. I don't have the capability to do that shit.
Phil, there is free editing software. I use it a lot. I mean, I much prefer to use Sony Vegas or to use Vegas. However, if we can do that kind, yeah, that's the thing. He wants other people to do this shit for him, and he won't pay for it. DaVinci Resolve. I want a dent to edit my shorts. It's like,
so again, people are saying fan-made stuff, right? What, you know, there's ever channels out there that was fan-made stuff. If people wanted to do that kind of fan-made stuff, that would help this channel a ton.
fan-made stuff. Don't think I'm ever gonna give you any money. Oh no, my avatar. You okay there, buddy? Looks like you're about to fall asleep. My avatar's about to fall asleep. He's like,
have fan-made shorts and stuff that I could put out there and get other people to notice the channel. I think that would be amazing help. But sadly, I just don't have the know-how, nor do I have the means or the capability to do that kind of stuff. You know, if any fan, wanted to work on
there we go.
Let's
I should do a little bit better.
Sadly, it's nothing I can do.
Give me free edited shorts
Hair
I
of
can
the Dog is
monetize.
Super
Yeah,
Chat.
that's
Any
the thing,
interest in
CM
Star
Turbo.
Wars Knights of the
Everything
Old
has to be
Republic?
somebody
No,
else's.
Because
Still
we already played
doing
it several years ago.
Hold on
3
one
years ago
sec.
now?
I'm gonna.
And
Sorry, it's annoying me.
hold on.
I could see it and I don't like it.
But I never played the sequel, so maybe I play the sequel. And apparently they're doing a remake, and I'd be interested in the remake, but I'm not going to play the original again. Let's see here. Hold on. The Scrub, did it tip the dollar? Are you ever going to play Marvel vs. Capcom or Injustice on stream again? You know, I would absolutely love to play
no,
classic
Wexler, you're
versus
right.
games
Not
on stream.
everything's going to be free.
1,000,000%. I would love to do that.
But he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that.
Marvel vs. Capcom 1,
He
Marvel
needs
vs.
to-
Capcom 2, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter.
He wants
just
his
Marvel
fans to do
Superheroes in
everything
general.
for him.
All those games are great.
He won't even invent.
And I absolutely love
you know
playing
that
them
he does not
in
pay Gas
arcades,
shit to make
and
those
I love playing them emulated on
those
PC
title
years later
cards.
in tournaments
He
and
does
stuff.
not do that.
And I would absolutely love to play those for you today. The problem is there's no viable way to do it. You know, the last time Marvel Origins Collection or something like that it was called, and it was like I think that was Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter and then Marvel vs. Capcom 1 sold together as a 2-pack with online capabilities. And I played it like over a decade ago. I think it was like 2011 it came out or something like
So
that.
we don't have much time
I think
left.
I played it on my DSP Street
I
Fighter
said before,
channel.
but
I loved it. I would love to play that today.
The reason no fan channels
with direct
exist
capture, it would look a lot better.
because when people realize how easy it is,
that
they
game I
can
could
do
play like
more for themselves and make
Marvel vs.
make
Capcom
money
1.
over
Oh my
helping
God,
DSP.
so
Yeah.
fun.
Well, that's
But
the thing.
there's
And
no
what he
comfort.
wants to do is he
That's
wants
the problem.
everybody to do all
Would you
this
like to go
stuff
back and
for
play
him,
this
so he
retro
doesn't have
fighting
to
game?
pay for
Yes.
it.
Can I?
But the
No.
fact is that
there's no community.
exposure's
for it.
not good
No one's playing
conversation
that
is
stuff on
either a
console,
good
as we already talked
compromise when
about
you don't
tonight.
give the
I
person
can't play
credit,
Fight
let alone
King
a
or
link
stuff on
to the-
PC.
yeah.
It's got to be console, and there's no console.
Because that's the thing. He doesn't
gameplay
want
for
to.
that.
He doesn't even want to
You
give
know,
Desbo
I would
shit
never
credit
even
for
find anyone
giving
if
him
I was
all this
looking,
stuff,
right?
even though
So,
he'll just say, "Oh, it's a
it
fan.
sucks.
The
When
fan
I look
doesn't
to play
want
those
to
classics,
be known."
yes. Is it viable to do so? No. It would be great if someone would release a modern collection of all of those. The
That's all
modern
he
versus
wants. He
collection.
just wants people
That
to
would
do
be
things for him.
X-Men Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom 1. That collection right there would be an outstanding collection.
More retro fighting. Tell me that you have not evolved with the fighting game community without telling me you have not evolved with the fighting game community. Like, yes, that would be an interesting collection, but it's not. It would be like, oh, I'm playing it going back to my childhood. But then again, then I would probably want to play more fighting games of now. Like, that's the thing. He is so he wants games to evolve to his taste, but not fighting games. He wants them to be stuck in the like late 90s. He wants them to be stuck in the early to mid, sometime in the 90s where they will never evolve and his things would always win. I'm like, I love I loved playing, what was it? Marvel versus Street Fighter. And what I would do is I would literally play Spider-Man. I would then do the attack where if I hit him, I could swing them around. I would just cheese the fuck out of that. I don't think I'm a professional on that. And the fact is you can't do that shit no more. Because guess what? It's an old way of doing things. He wants footsies and grappling style fighting. Yes, Marvel superheroes versus Street Fighter. Yeah, that's what it was. I used to play that. I liked that one. But yeah, does he need variety on Friday night fights? 8 years of Street Fighter 2 every Friday is cringe. Mr. Lion, he's not doing this anymore. Because, and here's the thing, even if Capcom wants to do that, they put it on Sony. He is still going to be in the same place where he needs to pay for this. But here's the thing, he's not going to do another Friday Night Fights for a long time because Jaxx Raxxor just will not come back. Because Jaxx Raxxor doesn't come back, it's fucked.
And then have online capability for them?
Marvel vs. Capcom on the arcade.
That would be so fucking sweet.
I love Marvel vs.
Capcom,
Capcom, Marvel vs.
right
Capcom
now. No
too.
one's really working on that kind of stuff.
I love playing those games. Those are fun.
I suck toes. Thanks for the super chat. No, I'm not going to say you blew it. Sorry. What's my favorite Mexican food? I don't necessarily have a favorite Mexican food. I like different things from Mexican restaurants, but I don't have like one thing that's my go-to.
Great non-answer, Phil.
I'm actually filming private patron react videos Sunday night. Sunday night, because people are saying, when's that happening? Sunday night. Oh, yeah? Knights of the Old Republic 2 is the best one. The story is amazing. I did not know that. I don't know the story of Knights of the Old Republic 2. I played Knights of the Old Republic back in 2019. I finished in 2020. So it was, okay, yeah. I remember that. It was right before COVID. It was literally right before COVID. I remember that.
I would love for him one day to take off a hat, and then it would just, you see his hair fall forward, and we'd actually see his
gold is not good. You don't want a statue in gold. Gold tarnishes. Gold is actually, it looks like...
Gold tarnishes? No, Phil, gold doesn't tarnish. Copper tarnishes.
Nice, but gold is not durable. Bronze is like... When I think of a statue, I think bronze. I really do. I think statue in bronze makes more sense. Just
like I would suggest not doing a statue in gold because people are just going to steal the statue and melt the gold off. Like silver tarnishes. Copper oxidizes. Gold, no, Aqua Saber, I will give him this. Gold is a soft metal and it is not durable. However, gold doesn't tarnish. The thing about gold is so a non-reactive metal, it doesn't tarnish. It's the whole thing, like, yeah, Statue of Liberty, that bronze statue used to be the color of a penny. Now it's green. However, Parma, if I recall correctly, that was the intention of the statue, is to start that and then get that green patina on it, which honestly, the green of the statue still looks good. But yeah, they knew that copper would eventually oxidize. First, it's very, very shiny. Then it dulls. Then it gains that, goes brown, then gets to that green look, which I think looks pretty good with it. It doesn't tarnish. It could be an amazing conductor. Yeah, it's, I think, one of the best conductors. But yeah, no, Parma, people like Gustav Eiffel knew that that was going to happen. Like, they knew that copper tarnished. Like, at that point, because remember, the Statue of Liberty was built in the it was a gift from France to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the United States. And I think it was, so 1876, but it might have come out a little later. So it was, like, so, but that's when they put it in, they had to build the, Liberty Island and all that, and get all that done, and then assemble it. Because it was built in pieces and then came over to the US and was assembled in the US. Yeah, silver goes black. See, this is why there's also, like, when it comes to like armor and stuff like that, what they do is that's why they painted armors. A lot of armors would have like some kind of paint or enamel because bare metal would corrode. So you could have like weapon black or something like that. It's why if you look at like weapons now, a lot of times they'll have like that, like a knife, like a regular utility knife might be black with the edge silverish. It's designed to protect the metal, because bare metal will react to oxygen. You know, thank Dr. Stone for teaching. Silver does that. Silver, yeah, because the thing about it is, like, yes, gold, silver, and copper are. I think silver is also a decent conductor. I want to say that. I think when it comes to metals, the more malleable and ductile they are, the better conductors they can be. But don't quote me on that. Copper is used so much because it's a very good conductor, but when exposed to air, it can create a patina. Whitewashing wood was a thing too to protect it from rotting. Yeah. Yes, Ramen Brahman. That was, yeah, you whitewashed, you painted it white and whitewashed it so that you would protect it from rotting, because the idea is that, yeah, you know, wood or anything that is, you know, exposed to the elements can rot away or can be, to the, annals of time. So yeah, that's why you had painted white, armors. The Black Knight would be irregular steel, but with something that would kind of create this black patina on it so that it would not rust. You didn't want rusty shit, because rust hurts. Rust hurts metal. But if you could, Phil's talking like he had an Oscar sitting in his closet. Yeah, because here's the thing: like, a gold statue is okay, but it's more than likely, if you're going to make a gold statue, you're probably also, it's only going to be maybe gold plated or a gold alloy. You're not going to want pure fucking gold. That thing is going to be like even coins. Normally, it's like that's why silver was almost considered, a more universal thing than gold. Gold was rare. And a lot of times you wouldn't have gold coins. You'd have gold dust. Like in Rome, a pound of gold dust would equal a pound of salt. Like, understand, salt was fuck. That's why, if you ever hear somebody said, oh, that guy's worth his salt, that was a compliment, because salt used to be as valuable as gold. That's how, like, the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa became so fucking... Mansa Musa became the richest motherfucker that ever lived. His, what was the conservative estimates of his wealth were $400 billion. Jeff Bezos ain't even fucking there. Gotta go for cubic zirconia. I mean, nowadays, Parma, you could also go with lab-grown diamonds because they're much cheaper. And people don't like lab-grown diamonds, but lab-grown diamonds. Yeah, pure gold's very soft. You can scrape it with a fingernail. Yeah, when it comes to hardness tests, there's some weird things that are really... Glass is much harder than one would actually recognize. It's brittle, but try scratching it. You need to scratch on something really fucking hard.
Clean it so it doesn't...
I'm trying to remember. I think a nail? I think one time I tried. A nail is actually not as hard as glass. I was wrong. I might be wrong about that. I don't know. Yeah, no, yeah, Parma. There's lab-grown diamonds. See, you can grow them in a lab. I mean, think about it. Like, diamonds are basically carbon. So what they do is they artificially rev up the process of turning carbon into diamonds. And yes, you can get lab-grown diamonds. So, obsidian. Oh, no, obsidian is super hard. But no, glass is pretty hard as well. Let me pull up the Mohs scale. Now you got me thinking about science and stuff. I don't want... Fuck you, Dave. I'm going to talk about the hardness scale. I mean, I know the diamond is the hardest thing that we have on the hardness scale. All right, so yes, Mohs hardness scale. So a diamond is 10. It's the hardest substance known to man. Masonry drill bits, about 8. Knife glass plate is a 5.5. Let's see. Where is obsidian? I don't see obsidian on here. Iridium, topaz, quartz. So yeah, quartz crystal would be hard. Quartz is harder than glass. Talc is the lowest. Someone tried making a dagger out of obsidian. It could not be done. The problem is obsidian is really, 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 it's really brittle. So a dagger wouldn't be a good use for it. At least not a stabbing dagger. Now, if you want to slash a motherfucker with obsidian, oh dear, you're gonna hurt somebody. Like, it can get sharp, absurdly sharp. But you don't want a piercing weapon with obsidian. You want a slashing weapon. You want to slash it across a blade. Yeah, you can make knives. The problem, they flake. That's the thing. Now, I do remember, like, I know that people, you know, back in the day before technology, they would sometimes, if they had obsidian, they would make obsidian arrowheads. Probably because they'd hurt, but, you know. Yeah, your fingernail's about a 2.5. Then you have the copper penny. Knife/glass plate. So you have 5.5. Steel. Okay, so steel nail is stronger. Masonry drill, but it's only 8.5. This is also like diamond board, diamond drills and shit like that. Like they'll use industrial diamonds because they're that fucking hard. Rather Damascus steel. Damascus steel is very good, and I like the pretty designs that you can make on that. However, if all you have is obsidian,
with that green shit. We don't want
get a blade, slash, and if you slash them in the right place,
clean that shit.
It's a blood.
Extreme Machine says Disney made licensing
Susan's
digital
gonna
products
hate this
difficult.
stream.
The only reason Arcade 1UP got to do it is because they class their products as toys instead of video games.
Medical companies trying to make scalpels out of obsidian. It's a cut cleaner, but the problem is fake.
Now I'm too far to the right. What? I'm too far to the right on the webcam? I look dead set.
Actually, I could see that, Ramen. It's like, yeah, like the problem with obsidian is probably how the silica minerals form together, how they create crystals, and so it probably flakes too easily, layers and shit, which is how you can get it real sharp, but there's no way of keeping it together at that point. So I don't know.
Center to me.
I mean, it's not like you're going to be able, it's not like we have the ability, I don't think we have the ability to create monomolecular blades like in 40K. At least I don't believe we do.
I look dead center.
That would be rough.
Really? Maybe I did kick the stand, but I thought I fixed it.
Why would you? This is why he needs to
would I be interested in the
so he doesn't kick the stands or touch the mic.
I have no confidence it would be good. The last two sucked. Natsu Eli says Gum Gum Pistol and re-up their membership for tonight. Thank you, Gum Gum. Thank you, Gum Gum Pistol. I almost said. Thank you, Natsu
monomolecular blades. Oh boy.
That. Okay.
But that could also be a problem because how do you?
Yes, the Statue of Liberty is made of copper and then it oxidized, and that's why it's green. That's what I mean. I don't want no green statue of me.
Dude, I'm sorry. The Statue of Liberty looks amazing green. Okay, like yeah, I can get it. Like if your ancestors came to America like in the 1800s, like late 1800s, and saw like a shining fucking statue, yeah, that looks great. But here's the thing about the oxidation. Here's the thing about the patina that creates on copper. At the point then, it protects the copper. See, it's unlike rust where it eats away. Like oxidation eats away like iron and rust. However, when it comes to copper, it basically kind of protects it, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about that, but I thought that was what.
I don't care. No one's gonna make a fucking statue of me. What are you, crazy? They would never do that.
Maybe in the Lolcow Museum?
You're out of your mind.
Lolcow Museum. They'll make one out of.
Anonymous giver to me $1. Oblivion plays a lot more like Skyrim than Morrowind. Basically, in Oblivion, you can wander around aimlessly until you find a cool quest. All the monsters and loot are level with you. You won't stumble upon a cave and get obliterated like you could in Morrowind. My problem is going to be...
Fuck you, Phil.
My problem is going to be all the outdated conventions. Like, I know for a fact the weapons wear out and break. I know that there's that weird...
Weapons wear out and break. Phil, so it's got weapon durability? Like in fucking... a lot of games, like Legend of Zelda, might have a statue or two. I'm like, also, you know, that they just coughing and hacking right in the microphone, and he does that because he doesn't care about his fans. Phil will have his own. Well, here's the thing. What for? Phil will have a wing in the local museum. I don't know how big it will be, but I mean the big ones are going to be for like fucking. Chris Chan's going to have basically like a whole floor of that museum. There's going to be a number of them. I think a lot of the Ethan Ralph's going to have a decent sized one. Who else? Who else would be big? The Tigwite guys, the Channel Awesome folks, they're gonna have a huge. That's gonna be probably Boogie. Boogie might have it. Boogie will have probably a good wing. Then you'll have that guy with the glasses folks. They'll have a combined wing, because then you can get people like Spoonie and Linkara and all that. They'll be in there. Wings might have a. Oh, it might be the Ralph Boogie Wings floor. It might actually be the Ralph Boogie Wings floor, but like Christian has a floor, all to Christian. Ralph Boogie Wings. Josh. Oh. No. Yeah. No, we'll have a dedication. Oh, Cobra. Cobra and Sire, like they won't. I don't know that they would get wings. I don't think they would have a wing in the museum. They would have exhibits.
System where you have to.
Yeah, no, Josh Moon. Yeah, no.
Either
yeah,
you have to.
Josh Moon would have
a
probably at the beginning
like,
a dedication
thing to a person to get their affinity up for you, in order to even to get them to tell you about a quest and shit. I hate that. I really hate that.
He hates it because he doesn't like talking to people.
Teeth trying to do this shit. You guys are really gonna have to help me.
You have to help me.
To understand everything.
This is the thing about it, Phil. This is why people make fun of you, because you literally have your fans doing everything for you, and in the end, I don't know Terry A. Davis. I don't know him. Phil has a wing. Ralph has a wing. Boogie has a wing. Wings has a wing. So it might be that they each have like a quarter of a whole floor. Christian gets a whole floor dedicated. There'll be a whole floor. All the other ones might get exhibits. It depends on how. Like Cobra will probably just get an exhibit. He'll just get an exhibit. LTG would probably get an exhibit. Phil would have a Library of Babel type exhibit. It would be interesting.
Do it right, or else I'm going to lose my brain.
However, the fact is you need to have more. Like it would basically all the speculation have to be gone away, and you have to have just what it is.
All right.
Guy make Temple OS. All right.
Are we good?
Phil, you done? You done, Phil? Phil Burnell, you done? Come on, Phil.
Just find a charm spell and you're good. Wow.
Why are you laughing? That is that funny? 2 more. Yeah, I know. 2 more minutes left. Come on, Phil.
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow, Oblivion begins. All right, guys. That's going to be it for tonight. Thank you. Great interactive stream. I had fun chilling with all of you. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. Chilling with me.
That was a terrible stream.
You know,
imagine Phil's life in IMAX.
Don't go according to plan. This is my fault.
Diet Profera. What it would literally be is it would literally be like, you remember that whole it'd be like the Critic where it's like, oh, digital, where he's the one episode of the Critic where the Critic's just eating all this shit, and you have him and it's like, he's like, oh, this digitally thing sound, and you just hear him blarm. It would think about that with a snort, but in IMAX. Think about an IMAX sound quality snort, like a wet snort. Oh, that loud. Oh, that would kill people. Yep. He got literally, yeah, that's the thing, since he got $75 to not play the game because he didn't want to pay $10. That's amazing.
Well, I miscalculated. I forgot about the PS Plus situation. I certainly was not going to drop money for us to play one.
Yeah, he miscalculated, but he used to say that but he also then said it was not fully his fault. Like, Phil, it is completely your fault. You fucked up. But now, oh, well, it's partially my fault. You see, That's the thing. Even when he's at fault, he doesn't want to admit that he's at fault.
One night and then get like no matches. But I hope that you guys enjoyed the stream regardless. Jade, I'll see you tomorrow.
He really
thanks,
should
thanks for chilling with me tonight.
The thing is, he really should be.
Attendance was
PS
good
Plus
for
and all that
Q&A
should really
stream.
also be his
Engagement was
entire
great.
thing.
Support was great. Everything was great. Thank you.
Why
Again,
am I
this is
looking
what
so
I keep saying to you
tired?
guys. I now have
Why?
confidence that no matter what I do, we have a good time and everything works out. It doesn't matter if I'm playing a game. It doesn't matter if we're just chilling, if we're doing Q&A, if we're cleaning out my closet. It doesn't matter. You guys are a great audience, and you guys are a positive, fun group to hang out with, and it allows me to have fun no matter what we're doing. So I knew tonight, as soon as that booted up, and I was like, oh, I don't have PS Plus.
Look at it. He's basically, look what he's basically saying. He is basically telling them that this is probably going to happen more often. This is him. This might be the beginning, 2023 might actually be the beginning of him fully moving away from gaming. He doesn't want to play games now. Yeah, he wants his audience to get used to this kind of content. Thinks it's a success because he got $75 without having to pay anything. But the fact is that it also did something else. It showed you that, yeah, Jackson, like, do you think Jack's going to do that shit? Like, no, bad things happen to you, Phil, because you're a dumbass. Or just talking about gaming rather than playing. He's not going to pay for PS Plus anymore. I'm calling. Yeah. No, he isn't. That's the thing. Because since anything that he means that's multiplayer, he's just going to get on Xbox because he is addicted to Game Pass, not having to pay for anything.
Plus, I was like, you know what?
Might not be Dark Side Politics, just be
good night
gaming
tonight
news.
I just knew it.
God,
and I really appreciate that, guys. Okay? Guitar Player did a super chat. Knights of the Old Republic 2 was made by Obsidian Entertainment. Oh. Interesting. I like Obsidian. Okay. Guys, thank you for a great stream. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Well, see you next time. Okay, guys. I stopped recording for YouTube. That's it for tonight.
Dude, he took off the hat even before YouTube mode off.
Great audience tonight. You guys are really cool. I really appreciate you all chilling with me. And thanks. Now, let us get ready for tomorrow. The daily wrap.
Why are you doing this while you're streaming, Phil?
Yo, yo, yo. What a day. Let's talk about it. Hippie-ki, yeah. No, forget it. I already forget it. That was terrible. What I will do is get this larger again. I don't know where to put the webcam for Oblivion, honestly. I guess I'll put it upper right for now, but I have no idea.
Look, he's doing this while he's there. He stopped recording for
Oblivion,
YouTube
I'll do all red.
Like, Phil, do
because
this
Oblivion has the Oblivion
offline.
gates, and doesn't everyone associate like red with the Oblivion
It's not
gates?
news he wants to pivot content
So
away
maybe
from
we'll
playing
do, like,
games. He
all red
wants
coloration
his
for
stream to be
Oblivion
the main
for
part of his
tomorrow?
content. I know Stillrain, he does that. But
I don't know if I should put it at the bottom of the top, though. I guess we'll have to
look at
figure
it.
that
Look at
out
it. He's
live,
doing.
I don't remember where like the heads-up display is for the game or anything.
Phil, what are you doing?
Here you go. So we'll roll with this. All right.
Yes, and then
we'll
lean
see if this looks good
over.
for tomorrow.
So,
If
Phil,
not, we can
stop it.
always just change the color scheme. But guys, thank you. Great streaming day today. Have a good night. I'll see you in the morning for Oblivion, and tomorrow night for Resident Evil 1 Remake Conclusion. Peace out. Later, guys.
Yeah, no, you're Stillrain, you're completely right. He wants to pivot away from playing games, but the fact is, yeah, it's so much cringe because it's like, Phil, like, at what point is like, ensure that that level of OBS has scenes. He doesn't even want to use scenes. Like, holy shit. Anyway, he never had a break. See, here's the problem, Phil. You don't need to have a break in between your streams. You can just have it be 2 hours. Just have the day stream be 3 hours. You don't have to have the
Good evening,
break. All right, so let's take a look at. All right, that is, and it's still the dumbest move. It is. It's so funny because it's like, yeah, the ally slide after that. Dude, it's going to be hilarious. The fact that, the ally slide is going to be there. And when he does Hogwarts Legacy, he's going to get a ton of fucking backlash. And say, it doesn't matter, doob. It's sad, really, doing this for so long made him sick and burned out on video games. Video games are supposed to be fun, but the way he treats them is disgusting. Well, that's the thing. Miniatronics, I honestly think think about it. But when he started, what did he do? What did he do when he started? He would, he'd go and play a video game. Like, he would just speed through it and then trade it back in. Like, there isn't a love of video games in him. He doesn't love video games. And that's the thing. He never did. Give me a sec. I need to... Yeah, I don't... Well, here's the thing. What it really is that it's... Because he's so lazy, he doesn't... What he does is, as soon as he's done, he does the daily wrap, uploads everything, and he's out of this office. He does not spend a second in here more than he has to. He does not spend a second in here. And yeah, my thing is, I don't think he really ever liked video games. He more liked the idea that he could make money off of video games. But, like, remember, this is the guy who he would send you content that he would send, like, oh, I'm going to give you the collector's edition case of this game because I already beat the game and I already sent it back to GameStop. Because he was that guy. Oh, I put my chips. Excuse me one moment. Let me... Okay. I think he got caught up in the gamer identity and based his business around it, and he can't come to grips that he doesn't like video games. Like, yeah, and Miniatures, yeah, video games are a means to an end. Like, he likes fighting games, but he hates regular video games. Remember, like, he never kept video games. Now, it's all digital. It used to be he would all get the disc, and he would be that guy that would buy a video game, and he would just trade in the disc. Think about that for a second. He'd be that guy, like, oh, it's this collector's edition disc that you have. You don't actually have the real collector's edition game. I think he even sold a couple where they'd have codes and the codes wouldn't work because he had already used them. Still doesn't get that. Like, dude, Phil, those codes are one-time use, buddy. Oh yeah, scummy fuck. I remember, not only did he do that, he also would autograph those cases for you. Scummy as fuck. You like to fool around? You know what? Still, Rand, that might be the case. But if he liked video games to fool around, but now that they have to be a business, he can't stand it. I think part of it might also be that the whole thing of, oh, people don't like their work, they don't like working and all that because, oh, bad dead-end job. Yeah, this is how you don't play does hurt his ego. Yeah, worst thing for him to do is sign the cases and make them worthless. Well, and here's the thing, though. Like, they weren't going to be worth anything because you didn't have the game in them. You didn't have the game in them anyway, so they weren't going to be worth anything.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 13th of January 2023.
Phil, you really need to stop doing that. It really does show how much your jowls are with this new ring light. Like, it really does hurt. And show how old you really are. Whatever.
So, of course, if something was going to go wrong on any day, it would be Friday the 13th, and today was no exception. But overall, today was actually quite a great streaming day. I had a great time with all of you. So let's get down to it, shall we? So,
what happened with your own goddamn
We started off with the Level 1 podcast, and we didn't have too much in-depth stuff to really do. We had a little bit of gaming news to cover, including some bad news about Ubisoft, but some good news about an upcoming Microsoft press conference, among other things. Then we talked in general, just, back and forth a little bit with Q&A and stuff like that. Nothing too overly important on the Level 1 podcast today, besides kind of talking about the schedule coming up this week now that we know what new playthroughs are coming up, including One Piece, as well as Oblivion,
the difference
and we have to
is
choose
that
a new survival horror game tomorrow night, which we'll talk about.
It is kind of like Perry,
so after
but
the Level 1 podcast, we started off
Perry, I
with
feel, is very different.
One Piece Odyssey, which I have purchased and decided to play as a full playthrough.
For one thing,
here on DSP Gaming,
I do feel
went
Perry
really well.
is much
now,
more.
Did we have insanely over the top, crazy attendance? No, we did not. I was not expecting that. I would say probably the entire time that I played One Piece, I would expect around 200 to 300 viewers tops. I would be shocked if we maintain more than 300 viewers for any part of that playthrough.
Perry makes more money
niche
because he
playthrough
has
for
a
me.
Wrangler.
It's JRPG. It's One Piece, which is
It kind of forces him to do
anime.
things and play up a character.
But it's a good game.
But I also
played it for 3
believe
hours.
that Phil
Got Chapter 1
hates his
intro
audience
segment,
so
and
much
get
more
into
than
Chapter 2,
Perry.
which is actually the
Perry
beginning of the
is
story.
annoyed with his audience.
The gameplay elements are fun and sound.
In
the
the
graphics
end,
are good. The music is very
he's
good.
very
We
grateful
had
of
some
them
fun unlocking
and what they do for
characters.
him and
Some
the money
lore
and
was
stuff like
discussed
that.
between myself and my audience, which was really fun. Support was good. It was. We had people gifting memberships. We had good amount of tips, hitting the tier 2 tips goal for the day.
Yeah.
Overall,
Perry
went
has a
really
handler,
well
but
for
Phil
a
won't ever
first
accept a
stream of
handler.
One Piece. If this is a sign
That's
of
why he
things
didn't
to
want
come
to
for
do the
rest of
whole
playthrough,
lolcow
I feel this playthrough
podcast.
is going to be absolutely outstanding.
Because the fact is, it would basically mean that,
the rest of the playthrough or not, but
it would really kind of show that
I couldn't complain
Keemstar
at all.
would
It
have
was
to be his
really, really
handler.
great, okay?
And Perry is
Now
watchable. Yes,
let's talk
Perry's
about
watchable.
tonight's late stream. This one I will take full responsibility for. I said, why not?
Now he's taking full responsibility. Remember, when it happened, as it was happening, he was only going to take partial responsibility. This is something Phil does a lot. He never wants to really take full responsibility at the time. It's only later that he might take full responsibility. And then what's going to happen afterwards? He's going to then take partial responsibility again. Like, it's whatever his ego will allow him to do. Full responsibility, but that's the thing. It is full responsibility. He forgot that he needed PlayStation Plus for this.
As a random late night stream on a Friday night, do Friday Night Fights. Now, if you remember, Friday Night Fights used to be when I would do old school fighting games, including Street Fighter.
Explain.
With this Capcom Fighting Collection, there's other games in there, such as the Darkstalkers franchise and Gem Fighter Minimix. So I said, let's do that tonight, right? On a one-off. Just
because you want it. You're trying to get Jaxx Raxxor to come back to the fold.
And we go to do it, and everyone's here for it, and it's starting up, and I realized, oh no, I made a grave mistake. So here's the deal. I used to always maintain a PlayStation Plus membership because I always played games online on my PlayStation. The last console generation, this was very much
Remember, that's the whole thing.
Then, this console generation, I got PlayStation 5 first.
When
so again,
as it was happening, it's partial responsibility.
I got my
now
Xbox
full
Series
responsibility.
X, and
However,
now
it will
I tend to
also
split
then
games between the
go
consoles.
back if
But
he
for the
feels
most
that his
part,
ego needs to.
I usually play games online with the Xbox. Why? Well, number one, because I really like the Xbox controller's feel for multiplayer games. And number two, because I get surround sound on Xbox. So if I'm playing Call of Duty, obviously I want to play it on Xbox so I can get true surround sound and hear the enemy's placement a lot better. And so I've been playing absolutely everything on Xbox, and because of that, I haven't really been actively thinking too much about PlayStation Plus or anything.
But the problem is that
so during the summertime of last year, I had the PlayStation Plus Premium service. This is when I got the Platinum tier. We were able to get all of those games in the Platinum tier. We were actually live streaming them via the cloud. I was downloading some of them. We actually had a few days where we played those games. It was really fun, right? But then what happened was, as the hardcore gaming season of the fall hit, I didn't really care about it anymore. I stopped renewing it. I let it lapse. But surprisingly enough, I was still able to play games online. I actually did several different Friday Night Fights streams of old school Street Fighter on a whim during.
You probably paid for a 3-month membership. And when you ended it, let's say you ended it at the beginning of a 3-month membership, you probably had 3 months. That might have been.
In that time period, and they still worked. Now, I don't know if it's Sony made an error, and therefore I was still getting the online connectivity without paying for it, or maybe I actually had some months left over
See,
of standard PlayStation Plus, and then when I
Yeah,
upgraded to the
you're right,
premium
Sims.
package,
It doesn't matter if he
maybe
acts like
there was
like
still
an old
some
man.
leftover months at the tail end. So when I stopped playing for premium, I still had the online of the regular. I really don't know what it was, but basically all throughout like the end of 2022, I still had the ability to play online on PlayStation, even though I wasn't paying for it. Okay, I stopped paying for PlayStation Plus Premium like September or October, so it was like a 2-3 months I wasn't paying for it, and I was still playing
Yeah, so
online.
it might be
Tonight
Phil,
I go to do it. We boot up.
Maybe Phil, you paid for a 3-month package in September. You stopped paying, and you had 3 months. Yeah, still, Ryan, you're completely correct. Current Phil is always blameless. Well, and not only that, what it always is that but then he also will do things like, remember in the lead up to the John and Howard video, he said that yeah, they made some things, and like when he actually got to the video, kind of like when he got to the down the rabbit hole for Phil for himself, he would basically be like, he would be making defenses against everything. He would basically try to make excuses for things. It really is the idea that he, until he actually sees it and it comes up, he can at that point he can't internalize any mistakes. Like, because he still basically said, oh yeah, that was pretty right, but then he every little thing in that down the rabbit hole, he was saying, oh well, there's this and you have to take this into account. It's like,
the game. Oh no, it pops up, you gotta pay. And I was like, well, how much is it? $10. And here's the thing, with my live audience, we talked about it. I was like, dude, you know, what do I actually play on my PlayStation right now, and what am I going to play online? The answer is very simple. Nothing. I'm not going to be playing anything online on my PlayStation besides maybe old school Street Fighter. Is that worth $10? No, it's not. It would be.
good. That means you're
Capcom
never
Fighting
going to be able to
Collection
play Street
had a
Fighter
big
anymore.
Chunk of players playing it. If I was guaranteed that if I paid $10 and I went into it, I'd get a robust community, a variety of matches,
Robust and
good
flavorful
connection,
community.
everyone playing and having a good time.
Think about that. For $10 for the month, for the one time, $10, he can't spend money on it. It really does show that, you know, it's been said before, he refuses to put any money into his business. He has become so fucking stingy with his business because of his addictions. And I got a problem with that.
It's not been my experience. In fact, the last 2 to 3 times I played it, it was like pulling teeth getting matches, or not just playing the same 2 people in a row over and over and over. And a lot of those times in a 2-hour session, I only played for like 45 minutes, and the other hour and 15 was just Q&A with my audience. So that being said, we were all thinking about it, like, you know what? It's not worth it. So I have to call an audible. It's totally my fault. I apologize to my live audience. And instead, we did open Q&A pretty much all night. It was almost 2 hours, like an hour 30, hour 45
Bill,
minutes.
you said
like
you only took partial
it went
responsibility
really well.
while
It
you
went
were
by
live.
like this. We talked about a wide variety of topics. People were actually very supportive. The attendance was good. The engagement was good. The support was actually
$60
good.
a year for online
random
play.
ass stream
Return on
like that
investment
out of
for
the
one game
blue,
is potential 3 to 1.
I was shocked that I got the amount
He
of
just
support that I
will
did.
not use it.
And once again, I managed to avoid answering dumb ass troll questions because the trolls were here and man, they were trying.
Phil, bringing them up is going to mean that they're going to keep doing it.
To get me with like $1 tips asking about private shit. I said, nope, we're not doing that. Instead, it was a very positive and fun and interactive stream with my true fans and viewers, and I managed to avoid most of the trolling.
With his true and honest fans. He literally almost said it. He almost said the phrase true and honest fans. Like,
pretty successfully. It was a good one. I actually really enjoyed it because I haven't done a Q&A stream like that in a very long time. You know, during the fall.
Phil, you do Q&A every fucking pre-stream. Like, Phil, you do Q&A all the time. Like, he literally thinks that the Q&A that he does on the pre-stream podcast is different than a Q&A stream. Phil, it's not. This is why you keep getting the same questions, because you keep doing so much Q&A. Like, stop doing all the Q&A and you wouldn't get this shit.
There was a couple streams that went bad that we ended up doing it consistently, but then after that, I haven't done one in months. So actually just doing it with this new
One
setup,
game
by the way,
and
with the
gets
new visuals and everything, people really seem to enjoy it and had a good time.
It Ask the King is something completely different.
I'm gonna upload that right
You
now. There's
really,
no
like,
gameplay
since
from
he
tonight's late
does
stream.
not
It's
seem
just
to
gonna be
understand
Q&A
that.
video and this daily wrap, and that is it. All right. So let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow's an interesting day. Tomorrow on the Level 1 podcast, I'd like to discuss two things: the future of shorts on DSP Gaming, as well as the future of those missing playthroughs that we found on the hard drives and how we can tackle them, i.e. how we can upload them without it being intrusive to those who don't care
Everything
about
is a
them.
Q&A.
I think we should talk about this at length tomorrow on the podcast. It should be our major discussions. So that
Everything
way we
is a
can
Q&A.
get some ideas on what to
However,
do. Maybe we can even come to a determination.
well,
and
everything
determine,
is a
hey, should I start
Q&A.
uploading those
He
playthroughs
has
or not?
nothing to say.
Let's talk about this tomorrow morning.
That's the
and figure that out,
problem.
okay? Then, the first stream tomorrow, gameplay-wise, will be Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Yes, this is the viewer's choice game you voted for. It starts tomorrow. I'm really hoping that you guys are going to buy into this playthrough when it comes to attendance and engagement. I'm going to need your help tremendously. I never played Oblivion before.
Look what he's saying.
That you guys are going to buy into this playthrough when it comes to attendance and engagement.
Buy in. Fuck you, Phil. You act like that's the whole thing. It's buying in. Like literally, nothing he can. He basically expects just to sit there and for all the money and all the stuff to just come to him. But Phil, that is not how life works. Yeah, and he's basically begging for engagement, just like, guys, please tell me what to do. Like his Oblivion is, oh, of course it's going to be rough because he doesn't know. He's going to have his chat has to handhold him through a game, and that doesn't make a good streamer. But you know, I mean, think about it, like when he finally goes away from gameplay and does just like react stuff, that's really going to be bad because he can't. Remember, he can't do anything on his own. Yeah, he doesn't want to learn the game. That's the thing. But that's the problem. He doesn't even want to learn the game. Chat's going to need to do everything for him.
I'm going to need your help tremendously. I never played Oblivion before. I tried doing it by myself 10 years ago on PC. It did not work. People told me it was boring and basically to stop playing. So I did.
And now you decided to bring it back. Yeah, I'm not watching fucking Oblivion. Fuck no. I always thought that he thinks he should get tips just for turning his stream on. Oh, yeah, Miniatures. It's basically like LTG. $100 to turn the camera on. It literally, that's what he is. Him and Wings. Wings is the same thing. They just think they should just get money just for turning the stream on. And Phil's going to get a rough awakening when the economic downturn happens. And guess what? Even people who are, you know, on the wheelchairs are not going to be able to afford this shit. And he is going to get very toxic because he has put all his, look at it. And also, okay, Phil, the fuck are you looking at? Why are you looking at the data? This is a recorded thing. Stop looking at the data. Come on now.
I would love to play Oblivion with all of you as an interactive audience, but I need you to help me. Explain the systems. What's important to know, what's not. What's a good build?
Looking
How do I
at
work
the
with
data.
The How do I build rapport?
Look at the chat.
Look at me.
Look at the
Is there
camera.
A bribery system?
You have
Is
no
there a
chat. You have
commerce
no
system?
nothing.
If you remember
Look
in Morrowind, if you didn't know that stuff, it was like you could never figure it out. You'd never be able to play the game. And I was happy to have people who were there helping me through the game so that I could learn it and actually understand the systems and have a good time with it. Now, I know Oblivion won't nearly be
do
as
the night
outdated
stream?
as Morrowind,
What
but
is
at the
the
same
night
time,
stream?
I know there's going to be things that are going to be frustrating.
What is the night
stream
stream? What
understand,
for?
or they're going to be a little dated and or different from how Skyrim was. And I'm going
You
to
know that he really thinks it's going to be a good move to stop playing games.
Love
And
for
each
this
stream he's going to like today. These
what I mean by
reacts.
that is, instead of me, let me look up a guide or something online. I want you guys to be my guide.
See, that's the thing. He has no problem with basically being like, yeah, I'll use a guide. And now he's like, no, chat handhold me. Tell me what to do. But the chats are dense. And half the time he's going to get troll answers. Like, yeah, he can't stare at the camera for 1 minute straight without looking at his OBS so he can look at himself. Like, so yeah, like, and still, Ryan, you makes a good point. Like, today worked okay. but it's not going to be a permanent thing. People are going to get bored. You're literally called DSP Gaming. You're going to have to change that. The fact is, it's gonna... what he doesn't understand is that he has no charisma and no ability and no humor to be able to do react channels. What the fuck is he gonna do? Talk about politics or some shit like that? Like, he can't do that. He doesn't have... He has no opinions about anything. DSP chatting. Dude, DSP chatting, as soon as people are just like, oh, listen, you're not gonna play games, I'm out. They're gonna say it in the chat, and he is gonna get butthurt so bad. Because here's the thing, Phil, like a lot of those people who, you know, like watch stuff like Ethan Ralph, I guarantee you there's a lot of them that are troll fucking tippers. Oh, no, I am not doing, no Resident Evil. No. I am not doing any conclusions on that stream. Fuck it. He wants to conclude Resident Evil, he can do that on his own. Have Piece of Peace do it or some shit like that. I'm not doing it. I did my...
I want to have a fun journey.
I did my penance.
Where we're just interacting and having a good chill time. I don't care.
His gaming is carried by the cutscenes for the most part.
But I don't care if you explain how the game works and you tell me how to play it, because that's the whole point. Like, I'll be honest with you, no, I'm not looking to do like an amazing first time ever playthrough of Oblivion where it's a cold walkthrough. I actually would prefer not to. I think with a game of this magnitude, to have an interactive situation with my audience where it's all about us.
Yeah, I know we all suffered, but I'm like, another restreamer can do that.
Enjoyed it best. I think that's what I want out of this playthrough.
Yeah, cutscene.
So I hope that's what I'll get tomorrow.
That's the thing. He always likes cutscenes. Always wants walking sims. It's really the fact of like, this RPG is gonna fuck with them.
Tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Pacific time. Let's get started with Oblivion and have a good time with it. Okay.
He's
tomorrow night on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. It's the conclusion of Resident Evil 1 Remake. Only got about an hour left in the game.
He's basically made the pre-stream, so it's going to be 2 hours, basically. From when he starts to when he ends.
Open it up to just interact
and starts to do the gameplay. It's going to be 2 hours.
Do I determine which survival horror game to play in the next 2 weeks before Dead Space Remake comes out? Because we got some choices to make. Resident Evil 0.
It's not just begging Oblivion, Ramen. It was also basically, I need someone to tell me what to do, because I don't intend to ever learn.
So let's talk about the pros and cons, and let's weigh and balance. Let's figure out what would be the best fit before I play the Dead Space Remake near the end of the month. So we'll do that
Jump
tomorrow.
attack in Oblivion.
All right, so good variety tomorrow.
I'm sure he'll do that. Yeah, DSP is really living off that.
Thank you all for a great streaming day today. I had a great time. I hope you did too. I hope you all have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow for another full, fun, exciting day of streaming goodness here on DSP Gaming. Peace out, everyone. Good night.
This is why he needs editing software. So as soon as he says peace out, you don't see this. This is a man who's miserable. He's miserable about his whole life. Every bad decision he's ever made, he is just miserable. He's miserable in his own, and you know what? I really don't care. First part is obvious how his React content is going to backfire with him, because after the first one with Wings Down the Rabbit Hole, everyone else, yeah, that's the thing. So he really, like, Wings was the one that got him a lot of money, but his own didn't get him anything. John and Howard didn't get him much. That lean to kill the record is... No one will blame you for not doing so. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I'm not, like, I did this because I didn't think Peace was going to do it. Like, the only reason I did this is because I didn't see Peace. I didn't see Piece of Peace put up a thing about, oh yeah, I'm going to do it. So it's like, okay, well, I'll put this up and I'll do it. But yeah, like, I'm not, like, here's the thing. I'm not really a Resident Evil person. Like, and I don't want to watch him flub through Resident Evil. Like, I've done that already. I've watched that shit. So, you know, if somebody else wants to do it, that's fine. But I don't want to be, I can't always do night streams. I can't always do day streams. I can't always do them. I would like to be able to do them, but like, if I did all the day streams, it would basically be, hey, I'm only going to do the podcast. Once the podcast is done, I'm out, because I've got other things to do. And I like his Resident Evil ones. Like, I watched, I think Ice Yamamoto did one. I think Ice Yamamoto did one. And yeah, where it's like his hour of content is literally just like 5 fucking minutes. Like, we're here to watch Sisyphus. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, Ramen, you're completely right. It literally is. It is completely like this is a Sisyphusian. Like, actually, no. This is it's a hell of his own making, but I don't think it's Sisyphus because Sisyphus actually was smart, and the reason like he was clever because I think in the Greek myth Sisyphus actually was able to get out of hell. He got out of he actually got back to life because he was able to trick the gods. So like I believe I remember one of the stories was like he was a king, but when he was about to die, he told his wife not to put a coin under his tongue or on his eyes. So the idea was that if you I think it was a coin, I think I want to say it was under the tongue. Either in the eye, no, I think it was in the eye. It was either in the eyes or under the tongue. It didn't really matter, but you'd have to have a coin with them when they died. When they were buried or whether they were, funeral pyre. The idea for that was when they died and they had that coin to pay the toll for Charon, to ferry them across the river Styx. He didn't have that coin, so he had to look for the pauper's way, and everybody and like he's a fucking king. Why does he not have a coin? And basically they told him, did your wife not give you a coin? All right, you need to go back up there and tell this bitch what's going on. Like, she can't be doing that shit. And they literally let him go back to tell his wife that she needed to put a coin under his thing. He tricked them, and he never came back. It was like, oh, well, now that I'm alive, I'm just living again. And then when he died again, they made it so that the idea of it, yeah, both eyes and one under the tongue for a bribe. Yeah, the idea was you have to use that money to basically bribe Karen to shuffle you across the river Styx. To if you don't have it, you have to find the pauper's entrance into the afterlife. But what happened was then after he died again, the gods decided to put him in, I believe they put him into Tartarus, which would be Tartarus, which is the deepest pit, where basically their version of hell. And it was there that he was basically forced to roll the boulder up the hill, and it would just keep falling down. The idea is that if he could ever get the boulder to stay, he'd find a way of getting out. So he kind of got stuck. Yeah, he grifted the gods. You don't grift the gods. The gods don't like being grifted. But yeah, you know what? Phil's hell of his own making would be more like Tantalus. That would be so funny. Think about he'd be like Tantalus. So Phil is stuck knee deep, like he's like chest high, or chest high in a river of gin, Tanqueray. But every time he goes down to drink, the water recedes. And right above his head, this low-hanging fruit would just be like basically Hungry Man or Devour meals. He goes up to pick them, branches go away. That would be Phil's hell. It's just that. It would literally be like, that's where you get tantalized comes from, because yeah, that motherfucker, oh boy. So that motherfucker, Tantalus, he was dined on Olympus and then invited the gods to dine at his place. And he killed his son and served him to the gods as a sacrifice. And the Greek gods don't like human sacrifice. And when they found out they had ate part of him, or that they were about to eat him, I don't know, one of them ate him. One of them ate a part of him. And it's like, they were pissed. So he goes to hell. They brought the son back to life, but I believe, who was it? Was it Demeter? Might have been Demeter, who had nibbled his shoulder. So they had to replace his shoulder bone with ivory or some shit. And then Pelops becomes a hero in his own right and all that kind of shit. But yeah, as far as a hell of his own making, this is all Phil, think about it. He moved to Washington, so he didn't have to talk to his friends anymore. And he expected to be able to talk to his friends at his time. So he's thinking like, okay, midnight his time when he's done, that's 3 a.m. Why the fuck would John Rambo want to talk to him at 3 in the fucking morning? John Rambo has a fucking job. So they all didn't want to talk to him anymore because he forgot that, oh yeah, they're 3 hours ahead. And then he never went out. He never made friends here. And so he's been basically locked. And then when he basically decided he didn't really give a two shits about his girlfriend left. He got depressed. He basically told this woman to, come over there and yeah. Seattle air is magic, dude. Who needs friends? That's the weirdest thing where he says like he is too busy to have friends. Like it really does show that he is not only a narcissist, he's a full-on misanthrope. He hates people to the point where he does not. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. Let's put some. Like where Phil hates people. Like he literally, this is one of the weirdest things about him. He is such a narcissist and such a misanthrope that he creates this interesting symmetry that he hates friends, he hates people. And yeah, he's lonely. I'm like, I work 40 hours a week and I have friends. I have friends that I meet up, as often as I can. Go to their place, hang out. Man, I mean, seriously. He acts like what he's doing is such demanding work, but it's like, Phil, you could easily make it so that you could have 2 days off and easily rejigger everything so that you could say, okay, Wednesday is our appointment day and our errands day, and Thursday we can kind of chill. Even if we don't want to go anywhere, we can just chill and hang out together. If he actually loved Kat, he would do that. But he doesn't love her. He loves what she represents to him, which is that he is a adult. Because I mean, think about that. Like, probably his mom. I wouldn't be surprised that his mom was pestering him to get married. And so that's probably like with the whole thing with Leanna was also Linda's probably pestering like when he could get married because she wants grandkids. He hasn't told her that he's never going to have grandkids. And then Leanna kind of probably dropped hints of that she would like to be married. And yeah, she's too big or ugly to be let out in the light. And that's the thing. That's why, like, when people, like, wonder, like, is he a feeder? No, he's not a feeder. Feeder would not actually... A feeder would not have... They would not be ashamed. Like, they wouldn't mind being out with if Phil was a feeder, he wouldn't mind having pictures of Kat. Wouldn't care. So yeah, Kat's there to do laundry and flex on his audience that he has a mom/wife. Yeah, it's a flex. It shows that he doesn't love anybody, and this is the problem. You know what he is? Here's what he is. He's a guy who hates everybody. It's like, it would be like if Fortunato said, you know what, fuck you. He went into where Fortunato just went into the nook and sealed himself up in that niche by himself for no other reason than I don't want to be near anybody. But the problem in the end is, Phil, that means nobody can help you. Your parents aren't going to come down to Washington to do this shit for you. The last time they came down, you made them do chores. Like, it wasn't even, hey, let's go and hang out. Let's go see some stuff. It was, no, we need to do chores. You don't think okay, so Ramen Brahman says, I don't think he hates people, but a mix of social anxiety, fear, and being unable to trust people is what he is. Oh, also only seeing for how useful they are to him. Probably a bigger part. I mean, yes, seeing people for how useful they are to him, but the fact is, remember, everybody is an idiot. He says everyone's an idiot. I think that is part of the big thing. Oh, hold on. I need to turn this. I honestly believe that because of that, that's the big thing. Like, remember, he always talks about how everybody is an idiot except him. Everybody. Oh, they're all stupid and they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what's going on. I think that is some misanthropy. I think that he's always had this. And part of it, I think, is maybe it is, derived from his narcissism, in that But I mean, think about it. He doesn't listen to anybody else's opinions. He kind of thinks doctors are dumb. Like, he thought his optometrist was stupid. He thinks that, like, the person who was driving test was stupid because they said he'd have to wear glasses while driving a car. Like, it really, like, I don't think it's just social anxiety. I think he really doesn't like a lot of, like, he really doesn't like humanity. Like, the only, like, but I do think, Ramen, I do think that part of it is also that people need to be useful for him. And I think it's honestly why, if you were to ever really, you know, look into his mind and pull away all the bullshit, he never really considered John Rambo a friend. John Rambo, it was more, what can you do for me? But the only time I would have a kid is through adoption. But for that's okay. But here's the thing, I get that and I understand that. But here's the thing about Phil. Phil never says, and remember, Phil also, and this is a big thing, Phil basically said, like, Kat doesn't want to have kids, but he doesn't know the reason. You'd have to ask Kat. Meaning that he is basically, he made the decision by himself. And, well, Kat agrees with me, but she might have her own reasons. Like, I assume Kat's reasons for not wanting kids are because of her own upbringing and not wanting to pass those genes along, which I understand completely. But for Phil, it's because he doesn't, it really is, he wants to be the center of attention on everything. Remember, when anybody starts getting more attention than him, he gets mad. It's what happened with John Rambo. Oh, John, we just give him the line. We give him the best lines. Like, basically acting like, you know, he didn't really deserve it. We're just, you know, oh, just give him because we feel bad for him. Degrading people is just a form of protecting himself. When you know better, it's easy to justify why you don't need other people. You know, maybe it is. Maybe he isn't, but I kind of feel like part of that, maybe like his narcissism kind of created a form of misanthropy. Maybe it's not because of it, but maybe a byproduct. I don't really know. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not Steve. I wish Steve was here because we could actually, that would be something I want to ask Steve about. Like, I want to ask Steve about the misanthropy and like, because I don't think all narcissists act this way as far as like just hating every human being. Like, this is an odd form of narcissism I've never seen. Like, wait, huh? Oh, okay. Oh, your girlfriend's trans. Okay. No, I get you. No, I what I was talking about, not with your girlfriend, but I meant Kat. I believe Kat, her upbringing and the whole thing with Kat's mother and all that kind of shit, probably doesn't want to. Probably that, unless you're saying Kat is trans. I don't fucking know. I don't know. The idea that Phil doesn't want a kid because a child may steal a spotlight. It's amazing how narcissistic and selfish one can be. Like, still, man, but I'm using Occam's razor. It's the easiest explanation is that he doesn't want, we've seen that when other people take the spotlight from him, he gets very angry because he's very insecure about that. Are we getting the armchair podcast together? I don't know. I'm just, you know. Oh, okay. No, you're talking about your girlfriend. Okay. No, I get that, Wet Floor. Now, if your girlfriend's trans, yeah, you know, you'd have to adopt. And I get that. There's nothing wrong with adopting. You know, it's actually a noble thing to do because unfortunately there are children who are born and either to, you know, people who don't love them or who don't want to take care of them. And I would rather have a child, even if they're not biologically related, at least be able to be in a loving family. You know, or that time we played Apex with the two fans. Oh, Zerglue, I remember. Yeah, I remember hearing that behind, like after the fact. I wasn't watching it then, but I remember because I think wasn't that one that Steve brought up? People brought that up as being one of the things that they really, really got people hating Phil for that because he would just because I remember one of them like legitimately mentally challenged, like legitimately dented, and he was about to make fun of him. It's like, yeah, Ugh. Yeah, when someone tries to do, yeah, like still remember the fact when the whole car thing, when he's talking about it, like everybody's saying, hey, it might just be a dead battery, and he got so defensive. And like, you guys don't know this car. It's like, Phil, you know, when someone doesn't have a pulse, whether human, whether they're man, woman, black, white, doesn't fucking matter, it's probably their heart. That's where you kind of look. It's like, Phil, cars are all based off of a similar, you know, they're different brands of cars, but they're the same kind of machine. If your car don't fucking start, there are only a few places like, oh, my car doesn't start. Oh, have you checked the tire pressure? No. The no turkey meat gout thing happened too. Wait, does turkey meat cause gout? I mean, the whole thing with his gout is that he doesn't, I don't think he takes medication for it. It's just literally turkey juice, or cherry juice. Oh my god, you're so right. Sins, you're right. Yes, the inhaler rant. That was probably the closest one where he's like, talking about, oh, inhaler has fucking air in it. And it was because the fact is, you see, like the other one where it's not working, where if you put it to that one, they both live. He just fucked it up because he knew one of them would let them both live. He couldn't remember which one. And he literally trying to justify the inhaler would keep them alive. Like, this was pulling out all of the fucking air. It literally, you could see it, like they were bleeding out their eyes. Like, no, it wouldn't keep them alive. The legitimate wheelchair was a viewer's multiple. Yeah. Like, I remember that where it's like, they were on the mic with Phil, and you could hear Phil kind of having to stop him. Like, he was about ready to just make fun of this person. I know one summer I ended up eating nothing but tomato sandwiches. Oh. I like tomatoes. I like BLTs, so, you know, tomato sandwich ain't that bad. I know the turkey meat was a good one also because he has brainwashed himself that turkey is okay for gout because it's a bird-like chicken, but turkey is bad for gout. Excuse me, I'm sorry. His chat correctly told him that he shouldn't eat turkey while he has gout, and he told him they were wrong and insulted him. Like, it is. He doesn't have... And that's the thing. Here's the big thing. I do not believe that he... what was it? Yeah, multiplayer thing. I do not believe that he takes any medication for gout. It literally is turkey, or not turkey juice, cherry juice. That's all he does, just cherry juice. Although one day you had pain in your foot. Oh. But yeah, it's so weird. Like, and the problem is that it's never gonna get better because Phil is who he is, and he will never. He's in denial about himself. In the end, he will never, and I mean never, get the help he needs. Like, man needs help to not be a narcissist. And in the end, to kind of, for somebody to basically say, Bill, the reason like John and Howard left is because you drove them away. You didn't treat them like actual friends. You treated them like, you know, you treated them like commodities. So, yeah, that's the thing. In his mindset, he's doing everything right, which is why as soon as he refinances, he's gonna fuck himself over. I want to see. Is there a clip of the refinancing? If I go and look at Aqua Teal, I pull up Aqua Teal, will I find a clip of the refinancing thing? Doesn't care about Detractor channels, disgusted by his chat looking at anime BOOBA during One Piece Odyssey. Toxic about It's a Gundam. Okay. I'll take it. Okay, so we don't really have that. I didn't see it there, but I'll probably take a look at it. That's a video I would like to do, but anyway, it's late. I think he needs a full-time babysitter conservatorship. Ramen, I hate to say that, but I really am beginning to think he kind of does. Like, here's the thing. I know Chris Chan needs a conservatorship. Chris Chan cannot survive. But yeah, it's late. It's time for everybody to go to bed, you know, and you know, have your waifu dreams and all whatever you do. Thank you all for coming out. I'm sorry that this 2 a.m. here. Yeah, it's later where I am. Sorry that, you know, this was not the kind of stream I expected it to be, but I don't know when the next time I will restream. I really don't. But we'll see about that, okay? And I'll see you when I see you, all right? You guys take care of yourselves. I'm gonna get degraded at by a VTuber. I mean, if you give me money, I'll do that. If you want to pay money for that, I could probably do that, but it wouldn't be that good. You're probably gonna want, you know, an actual professional to